They say credit belongs to the man in the arena, who spends himself in a worthy cause. The glory is reserved for the few, who no matter what, answer the call to enter the arena. It echoes out, reverberating across the globe. It only acts to reach the bold, never the timid. The call delivers victory to the deserving and rewards the devoted. For when your time comes, there is only one option. Enter the arena. Fight for the call.
It's day 2 of Major 2 presented by Zenny Gaming, and there's no hiding the motivation for both the Empire and Subliners today. Empire coming off being beaten by OpTic and trying to avenge their loss in Major 1 to Clayster and his NYSL teammates. Will New York prove they are a team to be feared? We will certainly be finding out today. But welcome everybody to the inside of the CDL HQ presented by USAA, and I'm going to just jump straight into things because I have an absolute goat on the desk with me today. I've got Nameless as per usual, but man, I got to ask you, who do you think has the edge in this first match?
Yeah, well, I mean, statistically, if you look at it, Empire has the slight edge in respawn, but in Search and Destroy, it goes to New York all the way. Going into this series, like, it just seems like the team that's been progressing and getting better with every single match has been New York. I mean, you think about the beginning of the season, they were reliant on sort of one player to go off. You saw Asim having some big games, Clayster turning up and getting them wins as well. And you can see it on your screen right there. Like, slight edge in the respawns for Empire, but the big disparity there is going to be that Search and Destroy. Empire has taken a complete, like, step backwards in Search and Destroy from the start of the season until now. They haven't progressed, and most notably their latest series, they lost 2 Search and Destroys versus OpTic, who hasn't been that great of a search team in their own right. And right here is also a great example on the side of New York where that teamwork is coming into play. Right here, they were down in the map. They end up coming back, and they're also getting outslayed by about 20 kills here, and they still come out with the victory. That bodes well for this team going into a series versus some players who can put up some big numbers. If the teamwork's on point, I think they can take the searches and still a respawn.
Yeah, do you know what? I hear you, man. I totally hear you on that. And I think it's really hard to even discuss the point of the edge over here, just because I feel like Dallas have the edge up until they don't. And I think that's due to, you know, their track record right now against some of the lower seeded teams and how they've been doing as of recent. It hasn't been too perfect from this perfect Dallas Empire that I think everybody knows and loves. But on the flip side, I totally feel you with the Search and Destroy front with here. Because, I mean, it's kind of funny to see how Empire's search hasn't actually been very mind-blowing good as of recent. And I think it's also poetic the fact that they have dropped Clayster coming into this season, and Clay has been absolutely dominating Search and Destroy recently. He's been going off with his team with a 1.26 average, and now Empire are going to face that music today. So best of luck to you boys out there. I think it's going to be an incredible grudge match, and I can't wait to see it. But another match I think we need to talk about as well, and another team is OpTic. You know, coming off a big 5-game victory over the Empire. Have they done enough to really regain your confidence here, Nameless, today?
100%, absolutely. Empire's a team that's given OpTic a lot of struggles in the past, and you know the big thing for OpTic with me was their Search and Destroy, which looked a lot better. But outside of that, sort of abstract, looking from the outside in, at Scump and Formal, their teams, when they go down on that map 1, right, or when another team clutches up on them, it seems like they crumble and it spirals out of control. And you can think back to like the Minnesota series, and they lost that map 1. They got smoked in that series, and it's just like this happens to their teams all the time. But in this series in particular, that happened. They're down about as bad as it can get when they lost that 1v1. You know, the mentality, the moral on the team had to be down bad there, and they end up bouncing back. The tenacity on map 4 was incredible on that checkmate. Scump and Formal, both of them went off, dominated the map, and then going into game 5, the discipline was there. Dashy was playing his life. He wasn't throwing away those first bloods, and they get it done. Everybody was playing their role. We saw Envoy pushing up, you know, getting those trades. It just worked out flawlessly. So I have regained full confidence in this team. I think they can make it to a final.
Couldn't agree more with you there, man. To be perfectly honest, my confidence has certainly regained with OpTic, watching them crush the 2 S&Ds against Empire with ease, to be quite frank. And I really have believed in this team for a little while now. You know, it's horrible to see teams go through difficult stages, but coming back like that and now not actually solely relying on respawns is huge. Not to mention, like you said, the setup looks so good, they fit really nicely. I love where Dashy is being played in S&D, and I think overall it's working really, really well, but I just want to see now how they can adjust mid-game in Search when the setups and strats start to get a little bit stale, especially as a 6-1, 6-2 Search victories against Dallas probably are going to get a bit of VOD attention there from other teams looking to try and kill that pretty quickly. So honestly, I'm loving what I'm seeing from a lot of teams here, especially heading into this major. Even though the brackets were a little bit upside down yesterday, talking about the upside down brackets yesterday, Thieves, they shocked us, didn't they? My God, yeah. They shocked us yesterday. Loved every single second of that. And based off that, Nameless, how do you think they're going to fare going up against London?
Yeah, I mean, London has been a broken team as of late. Like, they honeymooned in the beginning where they were playing great, but I just feel like they rely a little bit too much on the individual performances of Dylan and Paul X. Dylan versus FaZe, I mean, he got put down pretty bad there. I just think the pacing's off in the squad. He doesn't really have a duo to push and be aggressive with. The squad is still figuring themselves out and going up against this Thieves team who's got to have confidence through the roof right now. Drazah comes in his first match, and he has a 1.72 KD. On this map, he was destroying in that flex role, and, you know, they played positionless Call of Duty. Him and Kenny were absolutely fantastic, and you know, we spoke to Kenny this morning. He was talking about their communication and how good it is for a ragtag group of guys who's thrown together right before a major. I mean, that speaks volumes of this squad. And he spoke about Venom as well, who steps up in that role. So not lacking leadership, they're doing good.
They're doing great. I think on the other side, just bringing up London once again, not looking super healthy. The way that they've been performing as of recent. Totally agree with what you said about Dylan. And I think Dylan not performing so well actually forces his team to kind of crumble around him too, and I think that's the way it goes with COD sometimes, is when somebody's not performing, it doesn't allow the rest of the roles on the team to perform well either. And I think it's key. I think it's key for London. So I think you actually just have to go back, look at this Thieves roster right now, look at the smiles that were on their faces when they finished that series, look at the way that they were vibing, they're having fun, they might be honeymooning just a little bit, but the focus is there, they're vibing at the end of the day, and they're feeling good about it. So ultimately, they have a fresh start here with not much to lose, and they're not giving up hope just yet. So this is actually quite a dangerous combination when coming up against a weak and beaten up London team. I'm excited to see the results here. And talking about getting excited for results, let's see exactly what results could be coming our way today. Let's see who is going to be facing off against each other, presented by the US Army, of course. Big day, my dude. We've got Empire versus New York Subliners up first. OpTic versus Ultra coming up second. We've got a big winners bracket match to start the day here. And then we got Ravens versus LA Thieves and Surge versus Mutineers. We'll see who goes forward through this loser bracket run here. It's a big day for a lot of people. But I tell you what, we will be back on your screens very shortly. We do have Subliners versus Empire up first. Big winners bracket match to kick off day 2 of this major. Miles and Chance have got you right after the break.
Why do we fight? The true question is, what is worth fighting for?
The Call of Duty League is presented by T-Mobile, now America's largest and fastest 5G network. Set your sights on the competition with T-Mobile, the leader in 5G. Scump, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is presented by USAA Insurance, auto, renters, and home insurance that's made to help the military community protect what they've worked hard for. It's Thursday, Call of Duty fans. Welcome back to the Major 2 presented by Zenny Gaming. And boy, oh boy, do we have a clash of titans for you. New York Subliners going up against Dallas Empire. It's a great way to start the day, and we cannot be more excited to get into this one. My name's Miles, his name's Chance. We're ready to give you a wonderful day of Call of Duty action. Chance, my friend, how are you?
I'm doing great. I changed the song on my alarm clock this morning, so I woke up. I'm ready for a beautiful day of Call of Duty. And of course, the match that we have, New York against Dallas. Two of my favorite teams to watch, and it should be an absolute bloodbath, Miles. I'm very excited.
Very, very excited indeed. Well, friends, you know the drill now. If you're new here, what we're going to do is I'm going to talk about how excited we are about this game. We're going to roll a piece of footage introducing the first team. That first team, ladies and gentlemen, is the New York Subliners, and they're hot to trot.
Don't let us down. Bring home a championship. Not one, not two, maybe 3 or 4.
Yo, Clayster, you don't bring home the championship, you out of here, boy.
Hey, if there's one thing about the city that I understand, it's that they don't tolerate losing.
He's in from behind again. Clayster with 2.
So I'm bringing championships. We're bringing them by the dozen.
Just make sure the snipes is hitting. Headshots only. Anything hot in the headshot is uncivilized.
What a Zuma is? Zook, he's on Zoom meeting.
The stallion is frying. The stallion is cooking.
Not quite what I was thinking.
You guys gonna kill it out there.
Good luck this season.
Thank you guys so much. This season's for y'all.
Subliners, way to go. New York's behind you 100%.
We're bringing a championship to New York City.
New York Subliners, Chance, definitely one of the hottest teams in the league right now. They're looking fine. Of course, Clayster, Asim, Diamondcon, and Mack. A squad that, I mean, I'm going to say this every time, but this was not the team that NYSL, the management, wanted. You know, based the way the world and, you know, injury, of course, Zuma, he's having a great time on the flank. I don't think he's complaining, but like so much has happened for this roster. And if anything, I think they seem to be in the best possible position they could be right now.
I mean, they're in a fantastic position, but obviously they want nothing but the win, right? That is the expectation they have going in. And this is the perfect series to get the ball rolling, right? They've played Dallas before, lost to them both times. And even at the last major, it was Dallas that ended up sending them away and they got beat 3-0. So they're looking for redemption. They're looking to prove. Obviously, they're one of the top teams, but they're looking to be the best. Major 2, just an opportunity to prove it.
Another opportunity. Well, speaking of majors, their opponents in the gold corner, coming in at a combined weight of about 4 people. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the Dallas Empire. Dallas Empire have smashed the gate open. Oh no, Huke is in, you mate. Oh, it's a shot punch. Oh no! Once again, they saved the day. The reigning world champions from the 2020 season, but they got slapped in the major last time, mate. Can they find redemption here where they've got to get through NYSL first? Dallas Empire, Shotzzy, Crimsix, iLLeY, and of course Huke. What a squad, what a team. We talked about it pretty much all day on Spaces on Twitter. You should have been there, it was a lot of fun. But this is a squad that's been going through a bit of a rough patch, Chance, I think is a good way of putting it.
I mean, you could say a rough patch, sir, but I think when you're looking at this team, right, they got second at the last major. There is one way for those guys to improve, and it's to beat Atlanta FaZe in the finals. But of course, you got to get there first. Search and destroy has been a theme for this team. You got to imagine that's what they're looking to focus on to make those adjustments. And well, taking a look at the keys to victory, that's exactly where my head's at. The only series this team has lost all year long, it's when they lose both of the searches, right? Their only loss to Chicago, that's what happened. They lost the 2-5, dropped the respawn. Both of their losses they've had to Minnesota, it's the exact same story. Search and destroy is the only time they have flaws. So if they just win one of those, they should be good to go. And shout out to Round 11 Stats. They made the note of like, first bloods, incredibly important for this team. They have one of the worst 3v4 win percentages throughout the league. So they get those first bloods, they will be absolutely good to go.
Oh, interesting to know who that individual player who dies first the most is. We can start laying the blame. Now the chance, the game field keys to victory, the New York Subliners.
Well, one of the most important things for this team, I think they have been by far the most creative team in the league, and I think those bold play calls need to continue, right? And when I say the scrim routine that you're trying to avoid, there's so many little situations that can pop up that if you're just in scrims, you're just sort of going through the motions. New York has been a team that has been able to dodge that, right? Like, I'm thinking the Moscow hardpoint they played against Seattle, where there's, what, 20 seconds left on P2 and Clay makes the call. We don't need this time. Everything come down to this next hill, send every player on rotations. And just having that, like, next level state of awareness to know what's going on in the map, to make those bold calls. If New York can keep that up, they'll be good in this series. And, well, taking a look at the maps and modes, I think the most interesting thing about this, Miles, is got to be the vetoes. The fact that the hardpoint checkmate and then the search and destroy checkmate gets taken out by Dallas. Each of those, Dallas, that's one of their best maps, but they have a different game plan in mind. And, well, of course, if they're getting rid of the checkmate, what ends up coming into play? Miami search and destroy and Moscow hardpoint, which admittedly also two fantastic maps for Empire. So they're trying to make plays already just in the pick and bans. Of course, we do get to see how it plays out for them.
Oh, this is a spicy map pool. We're going to start this one off on Moscow. And Chance, I'm more than excited, frankly, to get into this one. Game 1 underway. We're playing in the winner's bracket here in Major 2, presented by Seany Gaming. And we do have a wonderful day ahead of us, but we're going to start this one off right. A massive bowl of nutritious Dallas versus Subliner O's. Hard point now on Moscow, moments away from starting. Chance, any kind of bold opening prediction for this one? Again, with the keys are on point, mate. We'll see if they come to true fruition towards the end. Any vibes?
I mean, honestly, I'm kind of leaning towards New York, just like off of instinct, but it's not by a mile or even by a ton, right? Looking at the stats between these two teams across all game modes, it is incredibly close, just straight up down the line. It is genuinely a series of who clutches up, makes that bigger play. The 1v3 in search, the nice break on a hill and a hard point. It is the little things that are going to make the difference. And at least for now, well, you see just the contestant side the hill is Huke. He's thinking about flipping the spawns, but Asim was ready and waiting. And Asim now, well, he's going to fall. Play there for the cleanup. New York holding on for P2.
Yeah, they hold on just about. And it was an interesting opening push there from Dallas. Those who are watching the minimap, we saw a couple of players invest their way through the top side of the escalators. Doesn't quite work out, though. Still the war raging on the hard point here. Dallas managing to find some decent time off the rip. The kills come through. Clay finally goes down. Diamondcon loses his fight over by Statue as well. So now you have an open field to push through. And it's going to be Crim leading the charge, trying to get his way in towards his second point. 10 seconds up. A sneaky Crimsix. Oh, no. That's... Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Mack wins a big one. And that's still going to be spawns in favor of New York for now, I believe. No, they're actually spawning a little far out. So Mack's got to get this done alone, Chance.
Yeah, you can see he's actually playing hide and seek. He's just waiting for his teammates to come through white, but now he's got that AR support that he needs for the long-range gunfights, and he is just doing his job, staying alive, and as soon as he pounces on the attack, able to get the kills. And I think he has an idea that Crimsix is around right. He's going hunting for him, knows he's down low, and there for the trades. Mack on the force spree inside the point, but all of this is basically just to hold on for the spawns. Neither team able to get a big chunk of time.
Still 30 seconds remaining here on the second hard point, and already things are looking hot indeed. Mack with a great start there, 5-4 overall. That was a very solid spree to keep his team in it. But again, look towards that mini-map. We are going to be moving towards the next hard point. Third coming up in just a moment, top left-hand side of the screen. And as you can see, those gold arrows of Dallas Empire all over it, swarming over, making sure no one from NYSL can make their way onto the point. But slippery Mack with them at Diamondcon, now making their way through the backside of the bank, and they will be on that hard point in just a brief moment. There is a concerted effort now to sneak on through and try to find those players. But Crim, the furthest regions of the map, far left-hand side, he's going to be the player watching them. Here he goes. Mack's up first. Shotzzy's there going to be backing him up in just a brief moment. There's Shotzzy's kill, and it's a nice hold already from Dallas.
Well, it was a nice hold, except for the fact that you're just able to walk through the front. You have so much pressure on the backside of the spawns. The New York gets two in elbow, but Huke goes hunting, takes both of them down in the only opportunity for New York to get in the hill. I would say is going to get stuffed, but obviously now it actually comes down to, well, just more AR gunfights. New York, they're just trying to do all of this, flooding through Eskies.
Oh, New York just flying through the front. The kills are there. Crim finally gets involved, brings his Crimsix up front, finds one. Diamondcon, nice shots into the second. This is a great work. Back and forth we go as these two teams going head-to-head at every single fight. Asim now on your screen, making his way over towards the next hard point, the Boulevard. And again, two members of Dallas Empire here already. It's going to be iLLeY there by the top bus position. Asim's job, deal some damage, and hopefully be able to get on that point. But as you can see, Empire lined up towards Boulevard, looking to get the next time.
All this pressure is coming out of Rat Room right now, but actually that side street is going to be open and available. Still that bank spawn coming through, so New York needs to make sure they stay aware. And Shotzzy, well, the opportunity to be the thorn in their side. He has now effectively trapped these New York players in the hill, so you got 2 players on the hill that are dealing with the rest of the Empire. Meanwhile, Shotzzy just trying to be that cutoff man, but bad timing for him and great kills for New York. They get the 3-man wipe, and, well, outside of Crimsix, nobody else for Dallas is going to be home. New York trying to get a decent chunk of time on the street hill.
NYSL, good job to hold the time. Here comes the push from Dallas. It'd be great now to go for a quick Astro Gaming listen in with the New York Subliners.
Help me. We can't. They're rotating right now. Tyler dead.
Could go SK, could go SK.
Rotate out, rotate the spawn. I'm playing push too. He's in rat,
hold on. I'm gonna roam gold, okay?
I'm playing for this guy's off hold.
Make sure we get the guys.
On the car,
they could go SK, they definitely could go SK your way.
On the car, iLLeY. He's on the car.
What's on you? Behind you?
Shit, I
How did I shoot you? You went SK then. I'm
trying to
show you now.
I have to get away from this corner. I'm getting
away. Get away. Good job, Mack.
I'll get you right now. We're seeing iLLeY street.
I'm gonna go block the balk.
Nobody's gold. I'm flanking gold. Give me a sec.
Are you?
Give me a sec. Nothing street.
They're challenging it.
Watching your short side. Watch it. 2 short side.
I'm watching. Mack, long.
He's long too.
Live. I spawned SKs.
I got one more top down.
I want to street, guys. We should play for
P1. They're getting splits, yeah.
Play for P1.
I'm gonna come down SK's
over
glass.
One shot, he's weak on you.
Nice.
I'm holding glass.
Top globe, Connor, on top of the globe.
Get on time, Connor. Play where are you?
I'm back street. I'm coming
through front white.
He'll be glass on me. I'm watching my glass.
Going on me street, in the back green, on the bus.
I'm coming back.
Back bus, behind green.
You should go.
They spawn street.
I'm gonna try to get the bottom police.
Yo, one might be front behind you guys. I might. Never mind.
I can't get the bottom police. There's two. Spawn kill Shotzzy. One bottom police. Simp. That's one.
One closet, 2 street. One hit up mid-alley.
Yeah.
One of you go street.
Chance, this is an absolute war between these 2 teams. Comsan and Crisp, and I just love hearing Asim, help me, when it's over towards that boulevard point. But all things sound great.
I mean, they sound great, and I think it really just gives you an idea of how good both of these teams are, right? You got Clay realizing there's an opening, he can flank through gold, but then he goes and, well, Dallas are watching it, they're aware of what's open, and now on this hill, not a ton of things open. You get 2 players coming through green, the other 2 trying to pinch through white, and Clayster maybe just doing it by himself, picks up the big 2 to get in the point, then his teammates move through green, you get the break on the hill, and really, it's just Huke left up top, trying to keep his team alive.
Oh, and he does that. What a big win that was from Huke. Over to Clay he goes. Can he find all 3? Hell yeah! Huke lands them. Great way to break hard point. 20 seconds going to be going his way. His teammates are already on their point as well. So Shotzzy made his way across map. Can he find the kills? The tags are already in. Shotzzy trying to move mountains here, quite literally alone. The squad's trying to reinforce him. And round we go by this fountain. Shotzzy not able to get Clay, but a big rotation win there from NYSL.
Oh, those are massive gunfight wins for them to pick up. A couple one-on-ones they need and a couple one-on-ones they are going to get. And for Empire, well, you got a big problem right now. Asim, well, doesn't need the trigger discipline because he's able to get the 2. Give him the 3rd as well. Doesn't need it. Job well done. His team now nice and secure inside the actual point. You don't have to worry about the full flanks. You know pressure's going to be coming in through elbow in the front. Now it's just about winning the easy gunfights.
Oh, here we go. iLLeY's trying to make this work out. Clay gets the better of him. He actually lands 2 of them. Huke's now on point. Can he find the kills against Asim? No, the hot hand returns. Now Crim. Last player for Empire in this position, but he does have a lot of NYSL reinforcements on their way. 20 seconds can be his if he can stay alive on the point. Can his teammates get there in time? iLLeY arrives, dropped immediately by Clay, and now it's Clay versus Crim over the scrap time while his teammates battle for the next hard point, and Crim comes out on top. If he can hold it, a couple of seconds going their way, but now Diamondcon's going to have it. Meanwhile, Chance, rotations are on.
I mean, both of these teams fighting tooth and nail for every single second on board. Right now, maybe the most interesting players, number 2 on the map, Crimsix, again, pulling out all the stops. The number of different spots that they have pulled out of the bag to try to make plays has been ridiculous, and it pays off. The clean 4-man wipe. Now you set up and do it once again. And look at the angle. Again, they are playing so distant from the hill, so patient and so clean. And Shotzzy, again, just buying his teammates the time as all the pressure now coming from bank side.
Here comes the bank push. Crim from top bus. Seems going to be up there, eliminated from the bus. Great work from Crim. iLLeY's down front, watching the players coming out of the office jump up. Shots once again from Crim, but Mack and Diamondcon proved too strong. Sadly, a team kill there from Empire is going to slow the push down, but again, they did a great job on this hard point. Not an easy one to get a lot of time from. Still, they hold the boulevard admirably. Meanwhile, rotation's already underway. You've got Asim in the center of the map now, looking towards the next hard point. Most importantly, securing spawns to the right.
Well, Well, he's going to be doing his best, but can't even win the first gunfight. Dallas Empire, well, made sure to rotate nice and pretty to secure those rotations for new, but still a ton of time on the clock. And Clayster, well, him and Diamondcon able to get up a couple kills, and all that time spent on the rotation to no avail. Empire going to be spawning street to try to go for the break once again. And, well, with Huke causing problems over towards Globe, you actually might have an opening inside the actual hill, but it looks like New York nice and prepared, clean 4 down for them. And, well, it's exactly what we said on street. Set up, do it once again. As you see the idea from Empire, maybe 2 players trying to push through Eskies, but New York obviously prepared.
Yep, New York's well prepared for this one. You got to get going. Huke's already looking at the rotation. He's trying to get himself over towards white, now towards the second hard point. Meanwhile, on point, the battle rages. Crim finds one. Asim's there to pick up a few more, but it's Shotzzy once again finds himself a nice kill. Not going as big statistically as Huke is so far. The man is trying to get it all done. Diamondcon can't quite escape there. The catch from Shotzzy on a 3 spree, looking to find a few more as the contest continues. There's 10 seconds remaining, and he's looking to find all this time if he can. He's trying to keep the members of NYSL off of it. They are trying to claw back, get the lead back from NYSL.
And again, this is just constant off angles, right? Shotzzy just trying to play for the easy kills. They slide across, and Asim might be prepared, but the trades have to come through, and now you're trying to pinch through the actual hill. Crim, nice shots from up top Police, and he's able to take down 2, but you can see maybe a bit of an opening, but not if Crim is there. Give him the 3rd as well. Top Police control well in his hands. And for Empire, well, they're down by 20. They need a good chunk of time.
Yeah, a good chunk of time to be had. iLLeY's going to keep the street safe as he sweeps his way through Diamondcon. Clay's coming through middle now. Asim on point. 30 seconds remaining in this hard point. NYSL can't win it here. They're going to do what they can to get as much as possible. iLLeY trying to get him off it for now. Here comes the push through white. Diamondcon and Mack leading the charge. Submachine guns out. DC's hurt and backs on up. Can iLLeY find the kill? No! Clay from out of nowhere, but Shotzzy from the left wing. He's going to find those 2 kills. And with that, the next scrap time will go the way of Dallas. But Shots, this is non-stop, man. Both teams are well and truly on point, slaying every single second out, and this is going to come down to the wire, the final points.
And keep in mind, that player Shotzzy actually spawns out because he died a little bit too soon. And now New York, well, they got to take advantage of the man advantage, but they cannot. Diamondcon, the last one up, and the trades are through. Nice and secure, at least for the moment, is Dallas for the actual hard point, but you can actually see the splits. Mack, because he's in the back, is causing problems. He gets dealt with, and for New York, well, 40 seconds left on this hill. They need to make it scrappy, and you got to take your time. Try to do it from the front.
Yep, Diamondcon making his way through the alleyways now. 2 players pushing out through the couches. Trying to find the head of someone. There's Shotzzy. Can he get the kill? Trying to soften up the defense, but it's not working out. Dallas are holding the line once again. It's 25 points for the win now. They cannot win it on this hard point, but every single second gets them extremely close. Already looking towards Boulevard is going to be both teams. Here comes the play call. Asim dealing the damage through mid. 2 players already making the way across. Can Crim find the rotation kills? He does. Cuts down Mack, and chance final 10 seconds for the win. Dallas, they can get it done on Boulevard.
And keep in mind, Crim, he is on a 6 spree as well. He might not need the streaks, but if he gets it, you got to imagine the street hill is going to be incredibly easy to secure. New York are going to have to be perfect, and for the moment they got the setup, but Huke with that first blood is causing problems, and frankly, you got to sit inside the hill, you got to at least contest, or he sits inside and get the win. You leave the point, you lose the game. Dallas Empire, game number 1, goes their way, 250 to 215.
That was not an ideal ending, I think, for NYSL. That almost felt like an unforced error. You said leave the point, and you cost him, and who comes out of nowhere? Came out of literally nowhere to just jump in there and get those final 2 seconds. Slight lapse of concentration, maybe. I need to watch that one back, but my word, Dallas just about steal the first map. What a contest it was. NYSL, Dallas chance. I think we are off to a swimming start to what will be an incredible series, but let's have a look at those stats, man. Huke went massive. Huke was like 30 plus kills. The man was on point all map long. Oh, I'm ready for this whole series. Let's go. Let's have a quick peek at the stats there. 32 and 24 for Huke. Crim 32 and 22 as well. Big stuff out of Dallas.
And just to touch on that final moment, like obviously Diamondcon does drop the ball by jumping out of the hill, but in my mind, there isn't much you can do, right? Someone's gonna have to go crazy if the pressure's already pouring in for pillars and you only have 2 seconds you give away. Not a fun spot to be in, but obviously the final couple of hills, Dallas Empire completely took over and basically got the full 60 on that second to last hill. So job well done for the map 1. It's a map they needed, it's a map they got.
Map they got. That's it, map 1 done and over. We are going to take a very quick commercial break, but when we return, it's going to be Search and Destroy, NYSL versus Dallas. You don't want to miss it.
Why do we fight? The true question is, what is worth fighting for?
Hey everyone, I am Slasher, and I am here today to give you my predictions on who I think is going to win Major number 2 of the CDL this weekend. And it's an interesting one because the obvious pick is Atlanta FaZe. They are currently 12-1, just coming off of their first loss last weekend, which it's going to be interesting to see how that affects their mentality. But then you also have my pick and who I think is going to win, which is the Subliners. I think they have an amazing team and they're only getting better weekend after weekend. So I think the Subliners are going to win, but more specifically, a loser's bracket comeback win. But you also have other great teams like Dallas Empire, the winners of last year, and of course you can never count out OpTic. Now Major 2 is going to be insane because of how tight the brackets actually are, and at this point I really do think it's any team's game. But no matter what, it's going to be super interesting to see who wins. I'm going to be watching throughout the weekend, and may the best team win.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League Major 2, presented by Zenny Gaming and Slasher. Clearly a New York fan. We love that. Exciting to see again how the entire Major will unfold, and he's not wrong. That bracket is very, very tight. But chance back to the series at hand, NYSL versus Dallas. Of course, map number 1 goes the way of Dallas, but now we play Search and Destroy, my friend, and let's talk about that Stage 2 S&D.
That is actually insane of how bad those KDs actually look across the board. That is all towards the bottom of the league with the exception of Shotzzy. But I will say overall, like we talk about the S&D woes for this team, it's really only against very specific teams for the most part, right? Like Minnesota, I think are 4-0 in Search against Dallas right now. Atlanta FaZe, I don't even want to know how bad that S&D record is. But outside of that, Empire have been on point. Like they're 5-0 in round 11s, and I'm sure Rainbow Raid doesn't want it to go to round 11, but they've had great moments as well. And I think New York Subliners, again, it is one of the perfect teams to go against. And if Empire can win either one of the searches, which is obvious for game number 5, they should be good to go for this series. And obviously, if you saw on map number 1, certainly had a very solid performance. You expect these guys to not have any sort of woes in Search for a long period of time. You expect it to turn around quick, and well, it's Major 2. If there was any time for them to sort of kick it up a notch, it would certainly be now. But on Express, a map that New York is going to be very happy to play. 2-0 on this map compared to Dallas's 1-2. So you expect on the side of the Subliners camp, they need to bounce back here. And they're not in a bad spot to get it.
Dallas, again, a team with incredible capability when it comes to the game mode. Let's see what they can bring here against NYSL. An A hit off the rip now for NYSL as they make their way forward. You've got Shotzzy, the lone defender here. You've got to have Crim backing him up in just a brief moment. But Shotzzy, ears are on. What did he hear? Or he heard something. This could be the push. Again, watch that top window spot. Mack's going to go down. Asim on the bomb. Shotzzy doesn't quite get the kill, but close enough. Damage is already dealt. The reinforcements arrive in Dallas. They're putting themselves in a nice spot early.
And he's back to the power position as well. Just waste no time. And of course, the reinforcements are in. Important gunfights for New York to win, and keep in mind you might have 2 separate flanks going on, right? Clayster working all the way around back and up top. Well, Shotzzy still the Reaper, gets traded out, but Asim is trapped. He's got to wait for Clay, and the help is through all of this to turn it into a 1v1. It's the Vets, and it's Crim. No time wasted. Job done in Empire. Get the first round.
Oh, it was a spicy one. Again, you got to think, if Mack doesn't make it, or if he does manage to make it through unnoticed, if Shotzzy isn't there over towards the A site, a very different round indeed, but a good work there nonetheless. Dallas take the lead.
I mean, that's just such a quick round as well. And again, we mentioned like towards the keys to victory. The first bloods are ever important for this team. When they get them, they have a ton of success. It's really the clutch factor where Dallas has been at least slightly lacking. But again, you do not expect that theme to last very long for the team as they are now being very aggressive over towards A.
Yeah, still keeping the aggro plays up towards A. The defense was stacked towards B, but an immediate read, a very, very fast shot call. Let's go over towards A ASAP. Do we see anything? The nade's going to give something away. No, Shotzzy dodges it. So, play may not quite be afoot, but the remainder of NYSL who've got themselves here now know something's up. Asim playing alone towards the flank. Diamondcon, thrown shoulders. Shotzzy sees the tags. The play is definitely on, but Huke's first blood on the Clay makes the flank safe now for Dallas. Bomb's going to be going down. Oh, another big win from Huke. That's going to be his second of the round. Bomb goes down. Diamondcon can't quite finish those kills, but oh my. Has he got enough help to do this? Crim, massive kill from him. Now it's a 4v1. Diamondcon left alone. almost hopeless with 30 seconds left.
And nothing there for him to get a suffocating round coming in from Empire. And well, this is going to be the first blood as well. Huke just finds a pick. Clayster trying to work his way through the middle of the map, just gets caught. And then Huke just making the nice reads, expecting more pressure to be coming through. And that was an interesting moment for Asim, right? Because he had a couple decisions. He was already behind enemy lines, 10, 15 seconds into the round, but he was trying to play off the information rather than making hero play. And fortunately for him, well, Huke just makes the better play. But 2 for 2 for first bloods, 2 for 2 for round wins is the Empire. And a little bit of deja vu. You got Clayster maybe make some noise over towards B, but it's the same strat as last time, and Shotzzy back at home.
And it may be early days, but those KDs are shooting up so far. Ilya side 0-2. Shotzzy once again, top 8 position. We could be seeing an exact repeat. Will lightning strike twice for him. Mack's down there again. It's an exact same play call. Slight difference now from Shotzzy. First time I went right, now I'm going left. Mack, what have you got? Not enough. Shotzzy finds himself kill number 2. Diamondcon's going to be up next. Here's Shotzzy. Oh, just about Diamondcon. If he had not checked that corner, that would have gone his way. But that's going to be a 3v2 now. Dallas with the advantage. Bomb down. NYSL looking tough.
Looking tough. And, well, Crimsix at the very least just going to get back down. But you got bombed down on site in Empire. They'll be happy to give up this bomb plant. They are confident in the retake. And you can see why, right? You got iLLeY on the full flank. And of course, Huke as his teammate not too far behind. A lot of pressure on Clayster to make the big play, and I think he's going to hear these players above him.
He should do, but he doesn't hear iLLeY. That's an easy kill. The trade comes through, though. Diamondcon loses it to Crim, and the 2v1 is complete. Empire will find another round, their 3rd in a row, and Crim's just making sure he squeezes every single possible point out of these players. Good stuff, Dallas.
And I will say, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. If Shotzzy makes the play up inside a ticket booth round 1 and just shoots you in the back, like credit where credit is due, just makes a nice play. The fact that you let it happen again in almost the exact same situation, like, I don't think they threw a single stun up there to check. They didn't even, throw a shoulder, literally nothing. Just allowing Shotzzy to own the top ticket and, well, easy for him to make plays. Or I say ticket maps, whatever you want to call it. By the way, you can't let that happen twice, and unfortunately for them, they do. And keep in mind, Crimsix 4-0. I mean, he didn't quite get streaked out map number 1, but only because he didn't need to. And he's thinking about getting streaks once again. Is this A site heavily preferred right now by both teams?
Yeah, right on. Dallas, very solid coverage across the map. They don't leave any stone unturned on defense. But now we are slowing this one down. NYSL, again, the 2-2 split towards the A and the B site, but Dallas have run forward, checked it, pumped the brakes, and now they're starting to wait for the slight aggression or maybe the unease from NYSL. And man, it is tense, Chance.
It is tense, and I think they're just playing heavy for picks, right? Everybody has started up and spawned. They're waiting for someone to make a mistake, but mistakes have not been made, and now it looks like they're just trying to clear out this A site, make sure nobody's home, and get the plant down. And for New York, there is nobody home, right? You got Clayster and Asim maybe thinking about a late flank, but they're going to give up this bomb plant. Whenever Dallas elects to get it down, they're going to be able to get it. And Shotzzy, well, that's why he's nearby. Less than 30 seconds on the clock.
We go. Quick plant. Slight bit of damage. Crim's now providing Overwatch from top position. Mack makes his way forward slowly. Asim now making his way in as well. But into the jaws of Crim he goes, and he chews them up. Diamondcon, though, he will be able to find the kill on the top Crim, and that's going to be 3v2 situation right now. Huke with a big shots there from the 74. You from downtown. 2v2. Bomb down. NYSL trying to hit the retake. Still on board with Huke as he makes his way through the back. Another massive kill. A great distance there. It's a 2v1. What have you got, Mack? Makes it a 1v1. We're not out of the woods just yet, but Huke has been devastating. There is a lot of noise being made right now. 10 seconds on the clock. Gotta go for the defuse. No idea where Huke is. He's checking every possible position, but Huke toying with his food. It's 4 straight for Dallas.
I mean, this is 4 straight and 4 straight devastating rounds. Huke, by the way, just rocking the best AR in the game. Have to imagine Diamondcon was just one shot in that situation, but then, I mean, it's just cross-map beams, some clean shots coming through from Huke. And, well, obviously the gunfight that seals the deal. You were happy, or New York was happy to give up that bomb plant. They trusted the retakes, and, well, they ended up getting a couple picks, but Huke makes the best play. You're down 4 rounds in a row after losing a hard point. I mean, this has just been a devastatingly fast search and destroy And I was going to say for New York, they have had no success over towards A. Now they're mixing it up at iLLeY. Had to have gotten that information, which means you got to imagine Dallas Empire going to be trying to playing a little bit quick on this retake as that bomb is going down.
Asim checks quite literally everywhere, under every rug, every nook and cranny, gets the bomb down. Now it's going to be a straight-up retake for Dallas. Now, B site, first time we've seen it get real any love thus far in the map. Will it be successful for NYSL? It better be, because it's starting to get a little bit dire. But here we go. Shotzzy's going to be in first. Slow and steady Pete. ADS all the way. Mack wins the gunfight. iLLeY gets his as well. Huke, though, making it look a little bit easier now for Dallas. It's a 2v3. And the kills keep on coming. And Dallas now on the precipice of the defuse. 20 seconds remaining. Clay can't get it done. Oh, boy. Chance 15 on the clock. It's an easy defuse. And Dallas on Express, mate. It is looking great. Map point.
We even saw in the hard point, it really seemed like Dallas Empire were pulling out all the stops to get the map win. So many off angles, so many sort of like cruddy spots, people playing behind the bar on Moscow like on rotations. We've seen some similar stuff in Search and Destroy, even for Huke, just making the kills in the final moments from the heavens above. Like, Empire have put in some serious work. The swarm on B site, perfect for the retake. And obviously, I mean, you're up 5-0. I know what map we're playing on, so certainly the map is not over. But holy hell, do Empire have all of the momentum in the world. And, well, I mean, take your pick on which player's been going off for the Empire. Lately, it's been Huke that's been on the 5 spree, but everybody seemingly taking turns.
Yeah, a lot of chatter on social media that Huke's deserved himself a big series. He's been a little quiet recently, and here we go. Oh, wow, Asim, that was a surprising win. Nonetheless, does manage to get the first blood. NYSL. Full Sail? Is this how it begins? Have I already jinxed it? We'll find out in just a brief moment. But Dallas, Search and Destroy has not been their strongest suit, but right now it is looking very clean. Can Asim find any more as he quietly prowls the halls here of the terminal? Crim? You could smell him. He's so close. Asim almost managing to get the kill. Dips out immediately. Crim, eager to peek it. Doesn't manage to get the kill and chance. This is unbearably tense for both teams.
Unbearably tense, but you see the bomb actually working its way over towards A, but you can't get the plant down quite yet, right? Because you know a couple players behind enemy lines. And Clayster, by the way, his army crawled for so long. Crimsix eventually finds him, but they don't know that Clay is here. But even still, the other two players that are over on site, well, they're getting the bomb down, and Crim is finding the picks. He gets the 2 biggest of the round. Bomb planted at A, and, well, Diamondcon and Mack left in the 2v3 to try to avoid being 6-0'd.
Oh, here we go. Another 6-0 Express is on the cards if Crim can land it, and he does. Makes it look easy. Diamondcon now in a 1v3, 1v2. Can he find something truly special here? Not a chance, not a hope in hell. Dallas, swift and deft execution there on Express. Another 6-0 to the books here in the Call of Duty League. And oh my. We thought yesterday was fast. Today, we didn't slow down whatsoever. It's 2-0 to Dallas.
That is a 2-0 to Dallas, and that is the only maps they need. Again, if they have won a single Search and Destroy really in a best-of-5 series, they've gotten the wins every single time. You gotta beat them in both searches, and, well, for New York, that just means back is heavily against the wall. Last time they played against Dallas Empire, they got 3-0'd, but the maps were all super tight. This series so far, maybe just a little bit less so. Express, S&D. They have done their homework. Maybe watching Tropic Thunder paid off, because I know Crim was making sure the kids had that under their belt. But either way, devastating map 2 performance. The stats are obviously just across the board, man. You had what? Huke going on a 5 spree. I think Crimsix started out 4-0. You had Shotzzy winning his team 2 separate rounds just from top maps over towards the B site. Just clean and efficient work, and even the picks Crim is able to find. You got Asim, you got Clay working the flanks. They get nothing. A devastating map 2 from the Empire, and again, you got to imagine they're feeling very confident now.
You have to be feeling magnificent after a performance like that. They get not a single round. Another 6-0 into the books, but we're going to look at our US Army tactical play in just a moment, and we gave a lot of love to Huke, and there's with good reason. This was round 4, Chance. This was the man getting it done, and it was a fantastic showing all round, but Huke, big stuff from him to seal the deal.
And this is just the beams round, right? He just wins some big gunfights, even with the AK-74U. Again, you have to imagine Diamondcon very weak before that challenge. I didn't quite catch the health, but it's really just this gunfight against Clay that obviously wins the round for you. Gets the first shot, doesn't miss a bullet. And well, that's the Huke we know, and that is the Huke we love, and we expect nothing less. Just a devastating round. And even towards these final moments, this player has already made so much noise. As soon as you mantle, you know Huke is one of the best in the world. He's going to hear that from a mile away and just play around the clock. So shouts to him. Puts his team up 4-0, but obviously it was across the board for Empire. Everybody putting in work.
And he looks so happy. So pleased with himself, and so he should be. A great start for Dallas Empire, an unbelievable turnaround in the search and destroy department. Oh dear, this is looking very dire for NYSL. However, we will take a quick commercial break, and after the break, we go to checkmate control. Now, this chance is where NYSL quite literally have to turn this around, but they've got some stats on their side. Let's see how we go, though, friends. This could be another 3-0. It's not what I want, it's not what Chance wants, but it could be what we get. Lend us your energy, friends. We're going to a break. We'll see you right after this one.
Never know what's gonna happen.
You'll never regret it. It is the most fun you'll have.
Build something from my own imagination and pit that against someone else in a competitive way.
More ways to play, that's what I want. What is my opponent gonna do? How am I gonna counterplay that?
There's just always a different outcome. Play Hearthstone now!
I will fight with honor. My weapon brings justice.
I run out of street, right? And all of a sudden, huge explosion comes in, and it's like, no! And there's some cold chaos is sitting. I was going, no! And I'm like,
Download now. Why do we fight? The true question is, what is worth fighting for?
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by GameFuel. Use code CDL2021 for a special discount on GameFuel.com. Tournament audio and team listen-ins are powered by Astro Gaming, the official headset and mix amp of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is presented by Seany, the official eyewear for the CDL. Armor your eyes with Seany Blocks blue light protection glasses by visiting seany.com/gaming.
Hello CDL fam, thank you so much for watching. Do you guys fancy getting your hands on more rewards? Then make sure you click on the rewards button right next to the diamond icon, and don't forget to subscribe to our channel for more CDL content.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. Major 2, presented by Seany Gaming, and it's not working out for NYSL. Clay's face says it all, truly. Not working out. They are down 2 maps. 1 more, and they have to go to the elimination bracket. And once again, it's the same from last season, almost. You know, they go down and they make the run, but let's look at Clay from this stage overall. This was it, coming in the major tournament number 2. S&D chance. It was the bread and butter. What happened?
I think what happened, it wasn't even from the NYSL side of things, right? I think Dallas Empire just went back to the drawing board and said, we're not allowed to be bad at Express. We have Crim on the team and Rambo Ray as a coach. We're going to team things around. And, well, I mean, Clayster is one of the players that his stats are going to get punished for it. As good as he has been, you look at the flip side on Dallas, and they are right there with him. But in my mind, I'm thinking of like the reverse sweep potential. We've only had like 5 reverse sweeps all year. New York has been a part of 3 of them, 2 on the winning side. So New York is obviously one of the top teams in the game, a team we expect is absolutely capable of pulling off the reverse sweeps. I would say, though, they've also been a reverse sweep, and the team that did it to them was Dallas. Dallas has just had their number, 2-0 against them, and again, in the first major, Well, Dallas got the 3-0, and obviously they're in a spot to do it once again.
Oh, sweeps, sweeps, sweeps. Hopefully we can see a little bit more life out of NYSL. Checkmate Control's the place to see it. Come on, boys. Let's put on a show for the fans at home who've tuned in on this glorious, glorious Thursday. It is Thursday, right? Yeah, it is Thursday. Gotta make sure. You never know these days. COVID's weird. But, alas, NYSL Dallas, map number 3. We're getting in this one now. Chance Control on Checkmate. We've seen some incredible offensive round wins. Stacking the point seems to be the play of the minute. Let's go NYSL, trying to pull the reverse sweep, or for Dallas, try to close this series out in 3. Let's get it.
And it is worth mentioning, obviously we've talked at length of how good New York is on offensive rounds. They were the best team in the game, at least originally, but it's exactly been matched by the Empire. They are now tied percentage-wise on their offensive wins on this map. So by no means is it an expectation for New York to win this map. It is going to be a close one, unless Mack has something to say about it, or someone on New York steps up. But for the moment, just nice and stable. Little bit of map control to New York, but obviously Huke, well, if he's killing like that, not a fun player to have to deal with.
Yeah, Clay was posted up waiting for that one, and he got absolutely ripped. Shotzzy's on the flank now. This is going to really hurt NYSL. Yeah, that stings. There's a couple more to be had, and it's Shotzzy feeling himself right now. Perfect nade positioning. Going to tag those players up. Shotzzy can't quite keep the run going. Mack with a nice big win. 2 players who should have probably gone down there, but excellent effort from Mack. That's going to get the A-tick almost complete. Oh no, they do manage to finally get the players off the point. Diamondcon making his way forward. Asim's in there first. He loses the fight to Shotzzy, draining the A zone right now. Good defensive play from Dallas.
And again, a flank coming through, by the way. Now it's going to be Huke's turn, potentially behind enemy lines. And, well, on the point, it's just the contest. But Dallas Empire, they drained all that tick progression. You got to go for the full thing once again. And, well, maybe with 2 bodies on point, that should be job done. By the way, Huke did get found and killed off the flank. So, A secured and a 3-life lead for the moment for the New York Subliners. And you can see a couple ideas. Asim maybe thinking about some spawn kills. There's his first.
Ooh, nice. The second comes straight after it. 1 minute 30 now on the clock. NYSL looking towards the B zone only. Crim wins a big one by the back of the plane. Mack now making his way forward. Again, this is it. This is stack central. He's going to stack these players up on point, capture it incredibly quickly. Again, a 4-man stack gets the point done in about 11.5 seconds. Mack trying to make that right side of the map safe with the old A zone once lay, but it's not a safe place whatsoever. Dallas clawing their way forward. Once again, it's Asim trying to find those kills. iLLeY, will he make the top of the plane safe? The answer is no. Diamondcon, nice 2-piece. Opportunity now for NYSL.
And you got 2 bodies on it just for the moment, so it's going to be going a little bit fast, but not too problematic. Shotzzy, though, forced to effectively make a hero play. He delivers to get at least 1 player. It's going to slow down that time quite massively. And Huke there for the cleanups, and that is a 3 down in response. New York has certainly created opportunities, but if I'm looking at it now, you got a minute, and Dallas only has 6 lives. You don't even need to worry about the point for the moment. You just need to play for the kills. You're looking for trades.
That's why Asim is slowed down. Makes his way forward, a massive win against Huke. Nades are up. Look at Asim's positioning, my word. Flies forward, finds another kill. No lives left for Dallas now. They're on their last legs here on the defense. And Asim knows that, and he is on the hunt. The man making his way forward. The dagger thrown deep into Shotzzy. Now it's 1 player left. The 1v3 situation until everyone spawns up. No lives left. Shotzy's holding this alone. 30 seconds. It is a 1v4. And by every right, Shotzzy should go down, and he does. But man, he made him work for it. NYSL take the first round.
And that is a very big round for them to get the ball rolling again. Any offensive win is a good one. And we talked about the bold play calls at the start. I mean, you had what? Asim flying at their spawn, not even just for this play, but even the final moments. As soon as we were thinking, at least in my head, like they need to play for the kills, look at how deep in the spawn him and his teammate were going just to hunt these players down. So a hyper-aware team almost always making the best play in any given situation. And, well, job well done. And that's in spite of the fact that Clayster went 1-8 to get things started. That is not a stat line I expect to stay for very long.
Well, let's see how we go. Now we have NYSL on the defense. They did a great job winning that offensive round, but see what Dallas can bring as they make their way forward. You can't win the fight by top wing, so that gives a lot of control to NYSL here on the defense. iLLeY and Shotzzy, though, making their way over towards the A Street. A zone now being captured. Big win on Diamondcon. Keeps the capture going. You see that with number 1. Shotzzy is going all the way to the very back of the spawn now, looking to find these players. But let's see how this goes. Let's do a quick Astro Gaming listen in with the Dallas Empire.
Do Tetris? Our Tetris, someone free it.
Our Tetris?
Yep.
You got it?
Yeah, he's there. One shot on exit, one shot on our exit.
Our exit?
Yeah.
I'm
getting on it.
Yo, Ender, you see where I'm at? Can you look at my mid plane and I can...
I can see it.
Alright, one to the winner now. Let's hop in.
He's in mid plane, in mid plane.
Yeah, mid, then.
Mid. I'm standing there.
Bottom. Nice, good job. Good trade. Good shade.
Oh, dude, go respond. Do exactly what they did. Our plant ups.
Yeah.
You went like
playing around. Yo, one guy's there.
Yeah, he's army. I kill him.
Oh, good
Where is he?
He's behind
it.
You're
Top water.
Mack dead. One of the guys front right tower.
You can easily cut them off. Oh, one top left. He's going mid plane.
Mid plane. I got you out. I'm coming. He's hitting you out. He's weak. Nice.
Another one that side steps. He's in closet. Ho.
Dead. Yo, one's going A-lane.
I got you.
I got you.
Dallas looking very decisive on the offense chance. It seems like attacking is the new defending here in control in the CDL.
I mean, frankly, they've just been dominating the map even now. They got 2 players pushed up into the top of the plane, and they have all the time in the world right now to work with. So if you can find these kills, that is fantastic, even more so than the point. But then if you wait too long, you get 4-man wipe, and just like that, the map domination they've had has been eviscerated. Now you're going to be the team that needs to crawl out of your spawn.
Here we go. A steady and painful crawl might be an hard thing to do, but finally NYSL with a sign of life here. 1 minute on the clock now remaining. New York got to hold the line. No one's made it out just yet, and again, this is the one opening they need. They will run with it, and Asim, he knows that. He's not playing aggressively. A huge amount of respect being shown to Dallas here. But here goes Dallas through blue, and oh boy, Diamondcon gets absolutely flattened as they make their way forward. Mack trying to hold the line as best he can. The nade's going to soften him up but not get the full kill. And here comes the push. No, Crim puts him on his back. And with that, there's an opening now as Dallas charge forward.
Well, it did take them a lot of time, so you only have 30 seconds left on the clock, so not many opportunities right now for Dallas to get the win, and Asim, well, slowing the pace down just a bit. And when I say slowing the pace down, I mean he is speeding it up. Playing lightning quick for the moment, but he does get caught out, and now you got 2 bodies for Empire on the point.
Asim is looking absolutely unbelievable right now. Shotzzy, though, trying to keep this point going. 20 seconds left. No one's on the point, not able to stop the clock. It's all on Shotzzy right now. Has to win this fight. Tags are up. If he can kill Mack, great. He can't kill Mack, though. And with that, his teammates have to move forward. Can Huke get there in time? Just about 7.9 seconds remaining. If someone can get him off this point, things will start to look great for NYSL, but it's not over yet. 4 lives left versus the 10 of Dallas. Progress at B. 1 tick done. Mack and Asim making their way through play. Clay playing from the backside. Shotzzy's going to find those kills. Now Clay has to make his way forward. The 2nd tick almost done at B. And again, 7.9 seconds on the clock. You get those kills, you get them off it. It could be yours, but no, the kills keep coming through. Asim, last player left now on the point. He wins 2 kills, and the clock is now open once again. Shotzzy with a contest. Can Asim keep this one going? This is unbelievable. He does just about land the shots, but the kills in the end, the trades. Dallas with the round. Oh boy, what a good round of control.
Oh my God, and there's so many things that Dallas had to do correct through the entire round, by the way, right? Like, by the way, clean movement from Asim, but you had Shotzzy that was what, at the start of the round, over towards the top tower. I think they had an 8-life lead by the time they had captured the A point. And there was a moment when they got stuck in their spawn. It took them maybe 20 seconds to set up the play. For everybody to break out of blue, they had to do it perfectly to make it happen, and it still came down to the wire. But hell, 2 for 2 on offensive rounds, and at least for Clayster, I said I was expecting the stat line to change. Not really. 4 and 17 for the moment. Really needs to get the ball rolling.
Get it rolling. Sooner rather than later, still, the whole team looking absolutely fantastic. Asim has taken the weight of the squad on his shoulders, and he's going for it. But Shotzzy in from behind. This should be a 2-piece. No need. His teammates are already on it. The flank done. That's massive. Now Dallas on defense. There is a sign of life in Dallas now. Look at the ferocity they are playing with. True purpose driving them right now. Diamondcon versus Shotzzy. And look at this movement. Look at this play from Shotzzy. Absolutely unbelievable. Still alive. Oh my word, Shotzzy still going. This is a spree and a half. It's only 3, but every kill has been a treat to behold. Chance, this is starting to look a little dire. NYSL, slow this down, get themselves out of trouble, get back onto those points.
And again, the flank is just going to be the problem, right? You're just going to get shot in the back. This is what the 4th or 5th flank I think we've seen from the SMGs coming out for the Dallas Empire. So they are always finding themselves in good spots. But even while that's going on, you have 2 players from New York that's actually on the A point trying to capture it and play around the objective. And you see Huke, well, He's taking his time on the flank. New York are ready for it. The move to the actual point is going to be there to trade to get the players off the hill. But Mack and Diamondcon popping up in the feed. New York, talk about a team dealing with the pressure well. They have been making plays on offense.
They got pieced by iLLeY as well, the two players on point. Clay wins a nice big one there against iLLeY. Now making his way forward, looking to start to turn the KD around. A is pretty much done. There it goes. A point captured. Over towards B we go now, and Diamondcon. Slow it down, just maintain that control, allow the submachine guns to push forward and start dealing damage to the life count. Oh my word, Huke is killing players lightning speed right now. 17 lives for Dallas to the 13 now of the New York Subliners. NYSL still trying to make their way in towards B.
And they're just getting swarmed. Every single kill seemingly going Dallas Empire's way, but only a 5-life lead, and as we know, it only takes one good play, one clean 4 down to get a win on offense. They're trying to clear out their base. It seems like they obviously know the Crimsix is over by P2, but Crim at least able to trade his life out. New York able to pick up another couple kills, though, and this is the opening. Shotzzy, the last player pushed up.
It was a 3 dead for a brief moment there. Clay can't quite catch it. Diamondcon, will he be able to get the kill? He just about does, but still, there's the reinforcements now from Dallas forward. Diamondcon, he is cutting him down. On the point he goes. No one there to help out just for the time being. Huke's trying to win the fight towards the back end of the plane, and you're off the point momentarily for NYSL. Still trying to purchase that push forward. Huke can reposition by B, and chance. This is it's a very, very delicate balance between not over pushing and not giving away these lives right now, and everyone looking good. 5 lives left now for NYSL.
And right now, you just got Dallas. They're just going to be looking for trades. And, well, frankly, Diamondcon, he needs to play his life up on top of the plane. And so far, so good. That time is ticking, though. And again, for New York, you get one more good shot at this. And keep in mind the position iLLeY's playing. He can go on a late flank whenever he wants.
Oh, my word. Big win there again. Starting to run out of lives. NYSL starting to bleed out. 3 players remaining now. There's another big kill from Crim. This is huge. 17 seconds on the clock as Mack now starts to get the cap. Is anyone there to get the cutoff for him? And he does. It's iLLeY. He finds the kill. Last player left alive, Diamondcon. 12 seconds on the clock. Every kill's a big one. It's 5 lives remaining. The chances of him winning the round are very slim, but stay alive would have been huge. But no, Dallas. Another round. Match point. Dallas Empire.
In Dallas, they have clearly done their homework on this map. I haven't counted because it's been too many times, but even off the opening break when they're on defense, constantly able to send an SMG, flank around through Tetris, and just start shooting players in the back. I have to imagine at least 10 to 12 kills had just been free for the Empire, just shooting players in the back, going on these flanks. Their pressure game has been absurd, and well, Asim, I mean, he's doing his best to match it, 30 and 22. He's had a spectacular map, but obviously now it's about clutching up on defense, which you'd think would be easy, but maybe not so much. But speaking of flanks, Diamondcon delivers, able to pick up a big 2.
Big 2, just about gets away with his life. Clay sadly dies to the native Huke there, so the pressure's still here for the members of NYSL. Oh, that was it. It's last now on Asim. The only player on this side of the map. Here come the reinforcements as fast as they possibly can through plane, but 1 minute on the clock chance. NYSL hold the line if they best they can. Mack wins a big one. Free aim for the second, no one there. Big shots from Mack. Great map he's having so far, 24 and 20. Now straight over towards the yellow crate, straight over to Crim, and Mack is on an absolute rampage. This is big work from NYSL, buying them all the time they need.
Yeah, Shotzzy, by the way, he's got through, but he also put himself in somewhat of a tough spot. Mack gets dealt with, and Shotzzy wins the gunfight he needs to over round A, but maybe has to win a few more. Eventually gets taken down, but Dallas, their trades have been on point all series long, and it certainly is not slowed down. They may be getting tagged up, shot in the back, but they're still just stopping the clock. 30 seconds left for these guys to capture A, and I mean, frankly, they've been having a tough time actually getting to these points.
Yeah, really tough time. This is good work out of NYSL again. 20 seconds, well, 21.6. The clock has stopped. Diamondcon trying to slowly drain that push towards A. Sees the trophy up top, knows Crim's on his way, and here comes a big push from Dallas. Still, get him off the point for a brief few moments. Less than 20 seconds remaining now. Clay making his way forward. Cut down once again. Rough map out of Clay. Mack, though, the rest of the squad certainly pulling their weight. They are on A. Dallas make the first tick vanish. Mack can't quite keep the kills going, and here comes the defensive push. NYSL trying to get him off the point.
And I think you might actually have to defend A, right? You're down by too many lives. If they get the point, they're going to have so much time on the clock, but they got the double stack. They got A street control, and, well, it looks like NYSL, they're going to be chalking it up, but trying to make plays. They can't find anything staring down the barrel of a 3-0 and staring down the barrel of some spawn kills, down by 9 lives, and Dallas have all the time in the world to find these kills.
A lot of time. Just under a minute now remaining. NYSL trying now to deal with Huke. Get him out of the spawn. It's a 2-man push. Oh, iLLeY gets the 2-piece on the other side of the map. So now, capturing the B zone. First tick is gone. No stacks just yet. iLLeY trying to maintain map control, and he does just that. Crim, he's the one getting the cap on the point. He does drop. So, clock will now open up once again. Huke drops on top side of the plane, so you have a little bit of breathing space to work with now for the NYSL. Chance, this is unbelievable. Fighting tooth and nail just to get that final round.
Oh my God, and that scoreboard is ridiculous. Asim getting ready to drop 40 for the L unless they can clutch up here, but triple stack up through the top of the plane, and Asim is going to be the first to fall. You got to imagine the trades on Diamondcon to come in short order, and Huke, well, just doing a phenomenal job of staying alive. 8 versus 2, make it all down to Clay. 9 kills in the entire game, and he needs to get 7. Dealt with, done, and dusted. Empire with the 3-0 on the series in a dominant series win.
Oh my. It's over. It is over. It's done. NYSL, they have been absolutely battered here by the Dallas Empire. The 3-0s continue, and it was a very flat map from Clay. Single digits to finish it out in the kills department. Not a great look overall. And it is all smiles for Dallas Empire. The 3-0s here in the league just keep on going. They're 5th of the season. Chance, I am mind blown. Very surprised indeed. My bracket is also in shambles. Oh my God.
I mean, mind blown is fair, I suppose, for the severity of the series. I'm sure many people picked Dallas Empire to win it, but in the fashion that they did, that was dominant. And just for the fall off that New York had towards the end, I mean, credit to Asim. He played his heart out, played out of his mind, but Empire just looked like the better team through and through. Crimsix, by the way, throwing up 6,700 damage. Not too shabby, but again, it's the team performance. It's across the board. Shotzzy, the number of times you find themselves behind enemy lines, shooting players in the back. Huke was doing the exact same thing. And iLLeY, I mean, throwing up 34 top kills in the lobby, or not in the lobby, at least on his side. It's Asim that took that crown, but a good way to get Major 2 started for Dallas Empire. A hot 3-0 to open up the stretch.
Very hot 3-0 to get things going. And man, I mean, the damage, the kills department, the individual performances, everything looking good there from Dallas Empire. It seems that loss against OpTic, they took that one personally. Let's take a quick look at the Scuff play of the game. It's going to be the final moments from that last round. Again, it was a big effort once again from NYSL to try and keep them off that point, but a 3-1 victory there in the control. It was huge, a 3-0 in the series, and Chance, I'm beyond surprised, mate.
And honestly, I would say the way that Dallas Empire was winning these rounds on offense as well, it was similar to what New York did. It was just applying a ridiculous amount of pressure, whether it's through the plane or whether it's in their spawn. They just kept winning it on lives. So I think we've seen a few different ways that teams are approaching these attacking rounds on offense, but at least towards these final moments, I mean, there's just not much you can do. Again, Clayster, not the best map from him at 9-32 in the final moment. So Empire will be very happy for it, but maybe even more so than the control. When I'm thinking about that search and destroy, they took a map express that they were 1-2 on, going against an undefeated New York Subliners, and they got the 6-0. That is shades of a very different search and destroy team, and I think that might be an interesting thing that the rest of the league is going to have to now pay attention to.
Oh, here's the bracket. So with that 3-0 over the Subliners, Empire will be facing Røkkr in winners round 2. OpTic Ultra, of course, will be coming up next after the break, and the winner of that will go on to play the mighty Atlanta FaZe. Lots more Call of Duty still to be played today. We've got Surge Mutineers and Ravens Thieves still to play in the elimination matches, and mate, I'm still kind of surprised, still shocked, but hey, elimination round 3 for the Subliners is not a terrible place to be. They can still make the run, and again, Inkslash said it. He was like, Subliners, they make the lower bracket fly. That's how they're gonna do it. Let's see if the man is a prophet. But there we go. Quick look at today's schedule, of course. Toronto Ultra
Chicago OpTic. They'll be coming up right after this one, the Major Tournament 2 presented by Zenny Gaming, and this schedule brought to you by the US Army. And I'm very excited indeed to see the remainder of these matches. Chance lots of exciting series ahead of us, and again, unpredictable as ever here in the CDL. I am truly surprised. One thing you shouldn't be that surprised by, though, friends, is the giveaways. All the goodies we're giving you here. Again, if you link those accounts, we're spicing up the rewards, friends. Plenty more to be had here in the Call of Duty League. Spicing up the rewards here for Major 2 by giving away 4 brand new calling cards and a hard carry emblem. Link your Activision and YouTube accounts and tune in on Sunday. That is this Sunday, April 11th, to earn the rewards and show them off the next time you're playing COD. Whew, right, first series done and dusted, my friend. When we come back after this very quick commercial break, Lottie will be talking to Huke the Nuke in our Game Fuel Victory Spotlight. The man went on an absolute rampage, and he's very difficult to kill. And look at this. Wait, look at this. I got his curse. With the 3 O's. They just keep coming. Chance, hire a Witcher or something, man. Get rid of that curse, brother. Anyway, when we come back after the break, Lottie's going to be talking to Huke. We'll see you after the break.
Our heroes can't fly, they fall like shooting stars. Will anyone survive? Dragons take flight above the ice and snow, high in the sky where the cold wind blows. Wings beat down as they beat back foes, flaming hot fire over frozen bones. Good unites against evil they oppose. They ride or die as the legends grow. We must go to sense, feelings our heroes. There are no silence in this combat zone. Beats midair, yeah, it's a chiller. Life and death, yeah, it's a killer. They go round and round as the beat down pounds. Aerial thrills, yeah, it's a thriller. The sky's filled with trauma and all of this drama, portending and impending, yeah. Prestinni, it's dragons descend.
The Call of Duty League is presented by Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The US Army, what's your warrior? Hello everybody and welcome to your Game Fuel Victory Spotlight. Joining me this time I have Huke from the Dallas Empire, and after a quick 3-0 sweep because they respect our time here at the Call of Duty League, love to see it. Huke, I got to quickly start things off here asking you about Moscow Hardpoint and the play that you pretty much made to seal the deal for your team there with the win, that incredible rotation. I want to know what was going through your mind and why you did it when you did it.
Honestly, there wasn't too much on my mind at that point. I mean, it was just we were just in a bad situation. Like, we had the good spawns, we flipped out, we were down 40. So I was like, man, like, you know, I came off spawn, went towards Eskies, I saw my boys about to hit the hill. I was like, all right, this is the time, this is the play. And yeah, I mean, they did an amazing job, my teammates, contesting for me, even allowing me to make that play. But yeah, honestly, it was just like a instinctual play, and it worked out. I'm glad it did. I'm glad it did.
Absolutely, you have the instinct, man. That's to say the least of it. But no, you're right. It is awesome that your team can pick up on that, and you guys work together so well, like a well-oiled machine there, man. But S&D, we got to talk about that because it's been the talk of the town for all of us, the Call of Duty League. We've been, you know, talking about your search game, about how kind of lackluster it's been as of recent. But the 6-0 against New York says different. What have you guys been working on heading into the major?
Heading into the major, honestly, just. For me personally, it's been like just working. I mean, I'm gonna be straight up, like working better with them because I don't feel like I've been working. We haven't been working together as well as we could be, and we're trying to get back into that form of just working together as a team and as a unit. And I know the more and more we play and the more and more we practice those things, and even for me personally implementing like everything they say, and you know. Just working together on top of like, you know, my own games or gameplay and stuff like that. Like, yeah, you know, we're going to be able to do some great things, but just one day at a time, one practice match at a time, one match at a time. And, you know, you just keep going forward.
Absolutely, you build upon it, man, and appreciate your honesty there as well, Huke. We love to see you guys fully formed again. Dallas Empire, obviously, our reigning champs from last season. Best of luck heading into this major.
Shout out my
as
teammates.
you go forward through the bracket. Shout out Empire. Shout out the teammates. Love it. Thanks so much.
Yeah, man. Shout out everyone. Shout out my teammates, man. I love those guys, for real.
Well, there you have it. You heard from Huke the Nuke himself. Absolutely incredible to get his insight on the game as per usual. But I tell you what, we do have an incredible match coming away. I'm sure you Green Wall fans are going to be excited about this one. We got OpTic versus Ultra coming up with Lando and Studdy right after this break.
Our heroes can't fly. They fall like shooting stars. Will anyone survive? Dragons take flight above the ice and snow. High in the sky where the cold wind blows. Wings feet down as the feedback falls. Flaming hot fire over frozen bones. Good unites against people they oppose. They ride or die as the legends grow. We must go to such feelings our heroes. There are no silence in this combat zone. Beats mid-air, yeah, it's a chiller. Life and death, yeah, it's a killer. They go round and round as the beat down pounds. Aerial thrills, yeah, it's a thriller. The sky's filled with trauma and all of this drama. Pretending and impending, yeah. Crash down. It's dragons descend.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by GameFuel. Use code CDL 2021 for a special discount on GameFuel.com. Tournament audio and team listenings are powered by Astro Gaming, the official headset and mix amp of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is presented by Seany, the official eyewear for the CDL. Armour your eyes with Seany Blocks blue light protection glasses by visiting seany.com/gaming.
Working the plant, but Scump again. The man is popping off. 5 in a row. Crim, last man up. 1 versus 3. And he's down. Let's go. Let's go.
Talking about boys. Go, man.
Hi everybody and welcome back to the Stage 2 Major. We are inbound for some wonderful series to continue with what has been a crazy day so far of matches. You see the look there of OpTic Chicago as they will be taking on the Toronto Ultra, what should be a very, very interesting match today. It's myself, Lando, and Studdy providing you guys the commentary on the next two series. Buddy, how you feeling coming into what should be a very interesting OpTic versus Ultra?
I'm feeling good, man. This is going to be a great match. You got OpTic on one side who are trying to build off of that win versus the Empire, and you have the Ultra on the other side who are just coming off of a loss versus the Subliners, trying to bounce back. We'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, man, it's gonna be fun to see exactly like we said how OpTic kind of looks. I know we've had a number of different talking points on this group as of late, but hey, we've been talking about them a lot. Let's go ahead and meet OpTic Chicago.
Mighty Crimsix going normal, looking fantastic. Envoy slaying his way through. Scump from up high, the king. I'm out here doing what they thinking is irrational. Really starting to run that score up. I'm gonna make it back, I'm gonna make it back, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, OpTic Gaming are back.
Chicago are a force to be reckoned with.
And there you have it, Greenwall. That is your team, top to bottom, a scary-looking roster. Every time we get to see them on our screens, but Study what I think it was a big testament was the E-Clasico, the match win that they have most recently versus the Dallas Empire. Looking much better in Stage 3 than in comparison to what we saw in those back-to-back sweep losses in Week 2.
Yeah, those back-to-back sweep losses was not the OpTic that we all know and love. These guys were just, nothing was working for them. Every single player was just playing inconsistent, and they completely wiped that slate. They go into the following week and win both of their series. The first one being in a 3-0, the last one being in a 3-2 versus the Empire. It was just a step up across the board from every single player. Everyone was going huge, and we see Dashy. He stepped up tremendously, and hopefully he's able to do that today.
Yeah, that is one thing that the opposite side, I'm sure, is not going to be looking forward to. And you got a guy like Bruce who's going off the way that we know he can. It can be a terrifying sight to see. But we talked about sight. Let's go ahead and meet Insight and the boys that exist on the other side. Let's go ahead and meet our Toronto Ultra.
Yeah. I'ma get right in my bag. Why you gonna try to get mad? Everybody wanna keep up. Don't you know I move too fast? I'ma zip right past. Drip all on my swag. Why you trying to size me up? You don't wanna try your luck. How does the stove? What did you know? Burn like coal, yeah, you know I go. Way too hot, yeah, really too cold. I'ma keep going till I hit my goals. Better get back when I'm in my zone. Do it for the ones that I know back home. Did it myself, they ain't put me on. Don't you call back if you hear that tone. Yeah. Another level.
And there's a look at the Toronto Ultra again. When we talk about this team, it's kind of been hard to point out like where this team sits right now in the rankings, whether or not what you kind of take from their wins, what you take from their losses. But Study, this is going to be a test for them today.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a test for them. We saw, like I said, they are coming off of a loss versus the Subliners, and they lost that in a 3-1 fashion, dropping both hard points and losing that search and destroy. But the good thing is they clutch up in that control, which was their worst game mode. Vance had an unbelievable performance. He was 25 in 2012 with a 2.0 KD. If he's able to do that versus OpTic, especially in that control, it can be huge for them.
Yeah, always got to be aware of the Bancy Castle. But let's go and take a look at our game fuel keys to victory first for the Toronto Ultra. Give them to me, Jay.
Yeah, you got to start strong and build that momentum versus OpTic Chicago and win that first hard point, man. Usually when you see the Ultra come out and win that first hard point, they go on to win the series. Vance needs to be on point today. Highest hard point X factor for Toronto. KD during wins is a 1.2, during losses a 8.4, and then defenses need to be solid. Their defensive rounds in search and destroy are 9th so far, 11th in control. And usually when we talk about control, defense is the ones that you need to be winning. You need to try to steal an offense, but obviously you're going up against Chicago, who are a phenomenal respawn team. You just need to be on point on both sides.
Yeah, great notes there for the Ultra. We'll now take a look at game field keys to victory here for OpTic Chicago. And what for them, first things first, continue to play making and search and destroy, right? That's been kind of a constant notion for teams like the Dallas Empire for OpTic Chicago. Obviously, we saw what the Empire did in search and destroy. But for Chicago, they've been great recently, right? Winning their last 3. As we talked about at the start of the show, Dashy needs to continue to be that Slayer. We know what this guy can do. His difference from Stage 2, Week 2 to Week 3 was totally different. And then what? ARs need to put the pressure on Insight. If he has an off series, OpTic Chicago should lock it up. And I feel like we've been talking a lot, you know, in terms of of the Toronto Ultra, what kind of needs to be done, because we talk about OpTic Chicago, they get the big victory versus the Dallas Empire, they're looking great, kind of more well-rounded, especially in those search and destroys, but I feel like one guy who has kind of been that player for Toronto Ultra has been Insight, and he can play big in that opening hardpoint study. I think we may have lost Jay, not 100% sure. We'll figure out exactly how things are lining up. But regardless, folks, our maps and modes coming into this series, along with a few of those cheeky vetoes. Big thing is obviously we got Checkmate Moscow, and then a whole lot of Raid. Who doesn't love Raid, right? It's a great map. We see it all the time, and I cannot wait to visit it again. But again, OpTic Chicago, Toronto Ultra. Last time these two teams faced off, we did see a Checkmate hardpoint off the start, and we all know how that one went. It was OpTic leading things, what was like 222-7. So this is a different looking Ultra team.
I'm back.
Oh, Study, you're back. Okay, great. Because I was trying to break things down and it just was not happening. Checkmate hardpoint, as we discussed, kind of the opening one here. Last time we saw it, OpTic dominated. I mean, what do you think Ultra has to do, right? They've been looking good on this map so far throughout Stage 2. They got a 3-1 record on it. But what players do you think have to be stepping up the way that we know they can here for the Ultra?
Well, when we seen the Ultra play the Ravens, actually, in the matchup during Stage 2, it was Cammy going huge with that assault rifle, and I'm expecting him to have the same performance. It's just going to be a lot difficult when you're going up against Forma and Dashy, especially the way that these guys have been playing recently. He needs to be on point, and Insight needs to be his counterpart to fight both of these ARs and try to win some more map control.
And when we talk about Checkmate, oftentimes it can come down to the AR presence, but OpTic Chicago starting things off with the early spawn advantage, and that may be why you're seeing Cammy make that rush up through A Street. He'll be challenging bottom plane off the rip, but again, early plane control, really back and forth, but it's Cammy who eventually makes his way on the flank, drops 3 of his teammates, but he's still going off, ends up dropping to Formal. So a nice attempt early from the Ultra, but it's thwarted in Chicago. They're racking in the second.
Yeah, OpTic they just handle all 4 players. They keep the spawns, so now they're able to build that time off of this P1 hardpoint. You're gonna see Scump trying to play his life, but now that's gonna be 3 down for OpTic. So with 25 seconds remaining on this, they probably will contest this one more time. But as I say that, one player is gonna spawn out. So now you're gonna see the players from OpTic play a little safe, make sure they don't try to flip, but bounce off the rotation. He's gonna be able to make his way through the backside. It's only gonna be one player here to try to stop him, which is gonna be Envoy. Pretty sure Envoy spots him there, but Bance is going to be able to win that gunfight, and just like that, Toronto are able to flip those spawns.
And that's just, like I said, throughout the entire opening HP, you could see kind of the thought process there from the Ultra on how they wanted to try to play this, but they ended up getting the spawns for P2. Formal quickly trying to change that up as he runs into 2 Toronto players. He falls. Next AR up is going to be Dashy, and he is hot off the start, sitting at 3 in a row. Really just trying to buy some time for his teammates, but everybody who enters into his line sight is quickly going back to the respawn screen. Good plays from Dashy, but again, it's just a matter of waiting for his teammates to get there in time. Unfortunately, he falls. Now the rest of the group looks to try to break in from the front.
Yeah, so every single kill right there that Dashy got, as soon as he picked up that kill, one of his teammates dropped, so they were not able to flip those spawns. They still had every single player from Toronto spawning out towards back yellow, so that's why you're going to see them be able to pick up this remaining 20 seconds and potentially put themselves at a 60-point lead so far through our first 2 hard points. They're also winning every single engagement in the kill feed right now. They're trying to set up for that P3 nice and early. You see a couple players trying to push through that A Street. It's going to split both OpTic players up. You have to try to win a gunfight on both sides of the map, but Cammy's going to walk away with that one, and now, once again, Toronto have flipped the spawns.
This is, like I said, this is just one thing that you want to see out of this Ultra group study. It's just the consistency across the entire lineup. I mean, how many times have we talked about in the CDL where you just have one player kind of going off and it's never really enough? You know, one guy who's kind of been on the hot seat recently is Bance, right? He needs to kind of have that performance. Yeah. He leads an X Factor and hardpoint in control, really just an overall KD. So for him to have as good of a start as he is, it's not surprising that they're currently leading in the points right now.
Oh, definitely not, man. Especially with the way that the assault rifles have been playing. You see Kleenex, in his previous life, he was able to eliminate 3 players that were coming off spawn. So he's been aggressive with that submachine gun. So that's good. Now you're going to see Cammy sliding into this hard point. He's able to take down 1. They're just trying to focus for that P4. They're trying to push up towards that A Street. But that number 6 player, who's going to be Dashy, is in a position to try to cause havoc. He's going to back down these players. Stall enough time for Formal to get here. Is Formal going to win the second one? Nope. Scump's going to be there for the help. And initial time should now go to OpTic.
This is when we talk about when you got to really do your homework. OpTic has been dominating on P4 to P5. We'll see how their comms look and really maybe what could be the key to success in these next 2 HPs for them as we go to an Astro listening with OpTic Chicago.
Bam said, nice. Let's go time.
I'm blocking.
I'm laying close time.
Yeah, I'm watching reset. You're the one over low flank. You have it, Brandon?
Yeah.
Low tube and low right. Low tube. They're playing low right.
Low tube can be absolute low left wing, guys.
There's two there. I'm looking low flank. I'm watching low flank.
I have their PT right now.
Low left wing cam right now.
Side plane.
Low flank cami.
Plane dead.
Low left wing one shot, man.
Oh, in plane. Top plane.
Where's top plane inside?
I flip.
I flash him at point.
He's gonna hit me probably.
Yeah.
Hit me point. Dead. One more. There's
trophies. Challenge. Nice.
Top tower.
I'm hitting for new.
Nading over.
I'm going to plane.
They have no trophies. They're stairs right now. They're
Top
stairs.
tower inside.
In plane dead. Or Vance got me in plane.
Oh, one shot plane. One shot plane.
No trophies, guys. No trophies.
Left wing, guys.
Wait, we peek out left wing.
Right wing, Vance.
Throw shit, guys.
Lay down right wing.
I'm chucking shit hill.
I'll see right wing.
Trophy no.
Yo, tower.
Under right wing. Vance weak.
Right wing.
He's under right wing.
Right wing still there. He's still right wing. He went top right wing behind you, Brandon.
Top lane, Vance. Top lane, Vance.
Needed time.
Yo, he's low plane, Vance. Low left wing.
One shot plane stairs inside.
On you.
Plane stairs inside.
Vance hurt.
We're chilling.
I can get plane steps.
We're chilling. One still left.
Back for feed on one shot.
No trophy at time.
I'm camping in plane.
I don't see no left.
One was back.
Plane
I hit time.
Well, we headed into the comms, talked about how this could be OpTic's opportunity, as it has been so often recently for them to really kind of break open this game, kind of maybe even up the score line, as they're currently in so far throughout their checkmate hardpoint in P4 to P5. They're averaging 90 seconds more than the opposition. But Study, it's a different story right now versus the Ultra.
Yeah, the Ultra right there, when they were OpTic, they were able to walk away with at least a full 60 on that P4. But at the very end of that hard point, Toronto were able to flip those spawns and eventually chain that towards P5. That's why you see the lead that they have currently. But right now, you're going to see a couple OpTic players just trying to pick up some time in P1. All they have to do is just try to locate inside so they can flip these spawns. And Formo, he's going to find them, but he's going to drop that engagement. So now the job is going to be on Dashy. Is Dashy going to be able to locate Insight? He's just wrapping around wood. Insight is taking his sweet time, but Dashy's going to come up behind him. And just like that, OpTic are going to have spawns. They are winning gunfights in P1. They should be able to take the lead here pretty shortly.
Yeah, and that gunfight was so huge. I think Ultra, they were holding on to a few of those kill cams, just waiting maybe if he wins the 1v1 there versus Bruce. Could be a different story, but again, a major kill comes in from Dashy. Meanwhile, Toronto trying to grab a few of these seconds, but Envoy is causing chaos right now inside of the plane as 3 drop instantly out of Toronto. We've got ourselves nearly a tie game coming into this next rotation, but Study, we know how P2 works, man. Despite Ultra's clever play on the flanks last time around, this is where OpTic can really start to take a solid advantage at our money hill at yellow crates.
Yeah, they just got to get the hold. They have to hold these players from Ultra, trying to push through blue, and so far, Scump and Formo are here to answer it. That's going to be 3 down now for Ultra. The only player in the position is going to be Insight, but he's just waiting for his teammates. He doesn't want to push for a solo push. Formo on the opposite side is just catching all the players off spawn, so all this time is going in favor of OpTic. It's looking like they're going to be able to walk away with a complete 60 on this P2.
Yeah, the AR's causing issues. Is really... Once you are trying to go over to P2, if you're spawning out, it's really like a no man's land, man. We talk about how open at times checkmate can be. Of course, I bite my tongue quickly as Ultra do manage to break on in. They shut down the ARs, and really ever since then, that's where the chaos can start to occur. But Envoy finding a nice double toward that side wing, bottom B wing, causing problems over at that next rotation. So somewhat of a split currently for Ultra. One player ends up dropping on the other side, and now they know exactly where they're coming from. You see those arrows start to focus up. Things currently looking good right now from Chicago. You know, we talked about for a moment how maybe that P4 to P5 could have been their bread and butter, but they're able to lock things up. Again, we can't talk about it enough. Dashy goes big, and now they've got the advantage. Ultra now working heavily on the back foot as Cleanix is sitting on 3 in a row.
Yeah, so Cleanix is just sliding around with that submachine, just trying to keep these players from OpTic off of that point. No one right now is gaining any time. You're going to see a couple players from OpTic trying to push around from both angles. They're going to try to flip these spawns out so they can get that favorite spawn for P4. But 2 are going to drop now for OpTic. Envoy is going to be the only one on point. Dashy, unfortunately, he's going to drop the Cleanix. So now time is going in favor of the Ultra. With only 10 seconds remaining, they're going to be set up for that P1. But as I say that, Insight is going to drop. So this might be the opening that OpTic needs to just flood the front side of yellow and try to break through the front side.
This could be Toby's time. They line up. That's going to be 5 in a row for Cleanx. A major play as he has been dominating toward the bottom side of the plane. And right where Cleanx leaves off is where Bance is there to prey on the opponent. As Ultra fighting back now here toward this A street. We talk about that next rotation as well. That's where Toronto is betting all of their chips. As one drops, trying to go for the side flank. Insight, he's picking up kills left and right as well as center. Cleanx watching over his longtime teammate as well. Toronto, they're making this one a game.
Yeah, Ultra fighting back in this one, and the entire time they have not been able to flip those spawns if you're OpTic. All the players that were pushing around the left side, Bance was winning all those engagements, but 3 are going to drop now. So going to be 10 seconds remaining on this P4. But this is job well done on the Ultra. Now it's all about just trying to set up for the hold. That's exactly how you want to do it. Put 2 players down from OpTic. Now they're going to spawn all the way out. They're going to force a couple solo pushes out of the players. And so far, it's looking like Ultra are going to be able to walk away with the lead in a couple seconds here in this game.
Well, I mean, what do you think OpTic has to do? 50 seconds left. You're trying to get top plane control. What's the play here from OpTic to at least try to dilute a lot of this time right now from Toronto?
No solo pushes. You need to open up an engagement, but unfortunately, you're going to see a couple engagements go down in plane. But it's all about just chaining those kills together, forcing out the players to spawn out. That's where you're going to see what Envoy's doing. You have a couple players pushing out the front. They're going to force all the players from Ultra to keep spawning out towards backwood. But right now, if you're OpTic, all you have to do is basically contest this and then play for P1. And that's what it looks like they're going to be doing. They're trying to set up for that next plane hill, but not give up as much time to Ultra here.
Of course, Ultra not able to win it, really even get too close toward that 250-second mark, as they'll be happy to grab the last few seconds, but you notice Dashy instantly focusing his attention. As many kills as he can get off of spawn are going to be helpful as OpTic look to try and bring this one back inside a top plane. Ever patient is Envoy, waiting for one of the Toronto players to reveal their positions. Gets the timing, unfortunately. Not going to be able to drop Insight. One player drops toward A Street. That's 3 down again for Toronto. Insight, while the kill is nice, he's going to try to buy some time for his team. Again, another lead change. Here comes the contest. It's Scump, the king, hanging out in the cabin as he falls. Formal, the T2P teammate, trying to watch over his fallen compadre as the fights only continue. 228 to 226. It is a bloodbath going on in top of the plane right now, Stud.
As long as it just stays contested, now OpTic know that Ultra can no longer win here. So you're going to see Envoy just play his life. They know that they have the spawns. It's all about just playing safety from here on out. You do not want to die off this rotation to the next P2 hardpoint. Formal's going to open up with 1. Envoy's going to get traded, but Formal's going to equal that out by getting the second. So now OpTic are going to have full spawns for that P2. Ultra have 1 to 2 good pushes if they want to try to break into this one. You're going to have to send everyone around blue. Formal's going to be there to shut it down, but that's how you're going to start it. Cammy's going to open up with 2, try to take down the third, but eventually he's going to drop. There's only going to be 2 players in the position to try to stop this push. Can they get it done here?
Oh, and Cleanx, he drops. That could have been the opening. That could have been the opening for Toronto. Nobody's going to be close to the point in time, and OpTic will hold on here in the opening hardpoint. But boy, was it close. Boy, was it close. At times, Toronto, man, they look like they may have figured it out. They've been so good on this map so far throughout stage 2. But again, we know how solid the team on the other side has been. OpTic Chicago now improving their checkmate hardpoint record to 6-0, Study.
Yeah, and it all comes down to that P5 hardpoint. Obviously, OpTic did not do the best job on the second rotation for P4, but they were able to break that in for the last 10 seconds. But the way that they were able to just contest that P5 from the front side and not allow Toronto to be able to close the map out there, once they were able to contest that, they rotated all the way back to P1. They contested down to the wire. It's going back and forth, but they kept the spawns for that P2. Formal was sitting back tube, just playing his life, making that heads-up play to make sure that they were able to close out that map.
Talked a lot about Dashy, puts in nearly 6K damage throughout the hard point. Also goes, +7 in this one as well. I know we talked about it kind of at the start, right? Toronto Ultra, they need to come out swinging, right? Because in terms of their victories, their 5 wins so far have come through a Game 1 hard point, each and every single one of them. Based off the play there, obviously we see a close HP. Does it make you change your opinion about Toronto after that?
Not really, because you're going into a search and destroy, and OpTic have been looking crazy in their last 2 matches as a search and destroy. So if they're able to bring that same intensity, like the way that they beat Dallas Empire, Ultra are gonna need to respond and respond quick in these rounds. If they
You heard the man. You heard the man. Search and destroy. It's going to be the key so far for Toronto. Can they start to bring it back, or will OpTic's strength and search and destroy only continue here in the stage 2 major? Coverage only continues, folks, right after this quick break.
Hey, right now it's proof, right? And all of a sudden, huge explosion comes in, and it's like, no! And this cold chaos is shitting. And it's going, no! And I'm like,
Download now. Why do we fight? The true question is, what is worth fighting for?
Hey, what's up, guys? It's your girl Sean, aka Sean J Gaming. The second major of the 2021 season has arrived. I think we're going to see some pretty interesting matchups this week, especially with the amount of roster changes around the league. These matches are just going to get more and more competitive as the weekend goes on. OpTic started off pretty rough in the earlier stage, but regained over the weekend. As an OpTic fan, I'm hoping they'll be able to maintain that same energy and put on a show. One team that I really have my eye on due to their newest player addition is Røkkr. Standy came out swinging in his first match against OpTic and overall seems to be making everyone around him better as well. It will be quite interesting to see how he will manage in bracket play. The top 5 teams in the league are very close in standing, so the second major can go to almost any team who comes out hot, as we saw when FaZe got upset by the LA Guerrillas and OpTic being upset by Minnesota and Florida. But obviously not being biased and going off overall performance, I think to end it off on Sunday, we're going to see Standy and the Minnesota Røkkr take on FaZe and the Tiny Terrors in the finals. With the way they've been playing, I would absolutely love to see a big upset from Minnesota.
Welcome back to the Stage 2 Major presented by Zenny Gaming. We are in the midst of a phenomenal series currently going down between OpTic Chicago and the Toronto Ultra. I tell you what, Study, I mean, that opening hardpoint, it definitely kind of made me think a few different things. One guy was kind of having a few great performances. We're talking about insight here for our Astro social soundboard. Of course, we talked about the Røkkr going on Twitter and saying, hey, can't wait to play in my first major. How sweet, Study. It's great to see, man. He's hype. He's delighted.
Yeah, you love that, man. When your rookie player who's making his very first appearance is just excited to go into a major, you can just tell his confidence is through the roof. He's taking a deep breath, just making sure he lets go of that map number 1. They need to be able to bounce back in this map number 2, because the way OpTic have been looking in their search and destroy is just no hesitation. You saw Scump last week versus the Empire. He was making play after play with that submachine gun. Ever since he lost that 1v1, the guy was just mad, and hopefully when you're going up against the Ultra, he doesn't run into one of those situations again, because he's a totally different player when he's mad. You can just tell by the end of that Dallas Empire series. But in this search and destroy, it's all about those mid-game adjustments, all about who's going to be able to take the most risks and rotate those bombs quicker.
Yeah, that's a great call, man. And I know, just to quickly jump back on Insight for a moment, I know, but you said kind of having a quick breather, maybe some short-term memory after the hard point, because really his thoughts have been pretty good so far in the search and destroy. He's currently locking up the #1 search and destroy KD at a 1.64. So I know we talked about it, not just through the respawns, but the ARs are really going to have to try and deal with the pressure of what has been an incredible rookie pickup out of the Ultra. But here we go, flying in for round number 1. Chicago starting things off on some good old offense, and really for them, Moscow sitting pretty well at 3-1. On the other side for Ultra, Moscow 2-3. So both teams have some reps. We all know how Moscow works, folks, but off the rip, early day damage, nobody dropping as we are 30 seconds in, Study.
Yeah, it's just looking like OpTic are just trying to read these players from Toronto, trying to force a rat back. You're going to see number 6 in Dashy slowly pushing up street. He's going to have an engagement with Inside here shortly. He decides to white peek it. But look at what OpTic are doing. They're sending 2 players through mid. It's looking like they're going to try to fight for map control through this middle map. They're going to force number 2 out of that site. 2 players are going to push right up middle. Cammy's going to be able to spot them. Dashy, is he going to be able to spot Inside? He does, so that's going to be first blood. Now OpTic have B control. There goes the second, and automatically it turns into a 4v2.
It's great coordination out of the OpTic crew there. As Ultra quickly trying to reference back, trying to get rid of what could be a plant, but it's the continuous success out of OpTic Chicago as 4 up and 4 down. They clean up this first round, and I gotta say, man, I think it kind of comes down to that play in mid where Cammy has the opportunity to shut down 2, gets the hit markers, and I think that Insight actually turns in that moment over at Back Boulevard. That kind of frees up Dashy for the pick, but again, little fights like that can make all the difference. Solid start early from OpTic, though.
Yeah, and based off that first round, just opening up with the first blood was Dashy, and that's one thing that we saw out of OpTic Chicago last week in their search and destroys was just that first blood percentage between Dashy and Formal. Whenever they were opening up with the first blood, they usually were able to close out that round, and that's exactly what they were able to do there. Just pick every single player from Ultra apart in those individual gunfights. Now you're going to see Ultra being aggressive over towards B. The positioning out of OpTic. Gonna have full A control. One player's gonna be plat, so he's gonna back down. But Scump is in such a great position to try to cause some havoc, but unfortunately he's gonna get red and get dropped.
Nice plays for Toronto. Instantly going for the offside hit over it. But you know it's kind of changed over time, but strategy is continuing to be changed up as we'll look at what the retake could be from OpTic. Bomb still yet to be planted. Patient play out of Toronto. Will that come to bite him, or is it just going to set him up even better? Insight off to an early 2. Dashy and Scump only can provide the callouts for now. It's Formal able to drop 1, but it's the instant trade there for Kleenex. As Envoy, last player alive, he drops as well. Back-to-back offenses.
Yep, this is just that long push over towards B. Another first blood. This time it goes in favor of the Ultra. So they forced the players from OpTic to wrap back. Dashy, he tried to get a little too aggressive on that street side. I would like to see him just play slow with Formal. Just try to hold down that line. But they probably were expecting Ultra to be planning. The fact that they took so long to even try to work that bomb down definitely caught OpTic off guard there. So now you're going to see OpTic on offense. What are they going to decide to do? They're going to switch up the pacing, try to be aggressive towards A. But just play it slow and work for another first blood.
I know that we talked about it to start. What our keys to victory? On Ultra, they've got to play solid defense, man. They're just sitting at, I think, what, one of the lowest round victories on defense and search and destroy. Same thing with control. So you're really looking at them to put themselves in a good spot. When you're constantly put in situations where you have to win offensive rounds, it just is always going to be problematic. But again, the stage 2 major, opportunity for things to begin to change up as OpTic still set here over at A. Just waiting for somebody to reveal themselves, waiting for the early pick opportunity, and it may have come just for a moment. They're on to Kleenex. Is Formal over at that jump up. Is going to have some information that somebody is in the back, but you look, Envoy making the play through the flank. Unfortunately, he does get cut down, so good read there out of the Ultra boy.
And now you see the rotation coming in out of OpTic. Look at the positioning out of Dashy. He's going to be able to push up all the way to street. He's going to get past that guy on plat. The guy plat, he's going to be able to spot a couple players making that cross. So he's going to be able to give that information to his team. But what can Dashy do? From inside B, he can make a play. He can go behind a couple players and shoot them in the back. But he's just going to take his time. He's going to try to work this bomb plant. Cammy's going to go and take down one Vance with the trade. Now it's all left up to Dashy in a 1v3. Not just enough time to get this bomb down, and they're going to drop that round. I love the positioning out of Dashy there. I would have just liked to see him take more of a risk there and just get the map control, because you saw a lot of the players. Obviously, he can't see what we can see, but all the Ultra players wrapped all the way back towards A, thinking it was going to be an A push, so Dashy had that opening. Maybe if he doesn't hesitate and pushes out that back street, the round's more winnable for OpTic there, but they lose that offense, and now Ultra up 2-1.
And we can just talk about it, too. I mean, what if Envoy is able to commit that flank, but he finds a pick that breaks open the site? We talk about how often. I mean, how often do teams not just have to prepare for OpTic Chicago? You're talking about the slang frenzy, their strength and respawns, their new life found recently in Search and Destroy, but you just got to plan for somebody like Envoy, man. You talk about his ability on the flank, his ability just to kind of mitigate spawns, his communication, utterly unbelievable. But Good read there coming out of Ultra. As quickly we jump into this fourth round, and it is Scump finding the early pick on to Bance, as now the rotation is inbound for the Ultra. They're sitting too strong over at B, but you are OpTic, you've got the numbers. Some early fights going down. It sounds like over at the Boulevard, or maybe even a few bullets beginning to echo throughout Moscow. Is CleanX finally feeling somewhat of some comfort, but in the objective.
Yeah, so now it's a 4v3. It's all about setting up a pinch if you're OpTic. Trying to locate at least one player and then play trades from that point on. So they're all going to hit from the same direction. Flash is going to come in. Cammy's able to open it up with a kill. So now it's going to turn into a 3v3, but OpTic are in the site. It's all about winning these engagements from here on out. Formal's going to open up with one, so now it turns into a 3v2. Insight's in a great position. He's going to turn it into a 2v2. Is he going to get the second? Yes, he does. Now in a 1v2 situation for Formal with only 10 seconds. He's going to find both players. One through the bus stop, and he's going to be able to pick up the fuse. Good round out of OpTic, just playing the trades. Obviously, it doesn't go in their favor with Insight getting that 2, but the guy was just so weak. Formal comes around that corner, shoots 6 bullets, able to take down both and win that defensive round.
That was just so funny to look at, man. Just 2 players pop up. Yeah, no problem at all. Wonderful plays coming through from Formal. I really hope production doesn't screen cap my reaction to that play, because I literally threw my hands up in the air. Oh my goodness. You're not going to see a play like that happen all that often, but wonderful plays coming in from Matthew Piper, right, to give Chicago 2-2 scoreline. Currently 3-1 in first bloods right now from Toronto. They're actually one of the worst first blood teams in the entire CDL. Now, screw it. I think they're actually the worst team in the CDL at first bloods, but Formal having other plans in that last round. Now we come into another offense. We've been talking about the A hits. Last time it worked well for Ultra, locking things up over at A, but seems to be the mid-push early here from Chicago.
Yeah, and this one's going to be a little different. There's not a single player from Ultra to try to watch this push. Cammy does have an off angle. But Dashy's going to be right above him. Dashy, unfortunately, is going to drop, so Cammy's going to be able to reposition himself, get himself out of that position. Unfortunately, he's going to get traded, runs right into Envoy, now turns it to a 3v3. But the bomb is still looking like it's going to go towards B. And as I say that, they're wrapping back, so that number 2 player, who's all the way in the back of their spawn, is going to leave number 4 in CleanX all by himself. CleanX, once again, has to go big at this site, able to take down one. Both players are going to be there. Now it's going to be a 2v2.
2v2, and you see one player inside. He's trying to just get over toward this site because, unfortunately, his teammates, they're dropping like flies. It all comes down to the Røkkr. Trying to take down T2P, but it will not work out in his way. OpTic, they go for the rotation. I think at that moment study, I was like, maybe this works out. Maybe this could be their chance. But again, they have that mid-map control. They got some flexibility to move that objective where they want, and clearly they make the call, or rather, they make the right call there.
Yeah, they just hit out that site. They know that CleanX is the player that likes to play the outskirts on that A site. So he's always going to be that player at that position. And once they made a lot of noise at B around middle map, you're going to force a couple players from Ultra to wrap back and make sure they're not leaving any openings. And they just timed that perfectly. Unfortunately, Envoy did drop there, but it was traded immediately. They get the bomb down, and they both win those one-on-one engagements to close at that round.
Now if you're Toronto, again, we continue to talk about the offenses for them. When you see a few trophies, you're seeing quite a few players instantly make their presence felt over at A. You got a 3-1 split right now from Chicago, which isn't all that uncommon. Based off the objective,
Dashy's got to play his life.
And Dashy has to play his life, but based off the objective, the B push should be inbound. Insight maybe going for somewhat of a bait, just trying to allow for players maybe to get that side peek. But as you called it, Stud, this could be Dashy's opportunity to make a play and put OpTic Chicago up 2 rounds.
And that's one thing that we saw out of OpTic last week, was just they were putting Dashy in the back of the map. They're just like, listen, just try to pick up a first blood. Just make sure you're playing your life so at least we have the advantage if we do take some gunfights in our favor. But 30 seconds remaining. This is such a slow push out of the Ultra. OpTic have no idea what's going on, but they're going to be able to spot one player at A. So that's going to force number 5 to rotate. This might be the opening that the Ultra need. Dashy, he's not going to check the bomb, so they're going to get this free B bomb plant.
You see Dashy, his arrow just instantly turns around. He's like, wait, didn't we just get call-outs that they're at the other side of the map? Nope, joke's on you. But Dashy does find the first blood. Kind of a odd situation to be in. I don't think the Ultra were anticipating him to already be on that rotation. So quickly that leaves Bance in a 1 versus 4. His presence is known. and nobody from Chicago, despite the passive play from Ultra, the kind of the quick read over at the other side of B. It's not going to work out, but I think Standy is kind of based off the play from Dashy, right? He makes his way up toward the boulevard. I don't think that they expected him to already be kind of flanking once the communication comes in that, hey, we see insight over at this side of the map, but just well played from Dashy, and as you called it, that was kind of the big conversation for OpTic and their search and destroys was at time Dashy getting picked off, not playing his life well, but that's the definition of what you need to see out of Bruce.
Yeah, right there, he just gets the job done. And if you're Ultra, you definitely thought that you had full control of Street because nobody was showing face besides that one player on your team who forced all those players to wrap back towards A. But Dashy just pushes through that street, gets great positioning, eventually gets the hat trick on the round. But look at OpTic. You have a 4 spree out of Formal, a 3 spree out of Dashy, and a 3 spree out of Scump. Guys are just playing next level S&D right now, playing such as a team. Once again, they're going to fight for mid-map control. Advance is going to open up with the first blood.
Up with that short-term memory from map 1 to map 2. How about from round 6 to round 7? Nice early pick from Ultra, and again, we're talking how scary this could be, how great OpTic is in control, with how well-rounded they've been in Search and Destroy. It can really put teams in a bind. This is Toronto's opportunity to try to get back in the Search and Destroy. This is where they need it, but Formal able to drop a few off the start. Trades, for the moment, work out in Chicago's favor, but it's all up to Scump in a 1 versus 2. So the team fight works out, but still a man down. How great has Scump been in these clutch situations? He's going to try to reference back, but he cannot get down the stairs. Ultra, they secure a much-needed round, stopping what was 3 in a row out of the opposition.
Yeah, OpTic, once again, they were fighting for mid-map. This time, Bance, he read it perfectly. He saw that there was no players pushing the outskirts out of the call-out from his teammate in Kleenex. So he backs up to Estes, gets 1, and able to play his life. So it just scatters OpTic a little bit. They try to get a little overzealous and be a little aggressive. They turn it into a 2v1, but Scump wasn't able to walk away with that one. So now they're going to be up 4-3, going in on defense. Let's see what Ultra try to do on this offensive push. It's looking like they're going to commit towards B. And once again, Dashy, his life is really important to try to hold these players off. Even if he's able to gain that information, just back it up. And that's exactly what he's going to do, give the call out to his team. It's looking like they're going to be aggressive through this A site this time. At least Envoy's trying to, but number 3 in insight, he's patiently waiting for that push.
And with that play, this is a great sequence right now from Ultra. Only problem is that Envoy has been waiting here in this corner the entire time. Does find the nice pick, but it's insight there for the trade. Great work coming in from the rookie, as Bance will be there to put in the objective. 3 versus 3. And OpTic now off of the rotation. We'll see how they look to break this. Again, time's starting to tick away. They've still got quite a few seconds to work with, but fortunately in Search and Destroy, just when you think you've got time, it starts to go away. Dashy with the peek. That's going to free up Scump over at the site, and now it's all on to insight. He's been this best Search and Destroy player based off of KD so far, but a 1v3 is all the difference. Hanging on the escalator, and quickly he drops as well. A great sequence there from the Ultra, but an even better 3v3 retake out of OpTic.
I just love the teamwork that OpTic have been showing in Search and Destroy, man. Every single push is coordinated. They all run back to their base, and they're like, we just take control of our side. We eliminate any player from pushing that flank or just being on our side of the map. They both win their engagements, and they were just fighting it as a team, man. And that's one thing that we were expecting out of OpTic in these Search and Destroy games, is just make sure the teamwork is there. Yeah. And recently, it has been, and it's been showing in this game mode for them.
I feel like that first pick that they get obviously makes all the difference. It frees up the site, and Kleenex, you just can't afford to drop in that position. Stuck by the times Ultra, they can be so aggressive, especially in maps like Raid. But great play from Dashy. The Boulevard has been dominated by Bruce, but here comes Kleenex. Does find the pick onto Envoy, but for Chicago, they still do have man advantage. It's a trade, but because of that early pick coming in from Dashy, they do have the 3 versus 2. And it's currently a 1-to-1 split right now from Toronto. Amy over at B, Bance over at A, and here comes the push. Amy going to be prepared, able to drop Dashy off the rip. He gets the punch onto the second. Formal will be there to overall trade it out, but a great sequence coming in from the cam man, and I think Bance might have spotted him. Bance spots him. Formal tries to jump out. But a sigh of relief coming in from the Toronto camp. What could have been the closing round gets halted here from Cammy.
Yeah, Cammy was able to make that tremendous two-piece and keep his team alive in this game. That was just all about timing right there. He saw Dashy, a nade comes in, it just explodes a little too late, so the information doesn't go towards OpTic there that he was in that position. So Cammy makes the play. Now it's all about making a play on offense. They did drop a first blood there to Dashy, so just try to eliminate that street engagement versus him. But it's going to look like they're going to commit once again towards B. Taking their time. This time, Dashy has a little help. And Scump playing that side as well. But what do Ultra do? It's looking like they're going to commit towards this B site. And get right in this window. Scump should gain all that information that players are jumping in. That's all about what can Scump do from this position. He's going to take some shots. Able to take down one. Trying to go for the second, but he's going to get traded. Now it's a 3v3.
And great cover usage out of the King. King Mattress was his best friend there in that moment, but the great play out of Insight, and we could see the bomb rotation. Player 7, Envoy is going to be on the flank, but Insight's going to read him. What timing out of Toronto there. What very well could have pretty much ruined the entire round is now going to leave Ultra in a 3 versus 1. It's all going to come down to Dashy. Trying to find the early pick on the Insight, but no information found. This is going to be a task and a half here, Study, but it looks like we've got ourselves a round 11.
Yeah, Dashy's probably not going to give up this kill. They're probably calculating these, making sure that OpTic do or have the chance at getting defense. So he's just going to play his life, try to pick up a couple kills, but this round is going to go in favor of Ultra. So we're going to have a round of 11.
Feels good.
Like I said, I just don't know. Yeah, feels great. Just don't know who's going to walk away with defense. But the way that OpTic is playing this, the way that Dashy is, it's looking like if he died, then they would have switched that up. So I'm expecting OpTic to go into this round 11 on defense. What can Ultra do on their offensive push once again?
Yeah, I mean, it's really just been that portion of the map for them so far, but nice pick from Inside again. Just really, for me, it comes down to that play for Envoy. When you look at this sequence, right, they're trying to make the bomb rotation. He's in such a great spot. He's at least going to find Cammy, you like to think, but Inside makes the call. Quite literally living up to his title, and as you called it, Study, Ultra starting this round 11 here on offense.
Yeah, so now it's all about what adjustments can OpTic do. How are they going to play this B bomb site? Because so far, Ultra are loving it.
They're going to go A.
It's looking like they're going to switch it up this time. They're going to commit towards A. Now OpTic are only going to have 2 players here, and they're doing it really aggressive. They're going to be right through Eskies. Here comes Ban straight out towards the site. Envoy's going to be on the outskirts. It's all about what can Formal do to help him. Envoy's going to drop, so now Ultra have full control of this A site. OpTic need to try to break in.
They've been able to retake this before, but again, bomb yet to be planted. Bance quickly realizing the objective may be the focus, but look, it's the site rotation again. They're making their way through mid-map, and Scump, he's trying to give the call out to the team, saying, hey, I at least hear a few of them. I hear some steps, but it will be the quick push over at B. The quick change of events. The quick change of events, they're going back, and Scump finds the pick. Back and forth we go. The pendulum continues to swing as Toronto finally will get the plant here over at A. OpTic quite literally having a headache once this round comes to a close, but will it be for good reason? 2 versus 3, all left up to the ARs, and Insight puts in the work onto Formal and says goodnight to Dashy as well, as Toronto stay alive here in the search and destroy, winning 3 straight rounds and clutching what was a chaotic round 11 on offense.
Man, and just keep in mind, it all comes back to that 5-3 where Cammy picks up that 2-piece in the window. If he doesn't do that, the map is done, man. Then they get it all the way to a 5-5. They got OpTic's brains doing so many things. They wrapped it to A. They started off aggressive on A, then wrap it to B. Scump gives the call out, forces all the players from OpTic to wrap back. And then they immediately just go right back to that A site. Just had OpTic on their toes. They weren't ready for it. Great play call out of Ultra to now tie up the series.
We talk about, man, well, I mean, to take down this OpTic team, you got to do some crazy things from time to time. And
there was a lot of rotations.
There was quite a few rotations, but hey, man, they get it done. Again, winning 3 straight rounds. Great plays from the Ultra. Really, so many clutch sequences, which is what you got to see at the major. That's when it comes down to it, right? You got to make those big plays. But Ultra, they bought themselves, at least that game 4 hardpoint. And we talked about themselves on Raid, how that works out from time to time. But again, we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves. Let's take a look at our U.S. Army tactical play. This one coming in round 11, right? We're talking about Toronto. What are they going to do on their opening offense study? You're saying, hey, like, we've seen a lot of support kind of toward that B site so far. How does Chicago play this? And I mean, really, we don't have to talk a whole lot about Chicago. It's really just what Toronto was able to pull off because, I mean, they were just constantly maneuvering throughout the middle of the map.
Yeah, they must have gained that information when they were trying to rotate towards B, that they saw Scump at plat. So Scump was going to give all that information to his teammates, and that's why they started the rat back. But as soon as they do that, they immediately turn it around. Scump reads it. Unfortunately, he was only able to take down one, but it was job well done. They get control of this A site. They force it into a 3v2. They make Formal overextend right there, and then now it's a 3v1 for Dashy. Great shots out of Insight. He didn't switch up his positioning right there and was able to close out that map. Now we have a tied series, man. Good series. Good
series indeed. And I know I kind of talked about this a moment ago, but again, we've got Control Raid up next. And I know that you kind of told me coming into this series that you like that pick for Toronto. Quickly, before we head to a break, why is that?
It's because last time they played it versus the Subliners, they won 2 offenses. And that's something versus a team like the Subliners that you don't really expect because they're such a well-rounded team. But they were just able to do that. And like I said, it was on the back of Benjamin Bance. 25 and 12, 2.0 KD. Can he do it again?
Yeah, that'll be the question coming into Control. We've got ourselves a good one, folks, here so far at the Stage 2 Major. It's been a lot of 3-0s, but we at least have ourselves a guaranteed Game 4. But it's Ultra, it's OpTic continuing here on Raid Control when we come back.
Call of Duty League is presented by T-Mobile, now America's largest and fastest 5G network. Set your sights on the competition with T-Mobile, the leader in 5G. Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is presented by USAA Insurance. We offer insurance that's made for the military community to help them easily protect what they've worked hard for.
Welcome back, folks, to the Stage 2 Major. It is OpTic versus Ultra, and we have got ourselves a great series. Guys, we have to talk about, though, coming into this next Control. What study is going to be Bruce, right? Good old Dashy. Well, we talked about this guy. I mean, the numbers that he has been putting up really kind of throughout the entirety of the season have been electric. We talked about it, after his Stage 2 Week 2, not great, 0.7, then brought it to a 1.3 in Week 3. I mean, really, whenever OpTic's doing well, it's because of their Slayer, Brandon O'Tell.
Oh, man. You just said it, man. During Stage 2, he had a 0.7 in those 2 matches that they ended up losing 3-0 in both of those. But then following week, he bounces back and has such a tremendous series versus the Dallas Empire, drops a 1.3, and overall still, even with the bad performance that he's had so far in a couple of those matches, he's still second overall in KD. You got to just tip your hat off to the guy, man. I had the opportunity to team with Dashy. I knew it from the get-go that he's one of the most raw talent players I've ever played with in my life, and I'm happy to see him succeed.
But that was on that, was that Straight Rippin' when you teamed with Dashy?
Yeah,
oh,
yeah,
okay.
Good times. It was a good time.
I remember that, man. I remember a lot of that hype. But folks, make sure, of course, you're in the lower third below us. Visit the Scump Gaming Twitter to enter their CDL Stage 2 Major Controller giveaway. I'm trying to think. Do I have my Scump here? I do. Hold on. Going below the desk. Here we go. I got my Scump right here, folks.
I got mine too.
Ooh, I still play like an absolute burger in League Play. Study can attest to that.
Mine's.
But hey,
mine's a little nice.
It is nice. Oh, I like that. I'm looking at that. All right. NYSL love. I love to see that, man. But of course, guys, make sure to do that. Well, we talked about Scuff. Let's go and visit the Quick Scope presented by Scuff. And what? I mean, really, we talked about the opening hardpoint. That goes the way of OpTic. So far in Search and Destroy, I know we talked about OpTic's improvements recently, but the 5-3 comeback is granted there for Ultra, now improving their record to 10-10. But Control has been a different story, Study. I mean, what, at one point, OpTic were like 7-0. I know a few of their woes in that week to have kind of made their record a little bit more lackluster, but 10-4, still unbelievably solid. And for Ultra, this has been pretty much their struggle throughout Cold War.
Yeah, it definitely has been their struggle, but like I said, the way that they played this map versus the Subliners, it looks like these guys have put a lot of practice on this map, specifically in raid control. They were able to win 2 offenses, and they were just killing every single body on the map, man. Like I said, Vance was 25-12. If he's able to have that performance again, they should be able to walk away with this one. But like I said, man, OpTic dropping that S&D, they're going to be a little mad coming into this one.
Yeah, they got to be what, somewhat feisty, right? But again, when we talk about what, raid for them statistically, very good. In fact, 7-1,
yeah.
Good. So again, Ultra, they have a lot of reps on this, but they played it 9 times, only 3 victories. But like you said, Bance, I mean, he just continues to be, I feel like, the topic of discussion for Ultra. I know we talked about it in Respawns. He is kind of that leading X factor for them. But excited to see what he can do, as it is going to take a lot to take down this OpTic team, especially in this early offensive round, as it seems to be 4 strong over toward the B point.
And this is where the Ultra need to show improvement. They are currently 11th in defensive holds on Control, and that's exactly how you want to start it. Taking down 3 players right off the rip. It's going to force all the players from OpTic to now wrap back towards A. But CleanX, he's going to be sitting in Zig. He might be able to time this perfectly, but he's going to wait for Formal. Unfortunately, he's going to drop there. So now OpTic are going to have control of this A point.
Like we said, with that early B push, not unorthodox by any means, really just sets up OpTic to get that quick driveway spawn, and now they're over at A. And a solid start from OpTic, as they are 2 ticks through. Ultra, they're going to go and give this one up and realize, hey, somewhat shocked, but over at the other side, you do see Cammy in that position over toward back garage. That is going to keep the players spawning at driveway on the non-preferred side of the 2. And inside, continuing to utilize that tree line sight that, again, we have not seen in a very, I mean, I don't think I've ever seen that except for this year. Formal having some problems trying to take down the rookie, as the early offensive push from OpTic toward the flank is going to be unsuccessful. Trying to deal with Cammy as he gets shut down. 2 going through mansion to make it 1. As 1 player does come off spawn. Formal on the other side is saying, hey, probably going to have to reference back.
Yeah, and that's exactly what he's going to do. His teammates do have better control, so now all they have to do is fight for kitchen. And that's exactly what Formal's going to do. He's going to pick up the submachine gun, able to take down 1, but eventually gets traded. Cammy's going to be there, swimming through the water like a shark, able to take down Scump. Now you're going to see he's trying to push up to that positioning to try to take control of bedroom. He's going to drop that engagement to Dashy. And now all the players from Ultra are going to be stuck inside kitchen. Gunfight still going back and forth. Ultra, they are holding.
Holding indeed, but there's 2 coming in from Dashy off the reload. OpTic's push will somewhat be slowed down, and really with Envoy looking back, that's essentially 2 gunfight wins that Insight has, but he's involved in 3 of those engagements. Another big kill coming in, or the big team fight win coming in from Ultra, as 1 player on the flank, Scump, trying to shut down the push over at Pits. But it is 3 strong right now from Toronto, already pushing up into the base. You see the aggressiveness being shown right now for the boys in purple. OpTic do have somewhat of a lane. A few players off of spawn. Again, it's kind of been this mid portion of the map where the control has been gained that will free up water side. So OpTic, 14 seconds left. Not horribly in terms of the life count right now, but with those 3, it quickly leaves Envoy on an island over toward the water. And that's where Bance and the boys are going for a dip. A great start from Toronto here in the opening defense.
Yeah, Toronto looking like they're going to be able to walk away with this round. And it was just the control that they had over P5. They were winning all those engagements around middle map, which was slowing down the push from OpTic. Every time they were spawning towards bedroom, they were taking their time pushing out towards bottom because they thought there was going to be a player watching over from long distance sights, probably sitting towards back basketball, probably sitting top pocket. But no, Ultra were just fighting for P5, winning all those engagements, just keeping the aggression between the sub players in Cleanix and Bance. Good first defensive hold out of the Ultra.
And a lot of good engagements really coming through from guys like Insight with Bance 7-7 after the first round. I know we talked, coming into this one, how Ultra, their defenses have not been great, as you called it out, Study. On the other end for OpTic, they've been great on attacks. They're currently sitting at 3rd in attack rounds, at the 2nd highest KD in attack rounds as well. So big stop coming through from Toronto early, as we'll now get to see them tested on offense as well. And really, it is nothing off the start. Quick 3-1 differential in terms of the feed, or excuse me, 4-1 differential in favor of Chicago, as it was the A hit early, now referencing toward B. Few good kills, as now it will be the 2-man push over toward Waterside.
Now you're going to see Ultra just try to push up towards B. They have one player who's going to be on the point. OpTic, they have to try to break in through basketball. Ultra do not have a player who's going to be watching over him yet, but Vance is going to get in that position. He's going to win the first engagement onto Formal. But Envoy is able to get the guy off that point, so that's going to stop time from ticking on towards this B point. It's looking like, once again, they're just committing towards it. They're committing towards it, and Envoy is going to be here to cause an interruption. He's able to take down one. He's going to get traded by Insight. Ultra trying to take this B point nice and early. If they open up with this engagement onto Scump in basketball, this can be huge. Scump's able to take down one. Insight's going to go for the challenge. They're able to trade him out. So now time is going in their favor. The perk tick is going to come in, but Dashy's going to be there for the trade.
That was big. I know OpTic was already even playing for the quick A hit, whether or not they were sacrificing B or just trying to be prepared for this push. It does work out well for them. So 23 seconds left. You got to take over at B, but Toronto, they got to get out. They got to do something quick. Nice shots coming in from Dashy. He's able to drop 2. Really just trying to mitigate a lot of this early pressure out of the Ultra, and what could be another play from Dashy, trying to take one down. But again, it's the other flex doing the work. Toronto, they are going to stack the point. They should be good to get this A capture in, but it got a little bit close there, Study.
Yeah, it did. It's looking like they're going to be able to extend this by a minute. Dashy was trying to do everything he can to keep those guys off point and just force it to that round number 3. But here comes the extra time now. Ultra are only down 4 lives. You're going to see the positioning out of OpTic, making sure to take control of bedroom and keeping control of their mid-map. Number 7, he's going to have his hands full, so he's going to decide to wrap it back all the way towards basketball. But 2 kills are going to go in favor of OpTic. Now it's time to play a couple of spawn kills. Scump's able to take down 1, able to take down the second. 14-6 in lives remaining in favor of OpTic. They're not even worried about the 2 guys in the back. Scump's just going to continue on with the onslaught. Able to take down the 2 players once again off spawn. Ultra cannot get out. Both players in kitchen need to make a play. Finally, Scump is going to go down. Now OpTic have a 9 live advantage and are 30 seconds away from tying up this map.
That was one heck of a play out of Scump. When you got one player on one side of the garage, one player on the other, you just know exactly where they're going to be coming from. Absolute dominance coming through from Chicago toward the later stages of this one. As the last player alive is going to be Insight, and the talk about clutches, a 1v10 would be one for the ages. So will be a solid advantage for OpTic. We not just talk about what that streak from Scump, but also when we talk about what could be a round 5, how commonly we see those in controls. OpTic just really looking to build up as many lives as they can, and that'll be a good one. But really, I think so far for me, Study, it was just kind of the early hits over at Waterside, just not really able to get a whole lot, and they just kind of continued with this, right? It was a matter of not really wanting to kind of play over at Ring. They were trying to get this early capture, and you got to, you know, pat the guys in the back and say, hey, we you know, you appreciate the push, but after so long, I feel like you just gotta kind of give it up. Like you said, in the early hits, it's a matter of going Waterside early. Then obviously if you drop, you got the quick spawns over at A. And for them, it was just a matter of continuing going B each and every single time. never really worked out. But again, here we go. A fresh offense, and it will be OpTic on this side now. And a few good nades coming through from Chicago early are going to set up Dashy quite nicely.
It's looking like OpTic are changing it up on this offense. They want to extend that time by an extra minute. So they're going to go nice and early for this 8-point. Insight was able to take down Envoy, but you're going to see Dashy being aggressive on him because he knows exactly where he is. But Dashy now he's going to be the only player here. He's going to drop, so that's going to be 4 dead for OpTic. But Envoy is going to win the huge engagement to now open up this push towards that B point.
We freeze it up and really just kind of setting up his teammates. You see, obviously he's interested in the time, but also just wants to be aware of those future pushes coming in from the spawns. But Dashy, Scump, they're starting to line up for them. Insight really just trying to hold off what is an onslaught right now coming through from the water side of OpTic. But here comes Toronto trying to exploit what are going to be 2 players here. They really handle business with one, handle business with the other. Now it's OpTic quickly back over at A. They've already got some progress. They stacked the point, and that will be A captured in just really a moment's notice.
Yeah, so they got A captured now. They are down by 2 lives. Make it 4 now with 2 players dropping. Make it 5. Cammy's able to take down the second onto Scump. So the only player is going to be Formal. Do they know where he's going to be located? Formal, he's crawling around, but he's able to take down Cammy. So now you see the aggression out of Ultra through Waterside. They were trying to push all the players from OpTic towards that back garage. But once that player drops, now they do have better control. Formal's able to win an engagement towards pillars. Is he able to take down a second? No, he's not. Timing out of Vance might have just came in, but they were able to spot him. So now OpTic are going to be able to get on this point. It's all about just chaining these skills together to be able to close this out.
Yeah, Ultra, they played aggressive, and OpTic, they're trying to make him pay for it. Thankfully, they do find 2, and last player up toward the point is going to be Envoy. Really just trying to stay alive, waiting for his teammates to stay alive, to get somewhat of a gathered push. So he's gaining some good information, also just being a thorn in the side of Ultra. As is CleanX on the other end. That'll be a big 2 from him. Envoy does clean up CleanX from the back. So if they weren't aware of his position, which they are, they're now even more aware of it. As the communication really just continues to be Envoy. We got to get Envoy out of our base. We got to get this guy out of our base. On one end, it's the SMG causing problems. On the other end, it's the continual SMGs from Toronto as well. Back and forth we go, and Envoy is pretty much, as we talked about, the island player hanging out in basketball. Really just looking to make the plays.
He's just stopping the clock. He's just stopping the clock every second, man. He's being such a nuisance in the base of the Ultra. They're just trying to locate him this time. They're going to send 2 players, and finally Envoy's going to drop. But the second tick does come in for B. So now OpTic only have 3 lives remaining. They're going to be able to take down 2 players. But look at number 8. He's going to be able to hit through pillars. 20 seconds remaining. It's all about chaining these kills together. They can still get the job done. Insight's able to open up with 1, so now it turns into a 2v6. Eventually, it's all going to be left up to Scump, and once again, the Ultra holding on defense. We said it before the map. They were the 11th team overall on their defensive rounds of control, and now they have won 2 back-to-back versus probably the best control team in the game. They're definitely showing improvement so far.
They are, man, and it's commendable. It's great to see out of Toronto, and I feel like, again, they've kind of been a hard team to pinpoint. Like, in terms of my predictions, like pick'ems, they have been destroying me. Like, I feel like that's for the team where I just don't know what to say. Like, you know, do they look good coming into this series? Do they not look great? Like, where do you kind of point out this team? And I know versus, OpTic right now, they've played solid up to this point, have been so clutch in that search and destroy. Nearly had the hard point as well, but could see around 5, or it could end here. His offense has really kind of been the story in terms of who can grab the first one. Toronto quickly getting wiped over at A.
That's going to be 4 down now. So now what are Ultra going to decide to do? Are they going to commit towards B? And play like they did in their very first offense. You're going to see Scump able to get out with his life. One was going to be there to help him. But number 7 and Envoy has his hands full. On the opposite side at that B point, it's going to be 3 players from Ultra. Scump's there, and Dashy able to pick up the second as well. So far, the Ultra push is just staggered. You have players all over the map. It's looking like they're trying to go for both points at once. I'd like to see a more team push, try to take control of A, and just extend this time. Because right now, all the Ultra players are all over the map trying to get stuff done on their own terms, and they're just getting picked apart right now.
And again, we see this kind of cross-play over at the garage. Envoy on one side and Scump on the other. Envoy handling business. as Cleaneck quickly goes for the retreat. Does find one onto Envoy, but again, has to go big. Here is Cammy, as Toronto finally making their way over toward the B point. This could be their opportunity, and what a play it would be if they could grab this. The early shots come through from Bance as Cammy watching the money window. He takes down another as well. A few players from OpTic hanging out inside a basketball. Again, they drop 2. If they can get the stack, how great this would be. Bance shuts down Envoy as well. Halfway there, all the Ultra boys is pretty much rubbing salt in the wound so far throughout the kitchen. One more tick left for Ultra. We've got ourselves another minute on the clock.
Yeah, so OpTic do have a 2 live advantage. They just decided we have to give it up. We just didn't put enough pressure on it, and now the time is going to extend to another minute on the clock. But OpTic still do have the live advantage. It's all about how much they can slay out from this point on to try to get that defense in round number 5. Insight was able to open up with the kill onto Dashy. Now you're going to see a couple players from Ultra pushing around the back, so that's going to spawn the players from OpTic all the way across towards basketball. Here comes Cleanex, able to take down Scump. Now the only player in a position is going to be Envoy at Art. Number 3 is going to have a big engagement. He's going to drop it. So Envoy once again making the play in the control, just being a nuisance when his team needs him the most.
With those plays, as you said, he also is going to spawn Toronto on the non-favorable side. They'll have to go through a few players trying to make their way strong through water, but it's Scump with 2. Vance, the only player past the 50-yard line. Time continues to tick away. Chicago strong on defense.
Shots.
And they hold on to it. Amy finds a nice pick. Teammates starting to do the work as well. Here comes the stack.
That's going to be 3 down. Now the stack is coming in. Toronto can still do this. You have 2 players from OpTic spawning all the way out towards P3. Are they going to be able to try to break in from mid? Formal's going to be able to take down 1. The second ticket's already in. It's going quick. It's going quick. They need to get in, and they're not going to do it. Ultra going to close it out. 3-1 on the control and put themselves up 2-1 in this series after such a phenomenal offensive push right there to close that out.
And I know we talked about in their opening offense, it was kind of the continuous plays over at Waterside. Was it wasted? Clearly it was for a reason, man. It was for a reason. They come into this last offensive round here for them. They go Waterside, they're able to grab it, and obviously that frees you up so much time. As OpTic in a world of pain, losing that control. I know we talked about their improvements in search and destroy control. It's been kind of their saving grace. I mean, we talked about their record. They've got one of the best records, if not the best record at this point in control. 10-4, now down to 10-5. Ultra, 5-3 comeback in the search and destroy. The heroics there in that 4th round of control now leave Toronto in that 2-1 advantage, and it's really just consistency across the team. Everybody playing well for the roster, and I mean, what we talk about constantly, Study. I mean, throughout your playing career, when you are on consistent slaying teams, when the slaying is pretty much even across the board, it is so hard to handle it. And OpTic just not strong enough today here in this control.
Yeah, when we were talking about that last round, OpTic, they started off with getting 4 down. It was just the positioning that they were not in. They had nobody that was playing towards bedroom. All they had was the players at the control that had control of Art. So once you give that up, you're going to force all the players from Ultra to just completely hit a straight line straight towards B. Cammy opens up with the first blood. And once they take that point, OpTic knows it's really difficult to hold that A site. Because once 3 players go down, a couple players spawn towards basketball. And from that point on, the stack just come in and Ultra closes it out, man. It's just what a great push right there out of Ultra. If you're OpTic, that one's going to sting.
It does, man. It's kind of sting. And now OpTic backs against the wall, of course. They lose this game. The loser of this series is going to be in that elimination bracket. A lot on the line. When we come back, it is Hardpoint on Raid. Do we see the Game 5 or do we see Toronto close it out here? Well, we'll find out in just a few moments.
You have come for adventure. But the Barons wants to break you. Your axe must be sharp. Your wits must be keen. And your heart must be mighty. Why do we fight? The true question is, what is worth fighting for?
I will fight with honor. My weapon brings justice.
My. Where have we found ourselves? OpTic Chicago, Toronto Ultra. Ultra off of a major control win over on Raid. Now puts us at Toronto within one game of closing out this series, advancing themselves in the winner's side and sending OpTic to the elimination bracket. Study, we're staying on some good old Raid, and I'll tell you what, man. We talked about Hardpoint Raid. We also have to visit what was the first Hardpoint over on Checkmate. Our stats here, as it was, Scump leading the way, not just in slang, but also in hill time.
Yeah, the guy was just doing it all with that submachine gun, especially on a map like Checkmate. He was just staying aggressive in plane, hitting those late flanks, and just winning those close-up engagements versus those assault rifles. Picking up 2 minutes, dropping 30+. Those are like LeBron numbers right there. You got to take your hat off to Scump. But now you're down 2-1 in this series. You basically need to do the exact same thing if you want to force that game 5.
I like the King reference, man. That was good. And I know what, Scump, after the big victory that they had versus Dallas Empire to kind of close out their Stage 2 regular season, he basically said that he was kind of in a slump and how he really needed kind of what were those clutch situations, the big victories that he had and those big wins versus the Dallas Empire. So now we come into Hardpoint on Raid, and I hesitate to bring up the stats, but again, for OpTic, this one statistically has been favorable for them. 4-2 record versus the 1-4 record out of the Ultra, as you see the stats. So from a statistics standpoint, Raid, Toronto, not been too good of a connection, but they have been firing today. And what's that? You've been talking about it a lot. They just seem to be improving in a number of different ways, whether it's just the search and destroy change-ups, the way that they've been playing, and the respawns. They just look like a very well-oiled machine right now.
Yeah, their teamwork right now so far across all 3 game modes that we saw, it's just been on point. The fact that they were able in that search and destroy to wrap the bomb not once but twice in the same round, you can just tell these guys are on the same page. So hopefully in this Hardpoint they're going to continue to do so. But it's going to be OpTic nice and early and towards this P1. It's all about just trying to flip those spawns on its head nice and early. The kills are going back and forth. A team kill comes in, still forcing all of Ultra to spawn out towards back laundry. Eventually, they should be able to get on this hill, but their main focus is just making sure they keep in control of kitchen, keep in control of middle map, so the spawns don't flip.
I don't know about you, Study, but I'm just expecting a total bloodbath in this Hardpoint. Like, I think we're just going to see it come down to a few major fights, a few major situations, and we know the way that Toronto likes to play on Raid. Like, we saw it obviously in that control. We're going to see it. If we do see that final search and destroy as well, this team, they just love the quick pace that comes with a map like Raid. You're going to see guys like CleanX and Bans constantly in the base of the opponents. As CleanX was sitting on a nice spree, he finally drops, but the presence without a doubt felt. As Envoy drops, trying to make the play on the flank, and Ultra, they are set up for new inside a kitchen.
And that's the thing about Ultra, is like right there, you see the positioning out of CleanX. He was so aggressive at Art, but he's just letting his teammates know, I'm being aggressive. I'm trying to catch these players off spawn, just making sure you're continuously blocking that back. And that's exactly what they were able to do. So now they're going to start off with the setup. Insight's going to win both gunfights on the backside, so that's going to be 3 down, make it 4 for OpTic. And now Ultra have full control of P2, 30 seconds remaining. OpTic have one good push if they want to make it, or it's time to set up for that rotation towards that P3 garage.
That play from Insight, man. That was impeccable, right? Between, between 2 ferns, but no joke. Start from Ultra as they just continue to pile on the pressure. And with really this push coming in from OpTic, they will spawn now on the other side. And that is not favorable, right? If you are the OpTic guys, right,
No.
you're going to be able to grab these last few seconds, great. But it's about that rotation now towards Garage, which Ultra now have in their hands. They've also got quite a good spread right now throughout the middle side of the map as Bance falls that will allow for OpTic's push to be a little bit easier. But good plays early from Ultra. We'll see if they can capitalize on this P2 to P3 chain.
That's all about how fast can they break into this one, because right now, Ultra, they are winning their rotation battles. They are winning the first engagements to be able to open up with some time. Vance is able to take down Envoy. Dashy's in a contest spot, so now he's just trying to play his life, wait for his teammates to get there. Formal's going to be there for the help. Dashy's going to win his engagement, and now OpTic have control. But for how long? Here comes CleanX. He's going to get traded. Cammy eventually is going to take control of that hill once again, and the remaining 20 seconds is going to go in favor of the Ultra, which is going to force OpTic to play off that rotation and try to get set up for this P4 nice and early.
Yeah, a great start out of the gates from the Ultra boys. And we talked about that P2 to P3. Excellent work from them. Now coming into basketball, this is OpTic's opportunity. But what a moment this could be if Toronto were able to make the break or at least cause some mischief. Let's go to an Astro listen now with Toronto.
One deep, one deep as well.
One deep, we might have to cut.
Nice, one Tiki, formal Tiki, one shot, formal Tiki, absolutely. Envoy weak. Formal Tiki, one shot, leave him if you want to cut time.
One shot.
Nice, chase front, chase front.
It's Charmy, one more, two on time. All good.
Formal front still, right?
Almost still Tiki somewhere.
Tiki, one shot, dead.
Oh good, nice.
Get full Tiki, nice, they're going to be kitchen, I'm watching left. I've got kitchen. They're going to go left, I've got kitchen.
Nothing left yet. Nothing left yet.
One behind me, pick up right, Jimmy, cam. Pick up right, Jimmy, cam. Kitchen, weak. I have one.
Come back now.
Alright, let's get full 6 here. I've got left. One's on hold, absolute.
Yeah, hold water.
I'll get it, spawn.
Come help me new.
I got it. You got my water, yeah? Yeah, I got one. I got the whole left.
They're gonna try me.
Make sure we're blocking. On left on me. Yeah, I'm playing the block. On left.
I'm one shot. I'm one shot.
Fine. They're gonna go right. He's gone right. I'm pretty sure he's gone right. What? One more. Kitchen. Yeah, full stun. Full stun.
Kitchen still.
No, but you can play the left angle. Tiki. I'm watching more stairs. I'm watching more stairs from top ring.
Split up.
Watch this, Scump, kill me. 2. Shot, 3, watch stairs.
All good.
One stairs. Last one tick. Listen, I'm gonna go right. Someone come right with me. Someone slow play Zig.
I'm coming.
I'm gonna go top slow play right now. I'll slow play Zig.
Gonna be here, Cam.
Yeah, he's 100% gonna be here. He's naded Zig. Let's see him. On the Zig. Absolutely. Watch stairs. Nice. I'm waiting for you guys. Nice.
As we come to the end of the first set of rotations, Steady, Toronto looking good. I know we see OpTic fighting back right now instead of P5, but is communication a big part? What have you really liked from Toronto throughout this first phase?
I just love how clean their comms are. You can just tell CleanX is asking for help in hill. Vance is telling people where they need to be. Cam in Insight with those assault rifles are just keeping the line of sight, making sure that his teammates are getting watched over. And I love the comms out of them. It's just now, OpTic have fought back in this game. They were able to chain that P4 and that P5 early break, and now they have the advantage on this map. But 3 players are going to drop. They do have the spawns for P2, but for now, how long can they keep them?
Question that we're all answering. We're going to look to hopefully find the answer to. Is Ultra do retake the lead quickly? Trying to make the plays is Bance, and as you say, spawns flip with that particular push over toward this side of the map, and now OpTic working from the back foot. We talked about their ability kind of P4 to P5, it was great, but kitchen is where things started to get somewhat out of control. Few players coming in from mid, what could be a possible pinch right now from Toronto is going to be successful. And really, from both sides of the map we go. Both teams looking to fight for the spawns, yet still, as the hill comes into play, we'll see how the head bashing begins to go forth. As right now, Toronto locking in the second. Scump, boys from OpTic, looking for the much-needed retake. Great plays coming in from Cammy. Overall, it's the trades instead of kitchen working out in Chicago's favor. Envoy with the movement finds the pick. He stays alive, and it will be the hill currently awarded to OpTic.
And that's such a beautiful play out of OpTic right there. The patience. Everybody was just waiting for that team push to come in, because if they drop right there, they are going to force themselves to spawn out. But as I say that, 4 are going to drop. Ultra right back in towards P2. And now OpTic only have one decision to make, and that is to set up off that rotation. Give this 20 seconds to Ultra and don't play from the back foot once again. You do not want to get those bad spawns spawning out towards back P2. But it's all about winning this first engagement. You do not want to die off rotation. Number 1 in Cammy is going to be in position. He's able to take down Formal. So now that's just one Formal all the way across the map, which is going to happen. Envoy is going to win this trade onto Cammy, able to take down the second, and Scump with the third. That's going to slow down the push from Ultra, and once again, OpTic have full control.
Full control. Good work coming in from OpTic. That P2 didn't necessarily go the way that they fully wanted to, but as it sets up the team in Garage, this has been a great sequence as of late for them, as that'll be a clean 4 straight in the feed from OpTic. And really, once this hill comes to a close, they're going to be in such a great spot. Now on the back foot goes the Ultra, as they look to set up nice and early inside of the mid-map, preparing for that basketball court. But nice pick coming in from inside again. Toronto just trying to set up, trying to make layers. But Amanda, you can just feel the intensity right now. Such necessary kills coming in from Toronto. Desperation possibly starting to be felt, as they need to close out this one here. Some nice kills come through from Envoy. He gets traded, and there's a double on the other side. 3 straight from Toronto, as now this is their chance to bring it back.
So they're going to be fully set up inside with great shots, able to take down 2, even though 1 was a team kill. Now it's all about just holding and trying to turn this lead around. Playing for that P5. You're going to see Bands playing his back, making sure no players are trying to push that flank. But Dashy's going to be here in the position. Is Dashy going to win this engagement? No, he's not. So that's going to shut down the push. 2 players trying to push through kitchen. Scump is going to make his way through money. Are they going to be able to locate Scump? Cammy should off spawn. So now it's going to force all the players from OpTic to try to break him from front. So we will have a lead change here. At least 1 second if Toronto are able to do this. 2 players are going to drop. That's going to be 3 now for OpTic. If you're OpTic, all you have to do is just set up for P5 and not try to give up any streaks. Because we're going to have a tie game going into this last hard point.
Oh boy. Gonna be fun. OpTic, like you said, resetting up for Pit, but take a look at Cammy. He has been making the play so far throughout this, and he does find the kill. OpTic, they were reading it, but Cammy causing problems on the flank. Dashy over toward this water steps has been so problematic as he finally drops. That's going to be 3. So Toronto, they get the break right when they have to. Storming on into Pit, as we should have another lead change, as OpTic preparing for what could be the future of this game, but they've got to get in the point. It's within 10 seconds. Toronto, they're putting in all the necessary kills. It might just come down to Scump. Somebody has to make the play. Time starting to dwindle. There goes Scump as well. And it will be the Ultra making the craziest of results, winning out this hardpoint and taking down OpTic Chicago in our winner's side. Unreal out of the Ultra boys.
Oh man, my pick'ems are chalk. They are so chalk. I cannot believe that Ultra were able to do that. They were able to do exactly what OpTic were able to do off the very first rotation, which was chain that P4 to that P5. But we gotta take our hats off to Cammy. Cammy spawns out towards back garage. He was able to win that engagement versus Formal. But you gotta see the play that he makes. He decides not to go through Zig. He wraps all the way around Water Street. His teammate dies. He gets the trade. Kleenex walks right through kitchen, able to get 2. And that is how you set up a break if you're the Ultra. They were not panicking ever in that situation. Like I said, teamwork prevails, and that's how they were able to close that out, man. What a series out of the Ultra.
Yeah, what a series, and again, what a play from Cammy toward the stretch. I mean, that play in particular just changes up everything. We talked about, I mean, I don't know what the exact lead was going into basketball court, but I don't know about you, buddy, but I'm thinking in my mind, hey, OpTic, they get 1 break, they set up for Pit, they're going to be in a great spot. But just the awareness there from Cammy, able to make all the difference. That push, let alone changes what could have been, what, a game 5, changes the entire tide of this series. That play, that sequence late from the Ultra, their ability to rally was incredible. And kind of throughout this entire series for them, it was about rallying. It was about kind of making these clutch plays. We can't talk about it enough. That search and destroy and make that 5-3 comeback. I mean, just a number of different major situations where the Ultra players have to go big, and they're able to answer here so far at the Stage 2 Major, but let's go ahead and revisit that final moment there in the hardpoint with our scuff play of the game. And of course, it's got to be the cam man making the plays here late, as this is what essentially broke open the game here, Study.
Yep, so you see where Cammy spawns. He spawns towards driveway. He decides not to push towards raid. He wrap backs towards Zig. He gets this kill on the formal. But you see, he does not push Zig. He decides to wrap all the way back towards water. Dashy was able to get that kill, but at the same time, Kleenex jumps out of kitchen, was able to get one. Cammy comes behind Dashy, which spawns all of OpTic to spawn out towards that raid, towards that back alley side. And at that point, Ultra break in. They win the engagements. One by one, OpTic players drop. But if Cammy does not make that play, they do not get the break. It's just such a heads-up play in such an intense moment. The fact that he was able to get that job done.
And it's crazy, man. I mean, there were so many people coming into this series. I mean, you and myself, we discussed it kind of in the green room. Hey, this one should go the way of OpTic, right? They take down the Dallas Empire. We saw how solid the Dallas Empire looked in that last series. I mean, it was unbelievable. Everyone coming into this series was counting out the Toronto Ultra, but when it comes down to that major time, things start to turn around. But I mean, hey, it's going to be a while to try to recap exactly what we just witnessed, what we just saw. But Study, I don't know what to expect right now. But I know you said your pickups are chalked. Mine very well could be just throw them in the trash. They just very well could be over. But tell you what, we need some more information to try and break down what was an incredible series, the crazy moments there late out of the Toronto Ultra. You see what it means for the squad. After the break, it is Lottie and Nameless with our game break, setting up what we just saw and what we'll be looking for throughout the rest of our day.
Victory or death! Your soul shall be mine! Your soul shall suffer!
Duty League is presented by T-Mobile, now America's largest and fastest 5G network. Set your sights on the competition with T-Mobile, the leader in 5G. The Call of Duty League is presented by Seany, the official eyewear for the CDL. Armor your eyes with Seany Blocks blue light protection glasses by visiting seany.com/gaming.
Hello and welcome back to Major Tournament 2 presented by Seany Gaming. We do have our results and our schedule presented by the US Army. First up today, we had a 3-0 sweep by Dallas Empire against NYSL. They could do nothing. And it was kind of the same story here for Toronto Ultra versus OpTic. Toronto, wow, coming out of the woodworks, man. I mean,
I'm genuinely mind blown after what I've just witnessed right there. I mean, my pick'ems are chalked. Everyone's pick'ems are just done now.
If I had papers, man, I'd be throwing my papers in the air. Nameless, I'm going to get straight into it on the desk, man. There was 2 moments from that game that really stood out to you. Talk us through them, man.
Yeah, we're going to pull up a clip of the round 11 here where I think OpTic made a vital mistake. You know, they sent 3 players over near that A bomb site. You're going to see Envoy push up and he gets taken out and there's no assistance. So I just think in some of these moments, man, they really need to get it together. In this round, their clear strategy in this round 11 was like, we're going to send 3 people right at A. They send 2 over, which usually Dashy's playing sort of the island here. And then Envoy pushes up here on this outer, goes all the way up, and he's alone. You have to have assistance here. If you're gonna push up and get that information, you need to be ready for the trade. So what happens here? Bance pushes right up to the site, sandwiches him, he gets taken out, and then they second guess themselves. You see 2 players there for OpTic in the alley. They don't decide to go for those trades, so it puts them in a situation where now we've given up bomb site control. They know where we're at, and we're on the back foot. So Ultra have all the map control in the world right now. They can decide what they want to do. You see them wrap the map to get some more information. They don't see anybody here towards mid. They go towards B and they're like, hey, this is a little bit quiet. Maybe they're ready for this. So they wrap back, they spot Scump here, and they end up getting the trade. So this is a wonderful job out of Toronto, sort of going back and forth, volleying it, keeping OpTic, like guessing where they're gonna be at, and Scump gets taken out for the trade. And still, there's no other OpTic player there around Scump for the secondary trade there. And basically the round's finished at this point. You have bomb down, you're gonna force OpTic to come to you. You'll see Formal get taken out, and yeah, man, that's just day one Call of Duty right there. The fundamentals were lost here. Envoy had no assistance in the beginning of the round, and you gotta be there to help him out. If he's your playmaker, you gotta have some support.
Absolutely, man. I mean, hey, look, you're writing another page in the book there, Nameless. Hey, we've got a little bit of time left, and quickly, I just want to get your opinion. You know, 2 matches left here, man, but 2 teams are going home. Whose major run ends today for you?
Yeah, you know, I think that in these next 2 series, like, I think we're going to see Thieves win this. They just looked way too good in their first match. I love sort of the vibes heading into this. And then going into the last one, I think Mutineers take it. Awakening and Skies look incredible. When they found success, it was Skies and Awakening going off. And guess who showed up yesterday? It was Skies. So those are my 2 teams.
Love it, man. Well, thank you so much for sharing your COD knowledge with us and breaking down that S&D round there. We're going to head to a break right now, but when we come back, we do have our Game Fuel Victory Spotlight waiting for you. And this time, it's going to be Miles talking to Insight from Toronto Ultra to get his insight on that incredible match.
Victory or death! Your soul shall be mine! Your soul shall suffer!
I will fight with honor. My weapon brings justice.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to the Call of Duty League. It's now time for your Game Fuel Victory Spotlight, and I am joined by the man of the moment. It is Insight. He's had a fantastic map so far, a wonderful series win. Hey, firstly, congratulations. My first question is, welcome to your first major. How the hell do you feel now?
Honestly, I don't think words can honestly describe how I'm feeling right now. It just feels amazing to be on the stage and just putting on a show for the Ultra fans and just showcasing talent in the league.
It's been quite a journey for you, of course, coming in from challenges, living in America with American players, now playing in the Pro League with mostly European players. Let's talk a little bit about that match. Obviously, the Moscow Search and Destroy has come up. A lot of fans wanting to know who made the call, that triple rotation through mid. What were the comms like and who made that decision?
Well, initially we knew Envoy was playing bricks, so Ben and Toby just bombed it through, They got good time on them. Formal. We picked him up, and Ben said, "Rap, rap, 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 rap." But I stayed, and I knew Formal was back early, so I just kept holding. And as soon as I saw Formal ran, I was like, "Come back! Everyone, come back now! Come back!" And then we all came back, and then obviously the round unfolded like that.
Right on, well done. It must have been pretty intense, and of course that was a massive win on Raid. The last question we've got here for you is a bit of a fun one from one of the fans from Wither. He asks, if you could pick a single map in COD history to build a treehouse in, which one would it be and why?
Well, you know, I think I'd probably pick Raid, back P2. You know, my notorious spot, you probably catch me on there. Just imagine I built like a nice little house up there, and I'm just posted up waiting for the push.
You'd be unkillable. Well, Insight, mate, you've become quickly one of the fan favourites here in the league. The analysts love you. Congratulations on a wonderful series again.
Yeah.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, there you go. That's it. Your Game Fuel Victory Spotlight is now complete. Insight, what a bloody unit he is. We come back after the break. Even more Call of Duty coming your way. Major Day 2. It ain't over just yet. See you after the break.
But the Barons wants to break you. Your axe must be sharp. Your wits must be keen. And your heart must be mighty. All roads lead to the crossroad.
These old bones know a storm's coming.
Get off my back. I'm on it. This one's mine. My blade seeks vengeance. Blade on! Please, help me find Røkkr.
Reinforcements incoming! Keep them coming! Keep them coming!
Everybody, and welcome back to the Stage 2 Major. It's a good old elimination match, and what a day it has been so far. I mean, what, pick'ems are in shambles. You can basically throw all of your brackets inside of the trash. We literally had to pick Nameless off of the floor. He was so devastated that OpTic is now sitting inside that elimination bracket. But buddy, we're back. Leno and Standy on the cast, and now we've got the Ravens taking on the LA Thieves. Well, buddy, the LA Thieves off of what was at the moment the biggest storyline. I think OpTic versus Toronto now kind of takes that, but Thieves, they looked so good yesterday. I don't know what to expect, my friend.
Yeah, I don't know what to expect either, man. The Thieves, they are the Cinderella story so far of the Major. They come in with a brand new roster. They beat Paris in a 3-0 fashion, and it was dominant from start to finish. And let's see if they can do it again today.
Yeah, but hey, like we said, when it comes down to the Thieves, we don't really know exactly where to put this team at the moment, and maybe we could see some more surprises. But hey, now it's time to go ahead and meet our first team. Go ahead and put not just your hands, but your wings together. The London Royal Ravens. And there you have it, your London Royal Ravens study. We've had the chance to cast over London quite a bit, and to start off stage 2, they looked excellent, but in their last 3, it has been a much different story, my friend.
Yeah, man, I think they just got over that honeymoon stage that we continuously talk about with this team. It's like when they first joined, teams were not expecting what was going on with this roster. Clayster said it in an interview. He didn't expect Paul X to be a god on checkmate control, but he is. So now that the teams have started to know what the Ravens like, what are their favorite maps, what are they most comfortable on, teams are starting to counter it. And we saw the way that they went up against Atlanta FaZe. It was probably the worst performance that we've ever seen out of Dylan specifically. With a 0.4, it's not cutting it. You need to be better today.
Yeah, definitely need to be better today versus a team that looked excellent yesterday. What, the 3-0 sweep versus Legion? That kind of started off the Stage 2 major in a crazy way. But hey, this team, they're hyped, they're motivated coming in today's match. Let's go ahead and meet the LA Thieves. All right, a new look. Thieves coming into the Stage 2 major. We talked about Slash, we talked about temp players, kind of put all across the board, but there is the 4 that you're going to see coming into this match, which again, nobody really knew what to expect coming into the major from this team. At times it looked great to kind of start off the season, and then you started to see them kind of trickle down a little bit. And then at their lowest, we're thinking probably going to be 3-0 sweep. I mean, what, they're bringing in Drazah. I mean, just in general, just a number of different situations for them. And they come out and they just dominate Paris. Study, where do you think, or I'll say this, what kind of Thieves do you think we see today?
Well, it's going to be hard if you're the London Royal Ravens. There's just no VOD to watch on this team besides yesterday. And every single map that they played yesterday was dominant from start to finish. You had Kenny and Drazah, both with those assault rifles, basically dropping 30 a map. Like, Drazah came in yesterday and was just dominating every single game mode. They won that Search and Destroy 6-0, and they go on to the control to close it out there. And it's just, like I said, it's going to be unexpected. Will the Ravens be able to read these guys? So far, the first map is going to be Apocalypse, and the Thieves have yet to play this map with any of the rosters that they've had so far throughout the CDL. So this is going to be one of those off-guard maps that the Ravens are not going to be able to read them on. Even though the Ravens are 1-0, they're just not going to be able to catch them on this Apocalypse. Yeah, I'm excited to see what they're able to do here.
And as you called it out yesterday, like the straight out of the gates dominance from the LA Thieves. You see London, they're just like, yeah, we don't really want to play these guys on checkmate. They look pretty good. Like what? Drazah goes like 36 and 22. Unbelievable stuff. Let's go and pull up our quick scope presented by Scump. And I know it's kind of different, right? When we talk about the LA Thieves side, a different looking team. What you very well could just read off 1-0 for hardpoint search, destroy, and control. But it's still good to see in general how this team has looked kind of throughout the season. And on the other end for London, it has been it's been struggles, buddy. I mean, what, they start off the season not getting a single victory in Stage 1. Start off Stage 2 with some victories. We're thinking, hey, Paul X, this team's the real deal. They're starting to bring it home. And then they've kind of collapsed. They've kind of, kind of been almost out of the conversation as of late. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be good. But I got to say, I am a big fan of the Apocalypse pick off the rip. We talked about Thieves. I don't think they've actually played a new map so far throughout their season. I don't think they've played an Express. I don't believe they've played an Apocalypse as well, as you mentioned. So I don't know, man. This could be a good pick early from Ravens. But as we discussed, after that last series, Ultra 3-1ing OpTic, I don't know what to expect anymore. This could be a London 3-0 for all I know, buddy.
Yeah, it definitely can, man. But this map right here is all about discipline, all about keeping those spawns for those hard points. So for P1 and P2, you want to make sure you're spawning out towards back temple. And then from P3 to P5, you want to be spawning right where the Ravens are spawning currently, and that's outside the back of P5. But when you're going into this map, like I said, we talked about the assault rifle players, and when you talk about this map specifically, those submachine gun players have to be aggressive, have to be picking up those kills. So I'm looking at Dylan to really step up on this map, number 1.
Absolutely, buddy. Well, I know we're talking about strategy. We're talking about a lot of different things. Just having a quick little issue with the lobby. So, folks, do not fret. We'll be back with Game 1 in just a few moments. But hold on. Being told, actually, something a little bit different. We're going to go to the keys to victory. So we're not going to continue to do a commercial break just yet. We'll hope to get to the lobby. We'll hope to get everything kind of figured out. But let's go ahead and talk about the LA Thieves first for our game fuel keys to victory. We talk about strategy. We talk about the Thieves pretty much all day from what we learned yesterday. Let's study. What are you seeing after what was a solid win yesterday out of these boys?
You got to use yesterday's win as fuel versus a struggling London team. Like you said, they're on a 3-game loss streak ever since stage 2. Drazah needs to continue to show up like he did yesterday. 1.72 versus Paris, 36 and 22 in a hard point. And just keep in mind, Kenny had 30 as well. So it's kind of hard to put up that stat line. And then just keep up with the great comms that we heard yesterday. Great small talk, great coordination between the team. It's definitely showed in that search and destroy. These guys were setting up crossfires that they probably didn't even know they were doing, and they were able to close it out 6-0. So just keep that teamwork, just keep playing and having fun like they've been doing so far.
And I know that me and you were obviously both in the green room yesterday kind of talking over this match, and whenever we did have that Astro listen with the Thieves, we're like, these comms are pretty good. Like, these comms are great. Like, they're a good small talk back and forth. And for those that didn't get a chance to listen to our quick little kind of Twitter space, kind of preview for today, Kenny had told me and basically said Venom's like one of the best communicators that he's ever teamed with. So that is a lot of praise out of a rookie player that I know we've had quite a few questions about, at least coming into this game, but or rather kind of into what is his future. But we're going to take a look now at the game field keys to victory here for the London Royal Ravens. Study, what are you seeing?
You got to find a rhythm early. So far, like I said, the last 3 series, they have all came in losses. Stage 2, they're on a 7-map loss streak after starting off 2-0. And then Dylan has to be informed, man. Team low at a 0.79 in their last 3 losses. And like I said, a 0.4 versus Atlanta FaZe specifically. And don't play LA Thieves on checkmate hardpoint. We saw the way that they came out yesterday, man. Just the combination between Drazah and Kenny, both dropping 30, just both being consistent. It's going to be a really difficult task for them to handle.
Yeah, it's kind of like a no-brainer. Like, you've lost it your last 3 times. You just see the Thieves just come out and dominate that match yesterday. You know, you kind of expect it. But, folks, we are having just a few problems with the lobby, so don't fret. We'll be back here in just a moment with Apocalypse Hardpoint between Thieves and Ravens. It's an elimination game. Stay with us, folks. We'll be right back.
Never know what's gonna happen.
4 ways to play, that's what I want. What is my opponent gonna do? How am I gonna counterplay that?
Play Hearthstone now!
It's time.
Magic. Oh, I'm so in.
Let's get it, my bros. Get this bread. Get it. That's clear.
It all starts right here.
Right here, right now.
Keep the count flowing.
I like the energy already, bro.
Oh, it's a good one. It's a good energy out here, bro. This is a good one.
Game is starting. Game is starting. Bring out the bro. I'm feeling it. Yo, ego challenge. Obviously, play your life, but ego challenge, man.
Yeah, play confident, bro. Play confident.
Play confidently. Obviously, don't chow 1 health, but ego chow.
Yeah, see, we're just watching back there. We're all chowing 1 HP. We're all 1 HP. They're full health with 3 flying out of book.
Yo, ref, can I buy a skin? I just buy it.
No.
Good teamwork, good comms. Let's going, man. No, funny. Hard. Can't lose.
Such a good singer. Think so. Yeah, sing me to sleep, please.
I used to have this full set of fucking microphone that I never used, drums and guitar. Just absolutely lived for it, man.
I didn't get on my jersey yet. No way. No one said anything. I forgot. I'm back. We're Navy, right? Hopefully I did on the right one. Yep.
He don't give a not even
I don't have any to give.
The only I give is you.
You know?
I'm just actually giving him a
Oh, they got you on cam right now?
Venom, can you remove your clan tag?
Yeah. Hey.
Whoa.
Hey, I got it.
Clan tag?
I literally throw my room across the room. My phone's literally across the room.
Chill, take your time. Get on now.
Let's go!
90 seconds. 90 seconds.
Oh. Yeah, missed starting now. Good luck, guys.
Oh, let's go!
The highest energy.
Whoa!
Oh, I absolutely love our Astro Comms check, man. It is, it's great. We love the content coming out of the CDL. What team's also doing a phenomenal job as well. I know like a number of different teams throwing some shade on Twitter. It's the major, folks, but it does not get more intense than this. We talked about an elimination game, backs against the wall. Both these teams looking to try and make a solid elimination bracket run, right? We talked about the Thieves, a new team kind of coming together for this moment. Any hype about the roster? He's now the main AR, which is crazy to think about. Then on the other side for London, right? A team that has struggled so far throughout Stage 1 and Stage 2, most recently in their last 3 games. Both just have to kind of put it on the line, and this is kind of your opportunity to do it. One thing that I did want to ask you, Stud, was kind of in reference to Apocalypse specifically. This has kind of been the least picked hardpoint so far throughout this stage, and the major reason for that is because of the team that does pick this map. They obviously have to spawn on the opposite side over here in no man's land. Because of how strong P2 is, a lot of people have been saying it's not worth it. What's kind of your thoughts as we load in here for map 1 on kind of this unfavorable side that London are hopefully going to try and work through here off the start?
Yeah, well, spawning on the bad side is not obviously what you want when you're the team picking this map. You know how difficult it can be. A lot of these hills can be held for a full 60. So you're going to know that London, they're going to try to flip these right off the rip, but gain a lot of time off of P1. It's just all about those setups, man. Just setting up nice and early. You have the potential to hold every single hard point, like I said, for a full 60. Besides this P1, it's all about can you do it. And right now, the Thieves are holding this P1 hard point, keeping control of tunnel. You see number 6 holding down Broken as well. So the Thieves are starting off this hard point hot.
Starting off well, obviously a 21-3 run off the rip, but again, we talked about London working off of the back foot. We'll see kind of what the strategy is for them amidst the rotation. As it will be what player 5 Kenny spawning out player 6 as well. So London, they do have somewhat of a good push. A few players from Thieves not in a great spot to try and really just be there for what has to be a solid defensive hold. You fly in for Temple, it's Venom. A nice double connecting there. A 3 streak for this young man off the rip. And maybe about to find his 4th in a row. The quick shots work out, but it's 3 straight in the feed from London.
So now you're going to see London. They're all going to flood out towards back temples. That's going to spawn 2 players from Thieves out. So number 7 and number 5 are going to have their hands full, which is going to be Drazah and Kenny. Drazah is going to be able to take down 1, but here comes the push out of the Ravens from the backside. That's going to be 3 down. Last player is going to be TJ, and the Ravens are able to break in. But if you're the Thieves, you're not really mad. Like I said, man, if you're going from P1 to P2, you want to keep Temple. But they were able to flip those spawns now, so they have the favorable spawns for P3. The only thing is, Zed is here nice and early.
Yeah, that's kind of the second part of this conversation. It's like you want to sort of break P2, and then if you do, the team who obviously is spawning no man's land, which is currently the Thieves, you got 3, 4, and 5. So, again, just a number of different things to think about when we talk about Apocalypse. And I gotta say, man, I'm kind of sad that we haven't seen it played as much, but we talk about the major, we talk about, you know, kind of strategies changing up. I'm happy to see it, and it's going to be fun as we are off to a close game here off the rip, as now we find ourselves over in Lights. Venom, he's got a fist full of fury, taking down Zed, which we know can be that flank player, so problematic. But it's the Scotsman, right? It is Johnny, for a moment, bringing out the SMG, but of course he does have that Krig in his back pocket, making the nice plays, causing a collapse right now as 3 fall for Thieves. Ravens, a great sequence as they are sitting primed to grab this next 30.
So they were able to get 4 dead now, and they were able to flip those spawns for the Thieves. So now the Thieves are spawning out towards back temple, but they're going to just straight up play the rotation. And they were able to win out 2 gunfights, so now they have to push out the back to flip those spawns. They were able to spawn 2 players out. Venom's able to get the 3rd. Only 1 player is going to be left in the back, and TJ's going to take care of him as well. So now the Thieves, they lose spawns, but they were able to break them right back in, and they're going to be set up nice and early for that P4.
Thieves in a nice spot right now over toward Turtle. We talked about the communication yesterday, how it was great. The small talk was excellent. Kenny talked about it pretty much at the start of the day, and how great the comms are from this young core. Let's go and go to an Astro listening with the LA Thieves.
Let's go back. I got both. Nice. Here we go. You can go.
I'm going cool.
Out the back. Hold the back, actually. Hold the back. I'm moving down.
I'm
full flash yet. Native front, native front. Yeah, they could be.
Coop, one shot.
Yeah, look at Coop, look at Coop. Coop dead, Coop dead.
It could be low right. Yo, spawn out. They're pushing back. Coop mid.
Dead. Mid, absolute, back mid. He's front out. Spawn. He's on the boxes, front P5.
They all spawn. They're all
on the box.
Player
There could be another one new, bros.
Player kills.
Alright,
They're in P5 already. They're in P5.
I'm framing top.
Looking top P5.
Okay. Low Dylan.
Good top. Okay.
I'm gonna top, I'm pretty sure.
I hear you.
Look, are you top?
Yeah, top Shawnee.
I got nade top.
In the back.
I hit him with top. I'm right this guy top.
I spawned half wall.
Yo, top mid. Top mid. One more is like they're low.
I'm a pitch low. Yeah, two more.
One shot at top. I'll hold the back.
Shawnee, one shot. Yeah.
Yeah.
Push out. Middle me, Paul. 2 mid. I drop. I push too.
Back dark.
2v3.
Back dark.
Yo, Jack, come back.
One shot front.
Yeah,
spawn out deep.
We spawn out deep. Name me both sides when you probably.
I hear you.
Weapon left too. Yeah. I'll hold right.
Low heli.
Have you up right?
I got no one shot.
Okay, low heli.
I'll see
He wants that. You want right? You might have right?
Yeah, I'll get it. More low.
Right.
Another check. Kind of see exactly how the comms are sounded right now from the LA Thieves. They go on a nice spree. London grabbing the final few seconds. But, Standy, what'd you make of that quick little comm session we have with the Thieves this time around?
I love the comms, and I love what we were hearing out of Kenny. In that situation right there, they knew that the Ravens players were going to be nice and early in towards P5. So Kenny, he makes the heads-up play, goes right through middle map. He flanks trenches, and eventually they get the break, and we're able to get at least 30 seconds, which now they do have that lead with. They're keeping the players from the Ravens off, but we saw it. Shawnee was able to pick up that artillery. He's going to ping it, try to make sure he locates those players from the Thieves, making sure no players are pushing through broken, have the chance to try to flip those spawns. But as of right now, the Ravens are holding. They're trying to fight back into this game, only being down 20 points.
And London, they get majority time at P5, now sitting well for P2. Good spot for this team, but I know you mentioned in terms of the comms, just really calm, cool, collected. Again, out of this young group, not sure what to expect. I mean, it would be so normal if the comms were just not great out of this team, just given what they've gone through, given the way that this team has changed up so often. But again, I can't talk about it enough. And he just had nothing positive words to say about this group, how they thrive amidst the chaos, and their communication is just excellent. I know, I think it was you yesterday had talked about how you kind of, maybe look at this LA Thieves team kind of like what your old Envy group like back in the day, how it was just, you just got to go in, guns ablaze, and just try to make it work.
Yeah, and just have some fun with it, man. And it's just like every team is not expecting what they're able to throw at them in these maps so far we have seen out of the Thieves. They won their first series 3-0. Now they're playing Apocalypse for the very first time. It's just hard to do these vetoes versus a brand new team that you don't have any information on. But the Ravens, they're fighting. They're holding this hill right now from the front side. The only thing is, number 8 in Venom is going to be nice and early off the rotation to make sure he's having those spawns for his team for that P3.
A great look ahead out of the Thieves, trying to play chess, right, instead of checkers, making the early moves. And I guess when we talk about strategy, I mean, like I said, when we talk about a new roster, like for the Royal Ravens, like how do you come into a series study versus a team that you don't really know all about? Like we talked about, they go for the 3-0 yesterday. Like how much do you take from that? Like I know they got rid of Checkmate, but Ravens, they've been struggling on it as of recent. Like how do you do homework where there is no homework to be done?
Well, you just don't, man. You just got to go in there and focus on your gameplay where you don't have any information on the opposite team since the team is fairly new. It's all about just perfecting your gameplay, controlling what you can control, and that's what they are doing so far. They knew that they were confident on this map. They're starting off they are 1-0 so far on the season. They find themselves up by at least 40 points now, still having the favorite spawns for that P4, and they are just growing this lead every tick as it goes by. You're the Ravens, like I said, just focus on your game, and so far it's working for them.
Yeah, London may not have a whole lot of homework, but they're playing their game quite well as Paul X into the trenches he goes. Unfortunately, he falls, but that could set up Shawnee for a quick little engagement. Thieves able to break their way in, but London still with those preferred spawns. As you see, as they start to fall, no problem, because they will have the quick setup now toward Turtle. And really, if there are the Thieves in this position, we may see them go for the full wrap just to try and play for spawns. The early time at P4, hey, we may be losing it, but maybe we can play for the future, as London were doing to them. But that's a nice few picks. 3 fall, and here comes Zed on the flank to shut down TJ. Got a little bit hairy, But London, they're able to wipe them away, and now they're set up quite well as Thieves start to pile in through middle.
And the Ravens can win it here. That's why you see the pushes out of the Thieves to make sure they're trying to flip those spawns. Because if they know that if they flood that front, it's basically not going to go in their favor. The only player left is going to be Drazah, so he's going to eliminate that player off the time. So no longer the Ravens have that opportunity to win off this hill. They have to set up off the rotation. They have 3 players in the back. The only one that's going to be pushed up for the Thieves is going to be Drazah. He's just playing his life in tools, just trying to throw some shoulders because he has to wait for his team. One push has to come in. They have to try to flip these spawns if they want to fight back in this game.
Yeah, and that's just 2 kills quickly out of this HP as Drazah falls as well. London in such a great spot. There's really only 20 seconds left. You're going to need to see them make some heroic plays. As Kenny falls, TJ was really looking for that pick to maybe open up the setup. But what can Thieves start to pull out? The quick fights over toward the side. Dylan, he's winning those. Just a few seconds away, and there goes Drazah, the dominant player yesterday. And that will be London coming away with the early hardpoint victory. LA Thieves off of what was a solid series yesterday for the Legion. And that momentum now out of the booth, out of the comms, as London answer early.
Yeah, London, they were just winning their rotation fights. I was talking about it before the map, how important it is to making sure you're keeping those spawns towards back tools or those P3 to P5 hills. And that's one thing that London was just able to do time and time again. We saw when the Thieves, they were trying to rotate off that P2. Venom was that player in the back. But once he dropped, the spawns flipped once again. The Ravens get the hill time. They had the spawns. Just came down to those rotations, man. A couple of those key gunfights didn't go in favor of the Thieves, and the Ravens were able to close that one out.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about a number of different plays where it was kind of LA Thieves working from the back foot, and I think that kind of when it came down to that P2 time, I feel like London did a really good job of kind of mitigating that whenever at least LA Thieves had the rotation on the second side. Just really well played from London, and you know, maybe as time goes on, this could be a map that they start to bring into their hardpoint rotation. They kind of bring into their map pool as now they're 2-0. They beat the Guerrillas. I think we actually casted that series. They were great on P2 in that particular series as well. So hey man, this could be a great situation for Ravens. I believe they lost their last 4 opening hardpoints, so we talk about it constantly. The major, it is a totally different ball game.
Yeah, it definitely is, man. You started off on the right foot, winning that first hard point, and exactly how you want to do it. Now, you're going into a search and destroy. The only thing I think about with the Ravens is that 5-1 comeback versus the Subliners. Hopefully, they're able to close it out and just make better plays this time to put themselves up 2-0 in this series.
Definitely, my friend. Well, hey, like we said, London, they answer early. We'll see how they fare off now in the search and destroy versus, again, a hot LA Thieves roster. We head to Miami. It'll be a party. We'll be back, folks, in just a moment.
You have come for adventure, but the Barons wants to break you. Your axe must be sharp. Your wits must be keen. And your heart must be mighty. All roads lead to the crossroads.
These old bones know a storm's coming.
Get off my back. I'm on it. This one's mine. My blade seeks vengeance. Blade on! Please, help me find Røkkr.
Reinforcements incoming! Keep them coming! Keep them coming!
The Call of Duty League is presented by T-Mobile, now America's largest and fastest 5G network. Set your sights on the competition with T-Mobile, the leader in 5G.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Stage 2 Major presented by Zinni Gaming. As now we hop into our search and destroy between London and the Thieves. But coming into this next one, we got Miami search and destroy. I'm taking a look quickly through the vetoes. So what, LA get rid of Express, and London they do take away raid, search and destroy. So Study, I mean, what, I know it's kind of early for the Thieves. We could have a number of different talking points about London, but it's pretty much just been a search and destroy, not great. They're losing rounds where they shouldn't have lost. They lose the comeback, you know, yada, yada, yada. But I don't know, man. I just don't know what to expect out of the Thieves coming in to search and destroy. What, they 6-0 yesterday versus Paris? But, like, again, how much do you take from that? I think it was like, it was Nameless bringing up on the desk. Like, you know, do you take a lot from that Paris loss? Or do you, I mean, like, what do you cater that to? Is it Paris not playing well, or is it just Thieves on top? And I really don't know what to expect, kind of expect coming into the search and destroy now, man.
Yeah, I think the Thieves, they were just having fun yesterday, and that's one thing. It was just like they had no stress. They're just playing just to play. It's like an 8 series for these guys since they barely had any time to practice. So this is the thing about Search and Destroy that really scares me. It's just like, what kind of VOD do you have on this team? What kind of pushes are they going to be able to do? We saw them on Raid yesterday win that in a dominant fashion, 6-0 versus the Paris Legion. Obviously, going up against the Ravens, like I said, the Ravens are focusing on their game. So they like this map, even though they're 2-2 on the season. They came, and ever since PaulX has joined this team, their very first S&D win was on this map with PaulX, and they won it in a 6-2 fashion. So if you're the Thieves, just keep up that momentum that you guys had yesterday in the Search and Destroy. Just keep up that teamwork. They should probably come out on top. But it's looking like the Ravens are just going to do the normal setup off defense, 2B, 2A, and the Thieves are trying to commit towards that A site.
London disobeying the law. What, do you think that'd be the other team? Right? Thieves starting to run instead of walk? Regardless, it's for good reason, folks. Early play for the Thieves, as you called it, Study, making their way over at this water side. Nice shots coming in from Seany. As Drazah did drop for the first blood, so the early nade comes across. And Kenny, speaking of crosses, has a nice line sight through mid. Really going to try to set up his teammates, as if you're London, you really need a pick right now. But the Krigs firing throughout the map already, as Zed put between a rock and a hard place, but he challenges. And on the other side, it's also another gunfight win. A solid and early defense out of the Ravens.
Yeah, it was a great defense. You saw the positioning out of Dylan on that beach side. He was able to open up with the first blood, so that starts to stagger the players from the Thieves. They both decide to go through mid-map, and PaulX with the line of sights with that Crimsix was able to take down 2. And they win that very first defensive round. Now, how do the Thieves decide to play towards their defense? Are they going to get aggressive towards top purple? Because yesterday, on that raid, they were just aggressive on their offensive pushes. They were working bomb plants and just doing everything as a team. That very first round just got early picked, and then everything just crumbled after that. So let's see what they're going to do on their defensive hold right now versus London.
A quick aggressive hit, PaulX. Up and hop in the garage. Quickly fires at almost nothing. Nice shot onto Kenny, but grades work out in the Thieves' favor as Dylan quickly left all by himself. He runs through an explosion. He's a cool guy, so he didn't really look at it too much. But regardless, 1v2, a hard spot, but it's about how influential this guy can be. He can take over games. I think he does get the read that both of them were there. As you see, he is quickly off to the races toward A now.
Love this, love this. Now he's going to rotate it over towards A, so he knows that both players are going to be playing that trade. TJ and Venom are both those submachine gun players, so that's exactly what they're going to do. It's going to be a 2v1, army of 2, trying to locate Dylan. Bomb is going to go down 40 seconds. Both players are going to rotate through the middle of the map. Just making sure they're staying close to each other, just in case a gunfight doesn't happen, so they can play that trade correctly. But Dylan is playing a perfect position. Time is starting to tick. So far, the Thieves players have not been able to locate him. He's going to hear one slide. Just going to take his time. He's going to hear one to his right. He's going to be able to take him down. Is he going to get the second? Yes, he does. On to Venom. That's what you got to do in those situations, is just play the clock, play the timings, and Dylan is able to walk away with a tremendous 2v1 clutch to put his team up 2-0 on the map.
And like you called it, my friend, I mean, just the great rotation, the great awareness, and just the defined decision-making to say, you know what, I see both of these guys, just going to go for the quick rotation, right? No question about it.
Yep.
Has a plan and is able to implement it well. A solid 1v2 out of Dylan Cod to start off this search and destroy. Momentum clearly in the hands or the wings of the Ravens. Made that joke way too time. But hey, it still fits. Next offense here for the Thieves. It's top piano. Clearly is the focus, but who is waiting for them? It's pollux. On the other side, it is Zed. And how big was that for pollux to find the opening first blood? He also gets out of dodge, and the kills only continue. Kenny, all by his lonesome, wondering what just happened to his teammates. Where am I being shot from? And London, off to a great start.
And this is what's going on with the Thieves right now. It's them being a fairly new roster. So far, their pushes has not been working out for them. The London Royal Ravens, they have a team push every single time. They set up a crossfire in that top purple. pollux getting the first, Zed with the second, and then eventually getting the third. They're just playing their setups correctly. The Thieves, so far on every single one of their rounds, it just looks like they're all over the place. We need to get some more structure, some more team pushes if you want to try to fight back on this map.
I'm just kind of shocked, man. I'll be honest. Like, this is kind of what I expected to see yesterday. Like, we kind of expected to see the Thieves all over the place. Yeah. But it is London so well controlled off the rip of this S&D. As now they do aim at the possible A push. Dylan getting a nice look from afar. And at 74U, you think an SMG from range? Really? Yeah, it's a thing. 74U, pretty good, especially in that man's hands. And pollux does get the call out that TJ was over at the yacht. TJ's putting in some good work. Maybe final few bullets. Dylan maybe there for the trade, but TJ being so problematic in this position. I don't want to say single-handedly, but primarily is going to require that bomb now to go toward the opposite side, and who other than Zed on the flank to try and rip open the setup. Current 3v3.
Yeah, Zed was trying to make the play. He was able to take down one, but now he's left in a 1v3 with 20 seconds left. The bomb's going to be down. The Thieves are able to walk away with that defensive hold. And it was all in the back of TJ. Getting that first blood, playing his life at this boat area is exactly what he needed to do. He forces all the players to eventually try to overextend and try to pick up that kill. And they just play the trades, play the crossfire. Good defensive hold right there out of the Thieves.
Played from the Thieves and much needed around for this group, right? We talked about this is a young group, all fun and games yesterday, but now we're looking at it, this search and destroy going down 3-0. Momentum hopefully starts to change up a little bit, as now we'll see what the Thieves looking like on this offense. Current 2-2 spread. DJ looking for that opening engagement over toward top piano. Nothing being spotted as of yet, but in terms of visuals, it's Dylan with the early callouts. And right now for Thieves, I'm going to say in that moment, you really can't afford to drop over toward this beach side, because already we're at 50 seconds. And Seany is pretty much getting all of the visuals right now. The ARs laying down some fire through every single lane. But Kenny able to find a nice pick and stay alive. Again, we talked about 3 versus 3s. That bomb, it's going to take a while to get rotated fully over toward B. We'll see what the Thieves can do in the meantime.
Yeah, but the positioning out of Zed. Positioning out of Zed. Are they going to be able to spot him on towards this site? It's looking like the rotation is going to come in towards B. By the time he gets there, he has to immediately put this bomb plant down, or they will run out of time.
Oh.
Zed's in such a great spot. Kenny's going to read it. TJ reads it. And now the only player in a position to get him off this site is going to be pollux, but he gains that information that the player has crossed the bomb. So bomb is going to be planted now in a 3v2 situation. He's going to get a hit marker onto someone in garage. Basically, he has all the information on all these players. He's able to take down Venom with some great shots through the truck. Now turns it into a 2v2. But you see what the Thieves are doing. Just backing up to that head glitch, knowing that this is the safety net that they needed. 25 seconds left on the clock. The Ravens need to play quickly and defuse this bomb and get both kills.
It's really just, are they going to be aware of the player who's going to come over the top already? Objective is going to be in. TJ's not going to be there for the challenge. This is going to be a defuse. This is going to be a defuse from the Ravens. It doesn't matter. Seany able to put that one in for the Ravens. Just well coordinated and really in that spot. I thought we were going to see Kenny TJ pop in from top purple, but unfortunately not. Just a great cover fire, the great support from Ravens to give themselves another round. One that, from a positions perspective, looked pretty good there from the Thieves, I'll be honest.
Yeah, it was a 3v2 situation. That's a round that they're supposed to walk away with. You're not supposed to die to that guy on the bomb. But TJ, he was supposed to make a play there. Throw a shoulder, because I know Kenny was given that information that both players are going to be on the bomb site. So TJ's got to throw a shoulder, try to help Kenny out there. But the Ravens walk away with that 3v2. Now they find themselves up 4-1, 2 rounds away from closing this out. It's looking like they're going to be aggressive towards A. Couple shots coming in through the middle of the map. TJ is able to back down with his life. Venom's going to get spotted. Dylan's going to be aggressive towards him. Here comes the nade. Now he's hurt. Dylan's just going to commit towards this and open up with the first blood.
The aggression on Miami. We love to see it. Zed takes down Drazah from the flank. 2 players fall instantly from the Thieves. Could this be the moment that they start to turn things around? Paul X knows exactly where he is and beams TJ as well. Finds 2 to lock up their 5th round. And the Ravens looking so good in this search and destroy. And if you're a London fan, it is great to see Paul X hitting beams like that. It has been a while since we've had some really positive talking points about this Ravens roster. It's been a few weeks, but boy, what a positive it is for them. Up 5-1. Paul X sitting on 8-2. Rest of the team playing oh so well. I know that we did see a comeback on Express, in which London was up 5-1 over the New York Subliners. Ended up losing that one, but still, just the way that they're playing right now, I don't know if anybody could be able to pull off this kind of comeback. Zed scouting for information early. He's going to get met with quite a few nades. Does drop, so that's good early work out of the Thieves.
So that's going to be first blood now. So it's going to force the players at that A site to wrap back, and Paul X to play his life. So the Thieves are just going to push up towards this site. They should be able to work this bomb plant, but look at what the Ravens are doing. They're committing 3 towards mid-purple. So this player in number 6 is going to be TJ. Has to try to play his life to the best of his ability. He's able to try to take down 1, but he's going to get traded. So now it's going to be a 3v3. Drazah is able to take down 1. He spots Seany on the flank. I don't think Seany spotted him, and Drazah is able to take down the second. Now left in a 1v3 is Paul X.
1v3 makes it a 1v2. Nice shots coming in from Paul early, but still, objective left to be done. Really just runs right into the nade of Kenny. Not a whole lot of stuff you can do in that moment, Study. What, you're just getting beamed from garage. You're trying to take down Kenny. You're destroying every trophy in sight. These are some great shots coming in from Drazah just to make sure that this round could be solidified, but was really a 3 versus 3. Drazah quickly turns into 1v3. Good effort in from Paul, but Thieves, they at least stay alive for now.
And just going back thinking about that 3v2 round, this game could be totally different. It'll be 4-3 in favor of the Ravens. And I know the Thieves wish that they can have that round back. But now they need 4 straight to be able to tie up this series. So they're going to have to do the same exact setup they've been doing so far. 2A, 2B. Just looking like the Ravens are going to slowly commit towards purple. Dylan's just going to take his time. Going to take control of this. I think he spotted Kenny in that back alley. So Kenny might be in a position. I call this the silly. Ever since I was watching Silly on this, every time he's always able to pick up a kill. So I call this spot the silly.
I like to see a dance move called the silly. I don't know. I think Justin Fargo can get down, right? He goes to a lot of those concerts. We love you. We love you, Silly. And he's doing a great impression so far. Really just holding off. What is this? Push waiting to happen for the Ravens. Dylan inching ever closer toward the steps. Elliot tries to throw some utility. Does get some damage, but no kills awarded. On the other end, Ravens have made some good work, grabbing some good real estate. Zed makes the push up, and he now realizes he has to make a push as well. And that side over at A, is going to be the focus for London. And you see Venom, you see Drazah, they're trying to figure it out. Where are they at? It's got to be over at A now as the plant goes in. The 3 versus 3 retake. LA Thieves look to try to commit. Venom, close quarter position, and the Ravens, before I can even begin to speak, find all 3 players in a matter of a second and a half. They commit, they make the play, and they lock up this search and destroy. Looking great are London to start off this elimination series, Study.
That last round right there out of Dylan was so huge. He was able to pick up the information that 2 players are going to be left at this B site. So that opens up the middle of the map. He knows that 1 player is usually going to be pushed up on A, which is going to be TJ. He either plays the boat or he plays those steps. But the information, he was able to find that player at the bottom of the steps, gets shot by the guy back alley, and then backs away, plays his life perfectly, gives the time for TJHaLy to open it up with that first blood, and then just plays the rotation, man. That was just such a well-executed push out of the Ravens. They knew exactly what they wanted to do from start to finish, and they close out that S&D, man. This is where teamwork is really starting to prevail in this series.
Yeah, man, teamwork, really, you couldn't say it enough throughout that search and destroy for the Ravens. As we'll here in just a few moments pull up our U.S. Army tactical play. And I tell you what, man, like I said, the teamwork was just on point, as you called it out. Like the Ravens, just a number of different situations. We're talking about how they kind of need to make the play. Certain players kind of going off for the roster, and they just seemed to kind of commit whenever it was the right play to do so. Like they just seem to be kind of very focused in their different situations, and we cannot talk about it enough, right? This round 2, obviously there's a lot of chaos going around the map. We talked about Dylan in this 1v2 position. Actually, it was a 1v3. So 1v3 took down Drazah, and then really once he gets the information study, he said, hey, I'm going over to A.
Yeah, it's just no hesitation, man. He spotted both those players at that B site, immediately cuts the map because he knows both players are going to be running around together. So they were either going to wrap back together or push through, and he decides to play it as they push through. Obviously, the time is ticking. The Thieves need to work a defuse. He's using his headset right now while he's sitting in this corner to his best of his ability. So right now, you see how he's a little hesitant. He probably thinks someone's on bomb, but he gets this information right here with this player sliding, that they're still trying to locate him. He was able to take down the first, and then turns around and kills the second. It was just such a great heads-up play. No hesitation off that rotation for Dylan, and he gets the job done.
Yeah, no hesitation. Had a Dylan, and really one of those rounds that kind of sets the tone for the series. But let's go take a look at our Astro Social soundboard. This one coming in from Miles, and it's coming home. It very well could be, Miles. I don't know if coming home means like series or overall tournament. Regardless,
it's coming back to London.
It is, man. It's coming back.
It's got to be coming back.
This team, they're looking perfectly in form right now. You see the fist bumps across the cams. These guys are looking so good right now. But can the Thieves respond in our next control? It will be on Checkmate. Saw the Thieves look good in this one, but hey, it could be a 3-0 sweep, folks. Stay with us as we'll be back in just a few moments.
Magic. Oh, I'm so in.
The Call of Duty League is presented by T-Mobile, now America's largest and fastest 5G network. Set your sights on the competition with T-Mobile, the leader in 5G. The Call of Duty League is presented by Seany, the official eyewear for the CDL. Armor your eyes with Seany Blocks blue light protection glasses by visiting seany.com/gaming.
10-1 out of Insight. This young man, the new player, the new addition, has had some incredible search performances. The man is a beast. Insight. Look at him. Look at him. He's fired up.
Over towards A he goes, but Diamondcon's going to make the read. Diamondcon's going to get the kill. Diamondcon lands the shots, and the Diamondcon is absolutely frying right now.
With this break, they can get somewhat of a collection of players and be in a good spot, but Paul has other plans. Last push that can be made from London. 2 players drop. It's all onto the Røkkr. Paul X, there's 2. Hold on a moment. Hold on a moment. That's 3.
9 kills right now, leading the way for his team, but Standy takes down, 1 bullet away. Finding 3 in the wall, bang, with the pistol.
All 4 drop, and Standy cuts them all down. What was that?
That's a confidence play right there.
Everybody, welcome back to the Stage 2 Major Elimination game going down right now. But we got to talk about how great these rookies have been, man. You saw a few of the highlights there. Obviously, we talked about in this particular series. We've got, Paul X from the London Royal Ravens. You got Venom from the LA Thieves. I mean, just in general, the impact of the rookies this season study has clearly been felt. We talk about teams that have kind of been struggling a little bit, teams that kind of need a little bit of a pick-me-up, and these guys, these young players have stepped in and really made a major impact. And one of those guys happens to be, of course, Paul X. Comes into the Ravens, makes a difference. What do you like about Paul and what he's done for the Ravens camp?
I love what Paul has done for the Ravens camp. Before he got here, they were not able to get a win. So as soon as he was able to enter the team, they pick up 2 back-to-back. Obviously, they have lost their previous 3, but that's because teams started to learn about them. So now it's all about just expanding your map pool, getting better as a team, and increasing your win percentage on certain maps that you guys were really bad at. And that all comes with time, all comes with the time that you put in through your practice. And obviously, Paul X is a tremendous player from top to bottom, man. What he's able to do for this team, especially in that slaying department, has definitely improved this roster.
It has. As we'll go and take a look at our Astro Social soundboard now. Paul X, we've been talking about him. His first major tomorrow. Good night, Twitter. Lovely to see. Love to see. It's going to bed at 8:03 p.m. All. Man, I appreciate it. I respect it, right? Going to bed at an early time. Got to be ready, rearing to go. No, man, Paul, we absolutely love the guy. He's been playing so well for this team, as you called it out, Study. And I know we kind of chance to kind of look at the stats for a moment. I mean, those are all, that's just a screaming X factor for me. Like, I don't remember exactly what the stats were exactly, but talk about his ability in wins versus his ability in losses. The Ravens, whenever he is going off, they just have a new sign of life. And I think we actually had Paul X's debut series, and it was instant. Like, literally from the very moment that we saw the team, I think it was one of the opening sequences in Hardpoint, you could just tell the team just felt different. That just goes to show you, man, one player can make all the difference for your team. And I know we've been talking about the Ravens a lot, saying how, it's been the struggles as of late. They start off the season, or rather they start off the stage well, but they have really picked it up so far throughout this series. And I'm very, very interested to see if they can lock it up here on Control.
Yeah, man, I like to call this map Paul X Town, because the way that he's able to maneuver this map with his assault rifle, I'm pretty sure he's one of the players that we have throughout the CDL who was able to drop 40 on this map. And honestly, I'm looking at Paul X and Seany, because Seany, he went huge on that map number 1. We expect Paul X to play great on this one. But on the opposite side for the Thieves, I need Kenny and Drazah to step up in those ARs. We saw them on this map yesterday versus Paris. Drazah had a 1.89, so he's going to need to keep up that slaying department versus Paul X here.
He is indeed. As we fly in, some good old checkmate. We see it pretty much in every series, and I'm expecting that trend to only continue. But I know so far for Ravens, I know Control at times has kind of been good for them, but it really has been this map. So far in Stage 2, I think they're actually 3-0 on Control checkmate. Their last 2 opponents did not even want to play them on this map, so much so that they actually vetoed it out. So this is something to kind of keep in mind. But hey, early on here in the offense, it is the Thieves making some good progress over at A. Halfway through that particular control point is Zed looking to get some work done through the middle side of the map, but it is solid slaying early out of the Thieves.
Yeah, so the second tick is already in at A. They have a 2 live advantage. So all they're trying to do is just keep these players off this point, trying to extend that clock. Going to see a couple of London players wrapping back from the backside. Unfortunately, Venom is going to drop on that point. I would have liked to see him just play a little better of a spot there, so he's able to try to work towards that finishing. We'll try to work towards finishing that 8-point by himself, but he's going to drop. So now the Ravens have map control. You're going to see TJ playing for that flank through plane. None of the players from the Ravens are going to read this, but he's not going to be able to close out that kill. He knows when it's going to be close. He's able to take down Seany and get away with his life. So now he's going to get on this 8-point. Like I said, only needed 1 tick. Able to win that engagement. It's looking like the Thieves are going to take this 8-point and extend it by a minute.
Yeah, Thieves makes the play. Great work coming through from the Thieves as they earn themselves another minute on the clock And I know we talked about London, you know, quite a bit, saying how great they've been on this map. Thieves yesterday, this was, the only returning map from the series they had yesterday versus Paris. 3-0ing them on control checkmate. As they're starting off this offense pretty much the best way that you can. Defense, we talk about rules out a majority of the time, but see what we've got planned next as Venom winning a major fight over in that base. With a minute on the clock, live advantage with the Thieves for the moment. As they'll look to try to put in the vice script for now, but you see players pretty much spread throughout the entirety of the map. Everybody just looking to try and grab some good old map control.
Yeah, TJ's been pushed up in their base the entire time, just staying alive in this wood area. Now he's finally going to get taken down. So that's going to give the opening for the Ravens players to start pushing up, not worry about their base. Dylan's going to slide onto the point, take down Kenny. So far, the Thieves have a 7 live advantage on their very first offense. That's going to be 2 down now. It's going to force the players from the Ravens to drop all strategy and try to push this point. First tick is going to come in. They only have 5 lives remaining. Venom's going to be able to take down 1. No more lives for the Ravens. It's looking like the Thieves are going to be able to walk away with this one. But as I say, that 3 go down. It's going to change the positioning out of Drazah. He's able to take down 1. Paulex with the trade. Now left in a 2v9 situation.
2v9, an uphill battle. 30 seconds on the clock, and with Dylan dropping, Paul, you're a great player. We highlighted you a lot, my friend, but yeah, he's going to go and wave the white flag. So Thieves walking away with the early offense, man. You got to give him some props for that. We talk about it consistently, how difficult it can be, but they're able to make it look somewhat simple there in that situation. I think for me, it was kind of the early time they got over at that A Street. We talk about it consistently. You drop 4 as a team, and then it can just be pretty much just spawn camping. Like, for the most part, the defense can just put you so far back in your base, you really can't even get out to try to make a play. So good spot there from the Thieves, and specifically, I think for TJ to make the play over at that A Street, hits them up and grab that early point, finding this lane through the mid map. Like to start from the Thieves, but we'll see what the Ravens can produce for us now in this next offense for them, as they'll look to focus their attention toward that B wing off of the rip. Zed looking to try to put in some early fire, not yet met with any players for the time. Nice gunfight win as London try to apply some of the pressure. Thieves looking great for the moment. Let's go ahead and go to our Astro Gaming listening right now with the London Royal Raven.
Who's Drazah's on A?
Watch office.
P5, weak there.
Wing. On A, got me.
Yeah,
he's lagged out.
Yeah, one
P5 weak.
He's on 4.
Yeah.
Could be
front P2.
I'm thinking front P2 now.
Got me.
Have you made cross? Top wing. Top right wing. Right wing, got me. He's on top wing. Top wing, no yellow crate.
I want turbo with an 8. Oh, turbo on their side as well.
I needed it.
Absolutely that side. It's your
Let's go. I got dropped.
Alrighty, folks. Well, I'm sure that you've probably noticed it by now, right? Right whenever we went to that listening, we're missing a good old TJHaLy. So we'll have to get him back in the game. We'll figure out what happens in this situation, but still, for the moment, London looking solid. But hey, like you said, when we talk about this one, it's going to be difficult whenever you're playing in a 3 versus 4, right?
Yeah, no, but for some reason they're still getting the job done. They have a 2 live advantage. They were able to walk away with that round. Oh no, the game ends. Okay, the game ends. But if you're the Thieves, that was a good first way to start that round. Unfortunately, TJ does drop out of the map, so we should get a restart on that round. But if you are the Ravens, you need to be able to dominate that B push nice and early, because that's something that they like to do off the rip. Unfortunately, their initial push right there was shut down.
It was indeed. Well, folks, we're going to get a quick little restart. Don't fret. We'll be back with some more control right after this quick break.
Never know what's gonna happen.
4 ways to play, that's what I want. What is my opponent gonna do? How am I gonna counterplay that?
Play Hearthstone now!
veil lies the Shadowlands,
where every soul has its place.
World of Warcraft Shadowlands, available now. I will fight with honor. My weapon brings justice.
And we're back, just like that. We got, well, we're getting situations all figured out. TJ, we got to get him back in the map. It's only fair to do so, right? But we were given word Thieves will be up 1-0. It was just kind of a restart in that round 2. So, so what? No real harm done. We're just going to make sure that everything is back, making sure that everything is just fine-tuned the way that it needs to be. But let's study. A nice early start on that offense for Thieves. I think we can kind of dive into that round a little bit more now that we have the opportunity to. But what did you like in that opening offense from the Thieves, and what do you expect to see from the Ravens throughout the throughout this next offense for them?
It was just the initial break-off for the Thieves. They were able to open it up with 3 down, so as soon as they were able to do that, they put 2 people on that 8 point. They get the second tick in easy, and then eventually players drop, but they come back to life, and they get those kills again, and that's they were able to close out that 8 point. But TJHaLy making the play that he was, just being a nuisance in the spawn, running around backwood, picking up kill left and right, is the reason why they were able to hold off the Ravens players from getting any map control. So obviously we saw the Ravens on their offensive push off the initial towards that B site. Didn't really work out for them. So let's see if they decide to switch it up on this push. But it's all about that initial break off, man. You do not want to start off on offense going down 3 down, because then you're going to give up complete map control and put yourself in a spawn trap. So you're going to see the offensive pushes on both sides just taking their sweet time, just trying to chain a couple kills together and fight for that.
Here we go. Obviously, Thieves up 1-0. Ravens now coming into this next offense, as you called it. We'll see what the look is for them off the rip. As it will be somewhat of a split. Paul X hanging out toward the back. As here we are, Zed quickly dropping off the rip as we are hot and heavy into this control round. London, they are happy to be here and doing well. We're currently getting some time over at both of these points. As one fell over at A, but no harm done as they look to try and stack as much as they can. Every life means so much. That will be a good early start at this B point. 1 tick through, and Dylan on the other end still making some damage happen. These early control rounds and on really for the offensive teams have been stellar to start things off, but Thieves finally get a moment to breathe, a moment to try and wipe the sweat off the brow as Drazah now hanging out toward top plate.
Yeah, he's just taking his time. He has to try to play his life, so now they're going to lose plane control. But as I say that, Venom's able to take down 1 before he's traded. But TJ's going to take down the 3rd, so now he's going to push up yellow, spawn all these players towards back blue, play a little bit more spawn trappy, able to take down 1. He's going to be in a 3 spree now. He's just trying to stay in the base of the players of the Ravens. Eventually, he's going to get taken down, so now it's time for Kenny to fill that gap. He's able to take 1 down, get away with his life. That's going to be another 2 down for the Ravens. They have to try to fight out of their base, or the Thieves are going to walk away with this round.
Yeah, and time starting to tick away. The early success starting to falter away. As we'll see what London aims at trying to pull off, as that's 2 early kills. Dylan, he drops. Last player alive is going to be Zed. We'll see what he has up his sleeve, and the answer is nothing. Getting with the clothesline toward the top, sitting on 5 in a row for him. And that'll be really the player to look out for coming into this next round. As long as he stays up, Thieves, they secure the round. And obviously, we talked about ignore the score for the moment. It is 2-0 now for the Thieves in a great spot. But Kenny making the best play, shutting down any final attempt that the Ravens look to make. And what he's sitting on, like we said, 5 in a row coming to this next round. He gets some streaks that could just be the necessary and final nail in the coffin for this control, buddy.
Yeah, 2 kills away. It's all about this initial break off once again. You're going to see that Drazah and Kenny are going to take their time with those assault rifles and just try to pick up kills from long distance. If he does get some streaks, obviously on a map like Checkmate, they are not that useful, but it still does put some fear in the hearts of the Royal Ravens players when you see that. Right off the rip, it's going to be a different push from the Thieves. It's looking like they're going to try to go nice and early towards B. Venom's going to open up with the first blood, trying to take down the 2nd on the box. But here comes Zed on the flank, able to take down 2. Seany with the 3rd. Just like that, the Ravens have map control.
The final player being Kenny. He's actually on the other side of this forklift. He's going to go for the challenge, and Paul takes him down. So Zed, I thought for a moment, may have been the 6th player in a row for Kenny's spree, but that one will come to a close, and the Ravens to start off this current round just look to be showing some new signs of life as Dylan, a nice shot on to Venom, looking like a looking like kind of a typical defensive round. I mean, to start things off, it was kind of the offense seeing success. The same thing for LA Thieves can be said, but this is kind of what we expect as that life count quickly starts to diminish. We'll see what the Thieves can do, but you're just constantly looking at that feed, and it is always London being involved, taking down players, and ending out these team situations with man count advantage. As Drazah, a few extra shots, finally able to make some work happen, but time's starting to tick away, and we're looking at what could be a final push from the Thieves. We'll see what they've got.
And that's going to be 3 down. Drazah's going to be the only player left in plane. He's going to get shot in the back, so all the players from the Thieves are now going to spawn out. Now it's all about just trying to get on this point, trying to get some kills to try to get that defense just in case it does go to a round 5. But TJ's able to get on the point. As I say that, he's going to get dropped, and the Ravens are going to walk away with that defense. And that's a good response after dropping your own defense and then dropping an offense so far. So being down 2-1 on this map, you need to try to make a miracle happen with this offensive push. Like I said, it's all about that break off. If they can chain a couple kills together, they can definitely close out one of those points early and play for more map control, putting them in the spawn trap nice and early.
I know we do see, what, Ravens, Paul X sitting on 4, Seany sitting on 4 as well, so I know what's up with this opening break, how important it is, but if they can not only have a successful break off, but also have those guys put in some early kills, that could be the key to success here for the Raven boys, as Venom off the rip, finding the early engagement. Trades another end, so Paul X, his streak ends. Meanwhile, Seany, that's on 5, couldn't find the other one. Big plays coming in from Venom as that off-the-break push from Ravens is shut down.
Yeah, so now the Ravens are just fighting out of the back foot. So far, you see that number 7 player in Drazah running around their base. They're able to eliminate him, so now it's all about just pushing up. Like I keep saying, just chaining a couple kills together to fight for that map control. Eventually, they're able to win a couple gunfights, and now they're going to work up towards the same point. Drazah's going to be the only player in a position to try to keep him off, but he's going to get taken down. So now you're going to have one player pushed up all the way towards their side of A. Paul X is trying to fight for plane control, but he's going to get traded by Venom. Here comes the push from middle map. Can they take these players off of this A point? Just trying to set up a crossfire. Venom and Drazah able to take down both, and now the clock is going to continue to click. London need to get on a point to stop it.
Very least, if you're London, you did get that second tick over at A before that great crossfire began to come in. A few different lanes being dominated from the Thieves, but inside of the plane, it's Dylan trying to lead the charge right now. Again, a round victory here for the Thieves would be a game winner. Not series winner, but game winner here for Control. Drazah and TJ putting in the great work. As you look at those London players now spawning all the way toward back blue and right toward the blender of Kenny. As that's going to be 3, all falling in the feed as the Ravens struggling. Getting dominated every time they start to show themselves. With 3 seconds left, you can go and put a fork in it. It will be the Thieves winning this round and closing out this Control 3-1 and staying alive in this series study despite all the talk. I feel like everything is opposite. Can I just say that for a moment? Everything is opposite. Like, we're thinking, hey, this could be a good map for the Ravens. Like, they've been good on Control checkmate. Nobody wants to play on it versus them. They're up 2-0. They get this map. And the Thieves take. I don't know what to say, study. I really don't. Just Pick'em's destroyed. My predictions out the window, as always.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, brother. my Pick'ems have been destroyed since the day 1 has started. And now the Thieves, they are showing life. They are fighting back in this series. They walk away with that Control, which can be a swing map for certain teams. It's that map that people get scared of because it's the start of a reverse sweep. And now we're going into a raid hardpoint between both of these teams. You're going to have London, who are 0-1, and the Thieves, who are 0-3. But like I said, man, if you're the Thieves, you just got to continue to have fun. Obviously, that first hard point, the rotations weren't there. You were just fighting from the back for the entire time. But everyone knows how to play raid. Just got to be there nice and early. Make sure you get those 60s on those hills.
Oh boy, it's going to be fun. Just expect chaos. That's all I can say. From a prediction perspective, just expect some chaos. It's going to be great. Can the Thieves force the game 5, or will London close it out here? Can they bring it home? All that answered and more when we come back after this quick commercial break.
Our heroes can't fly. They fall like shooting stars. Will anyone survive? Dragons take flight above the ice and snow. High in the sky where the cold wind blows. Wings feet down as the feet back foes. Flaming hot fire over frozen bones. Good unites against people they oppose. They ride or die as the legends grow. We must don't choose sides, feelings are heroes. There are no silence in this combat zone. Beats midair, yeah, it's a chiller. Life and death, yeah, it's a killer. They go round and round as the beat down pounds. Aerial thrills, yeah, it's a thriller. The sky's filled with trauma and all of this drama. Pretending and impending, yeah. Prestinni. It's dragons descend.
Hi everybody, and welcome back to the Call of Duty League Stage 2 Major. Thieves v Ravens elimination match. Ravens currently sitting at a 2-1 score line. Feeling good coming into this next HP, you'd like to think. But Thieves, hey, look fantastic in that control. We'll go take a look at our maps and modes, and oh boy, we've got a Raid hardpoint up next. What Raid has treated us oh so well, and it was kind of what the map that kind of sealed the deal for the Ultra in the upset that we saw versus OpTic just hours ago at this point. But we'll go and revisit our first hardpoint. That bad boy was over on Apocalypse, and we're highlighting what Zed with the overall time. What we see Dylan, Seany, a lot of the boys putting in the work. It was Ravens on kind of the off-map pick, playing well in that opening HP study.
Yeah, they were just winning those rotation gunfights. So once you have the spawns on a map like Apocalypse, all the guys on the opposite team are just going to be sprinting at you, trying to flip those spawns. So you've seen a lot of the times that Thieves are pushing around the back for that P4 because they know if they flood the front, it's basically chalk. You're not going to be able to break it from there. So a lot of free kills were going in favor of Seany, who was sitting in the back with that assault rifle, just picking players off. And now you're going into a hardpoint on Raid. My dog is kind of excited. We're going to have a good map here.
We all are excited. You have no reason to not be excited. If you're not excited, then you paid too much for your admission. And it's free. Hey, it's free. You get rewards. There's so much to be excited about, folks. I will say, I'm very excited if the Thieves do win this series for one reason. Kenny, and it sounds weird, Kenny bought a lightsaber, and he promised that if they win this series, he will bring it out on camera. So I'm waiting for that. I'm not necessarily rooting for the Thieves. I know Miles and Loony are just secretly cheering, going nuts right now in the green room, I'm sure. But hey, it's going to be a fun one. Hardpoint Raid up next. Can the Ravens bring it home? Or will the LA Thieves continue what has been a very interesting Cinderella story? Does the slipper still fit? We'll find out. Thieves v Ravens. Here we go, Study.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at this initial push right now from the Thieves. You see that player going up water steps, which is going to be Venom. So the player is going to be out of play. And that's going to be 4 dead right off the rip for the Thieves. So Ravens are going to have control. They do have the spawns for P2. So now it's all about just keeping the pressure on the Thieves to keep them off this point. It's looking like the Thieves are trying to play for that rotation, trying to push through that P5 and flip these spawns on their head. But right now, the Ravens are just holding this P1 hardpoint. And you do not want to be able to give up 50 seconds on this and lose spawns for P2. But it's looking like the Thieves are able to flip it. Now the pinch is going to come in. One player is going to be left from the Ravens. And he eventually is going to get taken down. Yes, he does. And now the time is going in favor of the Thieves, and they have the spawns.
I mean, hey, man, that's about the best way that you can play this situation off the way the opening sequence in the first hardpoint laid out. I mean, what, if you're Thieves, we're talking, hey, Ravens off to a great start. What do? They go for the pinch. They try and secure spawns for next. They also get the pinch as well over at P1. But hey, it's currently the Ravens breaking on inside of the kitchen. They've got something cooked up quite special, but that'll be 3 in from the Thieves off of the retake. And with the Ravens spawning over here toward that middle pit, Drazah aware of it. While he does drop, Ravens still trying to apply some pressure. 35 very valuable seconds still left on the clock as we have got a full-on team engagement. Dylan trying to stay alive, so as the dust settles, it will be the Thieves grabbing the remaining seconds, but they are off to the races toward that mansion, and PaulX is here to greet him. He falls, and that could be the key for Thieves. They've got a few players prepared. If they could chain these next 2 hills, or rather that last hill together in with Garage, what a great spot it would be. But TJ drops. London currently handling the damage well, and now we're set up for Garage.
Yeah, I thought it was going to get a little scary when PaulX lost that engagement. He spawns all the way across the map, but his teammates are able to win those engagements to get back in towards this P3 hardpoint. There's only going to be 1 player left. The pinch is getting set up right now for the Thieves. 2 players left from the Ravens left in this hardpoint. The pinch is coming in from both sides. These players are able to take down both. Now they have control. All they have to do is eliminate Zed. That's going to be 3 down now for the Ravens. And time is still going in favor of the Thieves. 30 seconds remaining on this P3 hardpoint. If you are the Ravens, you want to send someone off the rotation, you're going to see it. That number 1 player is going to be setting up nice and early. They're just trying to keep this as contested as possible, and not trying to give up all this time to the Thieves, and also play for that rotation.
Yeah, great call. Right, PaulX making the play, trying to set up for basketball early. As Thieves, as the hill comes to a close, will have solid advantage coming into next. But if we know anything about basketball court, how much the game can start to turn if you are able to hold down that hill in particular. But it's the early pressure inside a kitchen, and somehow Kenny and Drazah both stay alive. Kenny ends up dropping eventually, but still the Thieves making some good pressure. Zed staying alive toward mid, tossing out some utility. So London locking down basketball court well for now as the Thieves look to rally, look to try to gain some positioning, and really just look for that opening pick. And it's a matter of if London will give that to them or not. Paul with the pistol up close. Thieves finding 3. Thieves looking to break, and that's all 4 constant breaks out of the Thieves despite what has been a very close game. Kenny hitting beams, eventually drops, but Thieves, tell you what, man, I mean, based off the breaks that they have had so far, I feel like this score should be much different than it is. But here we go, now on to P5 in just a few moments. DJ winning some fights up close. That's 4 in a row for him.
They're starting to heat up, man, and you can just tell these engagements are insane so far. Kenny's going to get 1 on that P5. Here comes TJ from Water Steps, able to take down the second as well. Every single time the Ravens are rotating, the Thieves are breaking in with a good amount of time left on that hard point. So now they're able to get this initial time off this P5. It's all about, if you're the Ravens, you have to set up a pinch. You have to set up a pinch and set it up coordinately with your teammates. It's looking like you're going to send 2 through pillars and 2 through Zig, but Kenny's going to eliminate 2. Shawnee's doing everything he can from the pillar side to try to stay alive. Kenny with the 3rd, TJ with the 4th. TJ's working towards some streaks. The Thieves are not giving up on this series.
TJ says, low-key, I'm on streaks. Guys, I'm actually on streaks this time. Is going to earn the crews and the artillery. Major plays made from the Thieves right now inside of P5. Hit dominated by this team who has so much passion right now, so much going for them, doubling the score and chaining these last 2 hills together oh so well. And they're going to make sure they grab every single second. TJ's happy to go toe-to-toe with them as often as possible, but here we go into P1. Ravens in desperate need of some signs of life. They've got to try to turn things around. They do have that next rotation for kitchen, so that could be their ticket to bring this one back. But it's going to need to, we're really going to need to see continuous aggression, continuous kind of tight plays out of the SMG study. And we know that players like Zed, like Dylan can provide that. As TJ with the streaks from above doesn't take down a soul. It's really because his teammates are just slaying out oh so well. He doesn't have to find the streak kills.
Yeah, so obviously with that streak, he's going to scatter all the players from the Ravens. So they're just running right into the pre-aims of his teammates. So now they're able to open it up with that remaining 20 seconds. That's going to put them up by 100 points. They're trying to force this game number 5.
20 out.
You see what they're doing. They're trying to play for these spawns. TJ still has that artillery, so he's going to be playing his life, making sure he's taking his time on this back push. That one player that's pushing through basketball court is going to be Zed. He could be the playmaker for the Ravens. Is he going to win the engagement? No, he's not. That's going to be 3 down. Last player is going to be in the hill. Dylan's only one left. Eventually, he should get traded, and just like that, the Thieves are able to break in.
Thieves breaking in again. I don't know what kind of run that these boys are on right now, but it's got to be something crazy as Ravens just trying to slow the bleeding as much as they can. Starts to get more and more tense. The Ravens able to put a good sequence together, so they will be able to grab the remaining time, really because they have to, but they've got to focus on that next rotation. Early player over at Garage is going to be Seany. He and Zed going to group up together. If they can find this, this could break open the game. This could be their ticket back into this map. As the fights begin to go through, Seany having to back up. Zed does win a crucial fight toward the flank, though.
So now here comes the push from the Ravens. Even though the players from the Thieves are spawning a little close, Dylan's going to win that engagement. So now the pinch is on. Drazah and Kenny trying to do everything they can in the hill. Drazah's going to be the only one left from the Thieves. You have all the players spawning out towards Ray. Drazah's trying to play his life, but eventually he's going to get taken down by Paul. So the Ravens, they're fighting back. They're fighting back. They need to hold this remaining time and play for those rotations. So if you're the Thieves, 30 seconds remaining, you probably give this one more good push and then set up for that basketball hill. And with 2 players dropping right there, you're going to see both of them coming off spawn and just rotating nice and early. But their hands are going to be full as 2 players from the Ravens are already here.
And that's big. Kenny wins the 1v1, so Thieves will have the late time. Well, that's going to get them to around 2:43. They're going to be within 7 seconds off of this rotation. Ravens looking at an uphill battle. We'll see what they've got produced, but Thieves hop off the point early because they want to try to get into this hill as often and as quickly as possible, trying to grab that real estate, that mid-map real estate. Dylan trying to hold off the line of defense. Zed, he has to drop in order to try to sacrifice himself for the point. Seany looking to try and set on up, but it's TJ with the streaks from above, trying to create chaos. Hanging down in his little hut, trying to stay alive. Paul able to win one. So right now, Ravens holding on well, but they've got to string together an incredible sequence just to keep this one close. Well, the Thieves have yet to break on in. You like their chances and then some. As a big gun engagement goes through, Ravens still with those spawns are going to be in a good spot. Thieves just trying to apply pressure so that the Ravens have to continue to put their bodies inside of that old hill. And when we rotate, it's going to be player 7. Drazah's here early.
So now you're going to have the Thieves set up for P5. They only need 8 seconds to close this out and force a game number 5. So kills need to go. They need to be enchained. And just like that, everyone is going to drop. The Thieves are going to win map number 4. And we're going to a game 5. I cannot believe this, Lando, because the Thieves, they're showing life. They were down 0-2 in the series. They bounced back into control. They win this hard point. Now we're going into their best overall search and destroy. This series is far from done, my friend.
It is far from done indeed. Far from done, as we constantly, throughout the stage 2 major, we've just been kind of calling out a number of different times. Okay, this is probably going to be what seals the deal. This is going to be the closer. Just when we start to count out the LA Thieves, they begin to bring it back. And I know Kenny, he has been big for this team in terms of communication. He's kind of taken over that leadership role now with Slasher, obviously not being in the starting lineup right now. So, you know, he's happy to rally the group back, a young group of players, but boy, have they started to perform. A great sequence late for them is what we talked about the stats. Nothing really kind of showing out too much, just very standard, very well consistent play across the entire team. I know what maybe from the other side you could call it Dylan, 16-25, 3,700 damage with the SMG, just not able to get it done enough. But as you called it, my friend, we've got that Moscow search and destroy up next. I hesitate to even give a call out. I mean, I hesitate to even give a prediction. I hesitate to say anything at this point, Steady.
Yeah, I can't even give a prediction either. All I know is if you're the Ravens, you better make sure you're holding that Eskies because TJ's going to go up and down. Don't forget, the guy dropped 12-0 on Moscow, so he just likes to take control of P5, likes to run around the middle of the map, running up Eskies and just being a nuisance. You need to be able to counter that, and I'm looking at Dylan to be able to equalize on the TJ.
Oh boy. Well, let's go and take a look back here for our USAA coverage moment. It's kind of been this dynamic duo for the LA Thieves, right? Kind of the veterans of the team, Kenny and TJ getting the work done over here at E5. And this is really where the game kind of started to break open, Study.
Yeah, so once they were able to break in towards that P4, they were able to get a full 60 on P5. And TJ also picks up streaks. So at this point, with those 2 streaks, you're able to at least set up 2 breaks on 2 different hills, and he was able to use that streak immediately for that P1 off the rotation, gets the remaining 30 seconds, and it was just every time that the Ravens thought that they had a setup, Thieves are able to pinch it, win those clutch engagements, and flip those spawns on their head, and now we're going to a Game 5. Oh, man, I'm at a loss for words, man. I just can't wait to see who comes out on top.
Folks, let us know in the chat. Let us know on social media. Use the hashtag CDL2021. Who do you got? Is it the London Royal Ravens who are bringing it home? Will the LA Thieves continue to stun us? We've got Game 5 on Moscow right after this quick break.
Victory on deck! Your soul shall be mine! Your soul shall suffer!
Brian, you know what I'm doing right now? I know you know what I'm doing right now. You can hear it.
Download free now.
I will fight with honor. My weapon brings justice.
It's time.
Magic. Oh, I'm so in.
The Call of Duty League is presented by T-Mobile, now America's largest and fastest 5G network. Set your sights on the competition with T-Mobile, the leader in 5G.
Grab your popcorn, bring your monitor oh so close, folks, as we have got ourselves an elimination Game 5. Loser of this series is going home in top 10 here at the Stage 2 Major, and the winner will advance. Let's go and take a look at how we got to this exact point. London starting off oh so well, claiming the hard point, winning the search and destroy. And ever since we saw that checkmate control, new signs of life coming through from the Thieves and the respawns. Now we find ourselves on some good old Moscow search and destroy. I know when we talk about search and destroy, we kind of have to reference back a little bit to what were the stats in that last search and really study. It was Paul X, the rookie, going big, 11-3 for the squad.
Yeah, he was just cutting off the middle of the map the entire time on Miami. As soon as he saw Dylan was getting pressured towards that A, he puts himself in an angle where he's always able to help his teammates. So going into this Moscow, obviously London do not like this map. They're 0-3 on it compared to the Thieves who are 3-0 on it. They need to come in with a completely new game plan, and hopefully they're able to show it.
Oh boy, I don't know what to think, man. It's gonna be nuts. I gotta bring up though, Kenny. By the way, like I said, I brought it up a little bit earlier. I'm gonna bring up our Astro Social soundboard for this one. Ken basically said, "I am now Sith Lord Kenny." Shout out to Astro. They replied back and said, "Kylo Ken." Kenny says, "This is the one." So we gotta see exactly what this lightsaber is looking like that he just purchased, by the way. Oh, look at that! Look at that, Standy. I know you're not the biggest fan of Star Wars, but you gotta respect that, my man. You gotta respect that. That is a very, very threatening lightsaber.
Yeah, it looks pretty cool, man. Just like you said, I've never seen Star Wars ever, so it looks pretty cool, though.
I love that, man. Kylo Ken, I know you don't get that reference, but it's perfect. Shout out to Astro for that. But Kenny, what, man? I tell you what, he's gonna be so influential. We talk about the Search and Destroy as well. I'm not just excited because of what could be the lightsaber being shown on stream if they do win this, but also because of how big he's been for the comms for this team. Again, I know we kind of talked about it earlier, but kind of our kind of pre-game show we had on Twitter Spaces, he was talking about how this team communication-wise has been kind of uniting around what is just kind of this odd situation right now going on in the Thieves camp. He's kind of taken over that leadership role, and he's been happy to do so. And I know this is going way back, but I always remember back in like Advanced Warfare, whenever Kenny was like making his actual debut when he was like 15 or 16 years old. There's a guy named Spacely that I know that you're familiar with, who led a young group of guys to like back-to-back like top finishes. And I always think back and say, you know what? When you talk about young players, whenever you put them in that leadership role, sometimes they thrive. This could be Kenny's opportunity as well. As here we go into the Game 5 Search and Destroy. Moscow to close us out. Who's going home?
And right off the rip, it's looking like the Ravens are trying to go towards this B site. They know that the Thieves like to take control of P1, being aggressive towards the map, so they're able to rotate off both. And that's a great first blood onto TJ. We know what he can do with the submachine gun on a map like Moscow. Seany with the second automatically turns it to a 4v2. Bomb is going to be planted. This round should go in favor of the Ravens. You're going to see both players from the Thieves wrap back, trying to get that long range distance with these assault rifles, but in a 4v2 situation, Drazah does have the Krig, so he's going to be working around this street side. Venom's trying to take his time pushing in towards this site. They're going to locate him off that nade. Drazah's going to slide in. Venom trying to go for the trade, and just like that, a good, clean first round out of the Ravens.
Yeah, clean, and like I said, this is kind of the same situation that we had, in Toronto versus OpTic. It was a matter of them just kind of being fully committed to whatever it is that they want to do. I know, in kind of the little late round situations, we saw them kind of, having a few different rotations where it was kind of odd, but whenever they kind of put their focus in, it was hard to take them down. That's exactly what we see there out of the Ravens. A clean or dropping. As now we come into this next offense, we'll see what the Thieves are going to give us here. So it looks like pretty much somewhat of a split really throughout the map. They've got 2 issued over at B. Right now, Venom staring down through mid as they'll look to try to find a pick. So not nearly as decisive as London. Paul X, as soon as he gets a look, quickly wraps back. We're 30 seconds through, and we've hardly gained any visuals. And I think, from the defensive perspective, you'll take that.
Yeah, right now the Thieves are just trying to play for information. Trophies are eventually going to come in, but Seany's going to open up with a great first blood onto the island player on Kenny. Seany with the second as well. Another 4v2 situation for TJ and Drazah. Bomb is going to be down towards back gold, but TJ's in a position. Flanking through this A site. He's going to reload his gun, make sure he has every single bullet for this engagement. Going to be able to take down one. Now it's a 3v2 situation with the time ticking. Bomb is starting to work towards A, but they know where TJ is. TJ's going to make another kill happen, so now it's going to be a 2v2. Does he have the information? And one's going to be in the back. No, he doesn't. Drazah is going to lose that engagement. TJ tried to do everything he can on that round, but the Ravens still walk out on top.
I got to say, man, I know you were kind of highlighted. It just looked like the sequences were just going in the way of TJ. It looked like the Thieves may have come away with the surpriser, but London all the stronger, and we can't talk enough about TJ, his impact in Search and Destroy, his impact specifically on Moscow S&D. It's been felt a time or two. But unfortunately for them, it's just not enough to secure the round. As Ravens now back on their offense and sitting in a nice spot for the moment. Zed 3 in a row for him. As London, they also look to find their 3rd round. Now on offense, we saw a quick B hit last time around, and it appears B still will be the call. Will it be nearly as aggressive? We're about to find out. As through the boulevard, they begin to go. Kenny, the island player right now for the squad, is going to have to gain quite a bit of information here. But they quickly wrap right into the site. No information granted yet for Ken.
Yeah, and this is going to be a free bomb plan for the Ravens. Can we see a play out of Kenny like we saw out of Dashy, just getting great timing on this B street, but they're able to spot him, eliminate him, so that's going to be the island player. So now they do have control of B, but they're playing the rat back. They're going to force 2 players from the Thieves to rat back towards that site, but one comes back. They might have read this perfectly.
There's Venom. Venom finds the pick. Trying to go for the bomb plant, but they had to actually jump off of it, and the Ravens will secure the round. So definitely kind of a scatterbrain type situation, but that is exactly what we saw the Ultra do in that last game versus OpTic Study on this very map. They know that they have control over toward one side of the map, and they're reading the rotation from the opponents. Well played from London as 3-0 to start this one off. I mean, I hate to say it, but this is a much-needed round. This may be the necessary round for Thieves to take, and if not, you're staring at 4-0. You're staring at a team that just looks so well coordinated, especially in their offenses. Thieves, major spot for them. See what this young group can do. Now eyeing up over toward A. TJ finding that first blood.
TJ's able to get the first blood, and he's being super aggressive through this site. Kenny with the second, so now it turns into a 4v2. Both players from the Ravens pushing up this Esky side. Kenny's going to be able to take down one Zed. Now left in a 1v4. He's going to drop. And that was a good round out of the Thieves right there. Just really taking it to him on that A site. Dropping all strategy. They were just like, hey, we're playing too slow. It's not really working out for us. Let's try to switch up the pace right now. And that's exactly what happens. So far, both teams have been playing their defensive setups basically identical. They're taking control of that P1 and just playing off the rotation. But TJ opening up with that first blood, just being aggressive towards that site. They outnumber that player who was playing it by himself, and eventually turn around. Read both players coming up SC's. Good round out of Thieves.
Now, as we said, a much needed round, able to secure it. TJ with that first blood, and Ken really from there lights him up. But we said, Thieves, stay alive. Is the intensity very high for both these teams right now on the brink of what could be elimination. Kenny continuing that streak now to 4, trying to ruin the party early from the Thieves. They are going to read that TJ's here. Can they win the fights? They do. London bruised off the rip. Current 2 versus 3 as they'll look to just try and join up together. Kind of your 2 impact players for this Ravens group as they'll look to maybe make the play over at A. And really from the Thieves, you know, there's a lot of vets out there who are happy based off the way they're playing this right now, trying to stick together. This could be the opener from Paul X. Unfortunately, he gets dropped all down to Dylan, hanging out toward the Eskies. You know, what can he pull off? What can he do just to try and slow down what has been the Thieves train? And the answer is nothing. Back-to-back rounds out of LA.
And that was a tremendous first blood out of Kenny. He was able to open up with the first one, and then he backs up, changes his positioning, and able to get the second as well. That's going to put him on a 5 spree. He's 2 kills away from working towards some kill streaks and getting back in this game. Good plays out of Kenny there. Even though TJ did drop, just having his teammates back, being the guardian angel for TJ, getting that trade is exactly what Kenny needs to do. Now they found themselves down 1 round, 2 back-to-back for the Thieves.
Oh boy, 2 back-to-back. And I tell you what, man, we just know the impact that a player like Kenny can have. I know there's been a lot of people who've kind of recently referenced back to like World War II Kenny, like he's kind of changed up his role from time to time. There's a lot of people saying like, is Kenny the problem with the team? Like what really seems to be the issue that he is putting on for the roster right now? 5 spree as we get ever so close or what could be the first blood. The nades rain in early, but yet anyone to fall. That's quickly about to change up, and it's Venom. Going big early, takes down the entry SMG of London, and it appears to be a rat back to Paul X. He can read this, only finds 1, and that will be an open B site from the Thieves.
The Thieves, no hesitation, just all take control of mid-map. Now they're going to be able to work towards this B plant. Kenny does drop, so he's not going to be able to pick up any streaks on the round. Now it's all about just trying to tie this game up. Gonna see both players from the Ravens working them on the backside. You're still gonna have 2 players inside sight. 1 player in Drazah playing deep street. He's able to spot one. He's just gonna get away with his life. Just making sure he's continuously throwing these shoulders, getting that information for his team. Puts down some shots on the Seany. Here comes the flank out of Venom. Venom able to take down one. Seany, he's gonna get traded, and that is 3 back to back to back for the Thieves. They have completely switched the pace up on their offensive pushes, and it's been working for them so far.
We see Venom involved in those early engagements. It's always a good sign. He'll be on the positive end of this one. Really, he's looking so good these last few. And I know you said it's kind of in their offensive adjustments, the way they've been able to kind of handle things in that department. But from the Ravens, now what do you look to do? You've had somewhat of a slow look. What appears to be the play. They've eyed up this B-bomb side a decent amount. We've seen constant rotations. Why do you think we're seeing so many rotations on Moscow? Why is that?
It's because they know that people are going to be pushed up towards that auto bricks at A. So if you wrap back, the guy has an insane head glitch on that side of the site.
I sort of know.
They don't want to take their time and go there.
Just a lot of them,
yeah,
you know?
Once they open up with the first blood. Yeah, they got to get that first blood, gain that information, then whatever the information his teammate, who is that island player, which is Paul X right now, is able to try to open up that site. We heard Insight say it in his interview. He's just like, I gained all that information. I watched them wrap back. Come back, come back. So that's basically what Paul X is trying to do, but forcing all the players from the Thieves to wrap back towards A. Such a slow push coming out of the Ravens should be a free B-bomb plant.
Free for now. Dylan gonna put down the objective. That one will be successful. Does escape with his life as TJ quickly goes for the wraparound. Gonna gain any information. TJ quickly uttering out the callouts as here comes the nade. Trying to set up shot. Stop the early bullets coming in as they light up for Tej. Can't find the third as Seany has to run onto the site. Final player alive is going to be Paul. 1 versus 2. 20 seconds left to defend that bomb. Kenny watching one side, Drazah on the other, and it is the Thieves winning 4 rounds straight. As Drazah will put in the defuse, the streaks only continue as LA on a different sheet of music right now. The way that they started, I thought this was going to be a quick Game 5, one that we just kind of forget about, but boy, has it been all the opposite. Is everything coming together right now out of LA, Study?
Yeah, I don't understand the setup out of the Ravens. They all went to that little room. They all must have grabbed a chair and just sat in each corner right there. And TJ was able to get 2 and then eventually get traded. I don't like the positioning out of the Ravens there, just trapping themselves into that room. You gave up complete bomb control. And eventually TJ just capitalized on that. They execute that break, and now they found themselves up by 1 round, making it 4 rounds in a row for the Thieves. And right off the rip, they're changing up that pace once again. Being aggressive in P1. Is it going to catch these players from the Ravens off guard? They know that Paul S is going to be sitting top out. They're able to open up with the first blood. But Zed, he's not going to turn. He's just going to be sitting there taking his time. Do they know the positioning out of Zed?
Got a free plant?
This is free?
Nothing in life is free, buddy. Nothing in life is free. It's going to come with some bloodshed. Here we go. The retake. A major spot for the Ravens. As here comes the utility. Tossed out. Zed looking to try and lead the way. As the early look gets granted from Dylan to somewhat of a bait and switch, but TJ's watching the perspective. The nade lands. Tells TJ to catch the 2 versus 3. Now making it 2 versus 2. Zed hopping on the defuse. No question about it, but it's Kylo Ken with the kills. And can Kenny find the second? He does. Thieves. 5 rounds straight. As Kenny putting in the final 2 just for good measure. London was looking so great on the retake, but the Thieves answer once again. 1 round away from staying alive. Oh boy, can they get it done here, Study?
Man, oh man. So far, the Thieves have put 5 rounds together, and they are 1 round away from closing out this map number 5. So it looks like they're going to completely hit the Ravens with the blind counter, so it's going to be a 3-on-4 at this site. One player is going to be pushing out the outskirts. It's going to be Venom. He's going to get dropped. So now it's all going to be left up to 2 players here. TJ is going to be able to take down 1, but now it's a 3v2 situation. TJ and the Eskies, they have a great relationship, but he's going to back down from that position. Now in a 3v2, playing the rat back with his teammate to try to secure this round.
Then a Kenny and TJ. TJ goes for the quick angle, but Zed able to drop him, and Zed will find the other as well. Oh boy, when they have to, Study. 5 rounds in a row, we're saying this could be the opportunity to close it out, and Ravens hit us with a fast offense. Zed puts in the last 2 as the Ravens stay alive, and we all begin to have a quick little breather. This is what has been an unbelievable series so far. We cannot stress it enough. This elimination game, everything on the line right now for these 2 teams.
Yeah, and the Thieves are going on another aggressive push towards A. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And so far, this pressure has been working for them so far on their offensive pushes. They're going to completely blind counter this setup out of the Ravens too. There's only going to be 1 player at this A site, which is going to be Seany. His job is to just stay alive, gain that information. But the only thing is, now, the site is in complete control of the Thieves. And they can work towards this bomb plant, but they have to be worried about that Eskies flank. Trophies are getting blown up, and nade's going to come in. Zed trying to work towards that Eskies. Venom's going to read it. Venom's going to be able to take down 1. Drazah with the second. Here comes Paul. Paul and Seany able to take it down. So now it's a 1v2 situation left for Paul X.
All comes down to the Røkkr. It's a heartbreak or a hero-like moment. Does get the read. Bomb planted for the Thieves. As now that puts even more pressure on Paul to try and make the play. He and Drazah watching each other's backs.
Work out in his favor.
He does get the angle.
Bomb is planted for him.
Almost planted first position. Cannot win the 1v1. And it will be the Thieves. The slipper still fits. As Los Angeles stay alive in the search and destroy. Winning 5 of our last 6 rounds and complete the reverse sweep. And you see what it means, the elimination game. All positives on one end, but again, heartbreak on the other. London, they could feel that next round. They could feel themselves progressing in the elimination bracket. And that one has to sting, Study. A good and well-fought series from the Ravens, but just 3 in a row. That Thieves coordination was just too strong.
And one stat that we have to bring up now that the game is over, the Ravens have yet to win a game 5. That's going to put them 0-4 in the season. But if you're the Thieves, take your hats off. You got to be happy for these guys. You can just tell in the player cams, these guys are all smiling. They can't believe that they were able to fight back in this series, never giving up. Truly the underdog story, that Cinderella story. Thieves are continuing to do so. Makes them 4-0 in Moscow. Just switching up those pacings, switching up those rounds, making those mid-game adjustments is what really took them off in that search and destroy. Being aggressive on those offenses really won them that game. They were able to chain 5 in a row and eventually close it out, man. Congratulations to the Thieves. I can't believe they did that.
I can't either, man. I don't think social media is going to know how to react to what we just saw out of the LA Thieves. Just in the last few situations, going big, Kenny and Drazah winning out the 2 versus 1. Securing themselves another series, another day here in the Stage 2 Major. Just unbelievable plays. Unbelievable series, man. Like, that was a series that I hoped that we would see. I didn't think that it would be exactly like that. And I got to say, man, what, 2-0, London go up. We're thinking, okay, LA Thieves, it was just Paris just not showing up yesterday. But they showed us that they are the real deal as they managed to stay alive. And I don't know, man. Sky's the limit for these guys. We'll see what they can do. As we're going to take a look at our scuff play of the game, we'll look back to that search and destroy. And as we called it, man, Kylo Ken, I expect to see the saver, Kenny. I expect to see it. Obviously, one of the biggest plays, putting LA Thieves up 5 rounds to 3 in what was an utter chaos to this round. Break it down for me, Study.
So this is the round where they opened up with Paul X on that first blood, and Zed was sitting in P1 on inner corner and just decided not to turn around or try to help his teammates, try to get a trade in that situation. But you see what happens here. It turns into a 2v2. They know exactly how Zed plays. Zed is always that player that's going to hop the bomb. So as soon as Kenny gets that info, he knows he has to be aggressive towards it, jumps on top of the bus with the line of sights, and was able to take down both, man. But man, you gotta be feeling really good if you're the Thieves. 2 wins back-to-back to get your very first reverse sweep of the entire season. Gotta be feeling good.
You gotta be feeling good. That's without a doubt, my man. And I know it's happiness on one end, it's heartbreak on the other. I know London, obviously this series did not go the way that they wanted to, but that's the way the Stage 2 major goes sometimes. It's gonna be positives for one and negatives for the other. But folks, let's go and see how everything has been impacted after our last few series so far here at the Stage 2 major. We cannot stress it enough. Go back and watch that OpTic v Ultra series, as now they will be in that elimination bracket. LA Thieves with this victory now to take on NYSL after what, getting 3-0'd by the Empire. I mean, hey, if you are a team coming off of a loss like that, LA, I mean, we talk about this constantly, Study. I mean, there have been teams who have made a number of different losers bracket runs. You've been in a number of different those, right? Champs especially kind of Back and Ghost references one in particular. When you're facing off against a team off a loss, that can really, really put you in a good spot.
It definitely can, man. Especially if you're that team that's coming off a reverse sweep. You guys are 1 map away from getting eliminated from the tournament, and you just fight back. Your back's against the wall, nothing loose, and they just get the job done, man. And I'm excited to see them go up against New York tomorrow.
Absolutely, my friend. And what, Surge and Mutineers up to kind of close out the day. I have no idea what to expect in that series as well. Just a number of different awesome series still to come. Of course, one more series here through this day. But I'm being told we've got, oh, he's got the saber! Kenny has got the lightsaber. It's official, folks. Look at that. It can't even fit in the camera. It's so good. Folks, Kenny's feeling great off of the reverse sweep. It'll be Kenny and Miles in our post-game interview to wrap up what was a series to remember. Stay with us, folks. We'll be right back. Hello, Ken.
Man, that lightsaber is huge.
More ways to play, that's what I want. What is my opponent going to do? How am I going to counterplay that?
Play Hearthstone now!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. It is now time for our Game Fuel Victory Spotlight, and I am joined by none other than the Dark Lord of the Sith, Kylo Ken himself. Bro, welcome.
Yeah.
It is loud there in the player compound, mate. Firstly, congratulations. Obviously, that was an incredible series, dude. The composure from the team from start to finish. Well done. I mean, how are you boys doing? It's been quite a run.
I'm gonna turn this off first, but we're doing really good. I mean, London came out frying. We started off really slow. We definitely weren't playing our game at all. We were letting them basically control every map and their pacing, whereas like, I mean, our new team has a crazy pace. And so it was making us uncomfortable on the map, and it showed. But I think the composure out of the boys was perfect. I mean, we never felt like we were out of it. We kept the vibes up, and we knew going into Control that if we took that map, that one map, that the series was gonna look good for us, because Ray was like one of our best hard points.
Yeah, it really showed. It showed in the map, mate. Were you going from strength to strength? And again, the squad only seems to be getting more comfortable. Is there anything you want to bring up? Again, we touched about this a little bit in the Twitter spaces we recorded earlier today, but you touched upon Venom as a player. What's it like having him in the squad? Obviously, Drazah's having a much more like a positive impact as far as we're aware, but what's the team like now behind the scenes?
I mean, like I've touched on before, the vibe of the team overall, in-game and out-of-game, is just amazing right now. Like I said before, Venom has some of the best comms from a player I've ever played with. And then Drazah has just been absolutely disgusting. Like, the guy's been frying. He's hard carrying. I love it. Tej is there. Tej actually read almost every single play London was going to do that game 5, which is crazy to do. I mean, he is the pioneer, so you don't expect anything less from him. But yeah, all around vibes right now with the team are amazing. Just looking to keep getting all these reps in with this tournament and hoping we look better after every game, I guess.
Right on, man, right on. You do look very good indeed. The team's really coming together. Hey, thank you so much again for your time. Can we get one more swing of the lightsaber?
Yeah, let me see. Let me get it going. It's so loud. It has like a little sound bite before it too. It's just like, it's amazing.
All right, well.
Here we go. Here we go.
Here we go. Here we go. Oh, let's get it. Oh, let's get it. Oh, it's red and everything. Kay, thank you so much again, man. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Y'all have a good one.
Well, there you go. Your Game Fuel victory spotlight. Of course, Kenny and the LA Thieves walking away with a big win there. We have one match of Call of Duty left today, friends. Day 2 is far from over. This next one should be insane. See you after the break.
These old bones know a storm's coming.
Get off my back. I'm on it. This one's mine. My blade seeks vengeance. Blade on! Please, help me find Røkkr.
Reinforcements incoming! Keep them coming! Keep them coming!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. It is Major number 2, and it is the Seattle Surge going up against the Mutineers. All of this presented by Zenny Gaming, and now our final match of the day. It's a long-awaited one, but it's going to be a banger. It's the battle of the nautically themed teams. The nautical teams. They've got a bit of the ocean in both of them, and we cannot wait to dive in to those murky waters. Chance, how you doing, mate? I had to propose myself after the London match, but Kenny's lightsaber made things all better.
I mean, I'm not much of a Star Wars guy, so I'll leave that for you, but I don't know how I feel right now. I'll be perfectly honest. My pick'ems have been destroyed just like everybody else's. It seems like this bracket is more difficult to predict than like the March Madness one, which is
Completely absurd, but here we go. One more match at least today, and this one I don't even want to try and predict, because if I did, I would surely get it wrong.
Yeah, who knows? Honestly, I think Nameless summed it up best in the green room. It's like, no one has a clue what's going on anymore, but I'm really enjoying this ride. Right, let's meet our very first team. I've already forgotten who it is. I'm so overwhelmed by how ridiculous today's games have been. Just show us Seattle. It's got to be one of the two, right?
Lord, son! Finds himself another one!
Prestinni looking dangerous.
He's just ripping the entirety of the Guerrillas. Wow!
Aggressive is always Diamondcon. Head rip off.
Looking to find a few more, but Gunless absolutely rips his way through the three of them.
249, 249, Seattle won!
Here we go, chance Seattle Surge. Again, they've taken some big maps, big series off of decent teams recently. They seem to be in fine form. Octane, Prestinni, Loony, and Gunless, who I might say is looking very, very dangerous on the map these days. But the whole squad's come together in a fantastic way, and they seem to be finding form. Is this the turnaround for Seattle Surge in the COD League?
I mean, potentially so, right? There was a lot of things to love about their gameplay coming in through stage 2, but at the end of the day, they end up with what? Like a 2-3 record along with half of the league, so we know it's going to be hyper competitive. Even against Florida, they've played these guys twice. It's a 1-1 split in the series between the two, so you got to make sure you turn up on the day. And well, if I'm looking at any player to make sure he plays at his best, Prestinni is at the top of that list.
Yeah, certainly. He has been, we call him the X Factor in a lot of ways, and he's really been helping the squad out. Now, to meet their opponents coming from the other side of the United States, ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to meet the Florida Mutineers.
The dictionary defines redemption as the deliverance of persons or things from the possession and power of captors.
It is a 3-0 victory over the Florida Mutineers.
As the act of making something better. As the act of making up for a loss.
It is over, and that is a shocker for the Mutineers.
We define it as inevitable. You can count our KD. You can count our headshots. You can count our hill time. What you can't do is count us out.
Whilst the Florida Mutineers to get here, they defiled LAG. Will they be able to do the same against Seattle? Awakening Skies, Slack to Neptune, a squad who, frankly, I think are very, very dangerous on paper, and when they're playing to their true potential, a formidable squad indeed. Chance, how do you fare the Mutineers here in this series? I mean, Slack is pumped, he's standing up, he's ready to rock and roll. Everyone else seems to be well composed.
Well, something that's kind of interesting, Slack actually talked about on the flank where some of the best Call of Duty content is currently going after every day, and Slack was like, I'm tired of having these early matches. It is tough for me, you know, right at the start of the day to get the juices flowing, but they got the last match. They're able to watch Call of Duty all day, and they're able to get scrims if they want, so this should be the most well-prepared Florida really is going to be for a series. And as far as those keys to victory go, well, they played against Seattle in stage 2. They ended up getting beat, and if we learned anything about Seattle's gameplay, well, that garrison control from map 3, they've completely changed their style, so Florida need to be prepared for it, need to make sure that like their VOD review is up to date, and also it's important for this team to win early. One of the crazier stats I think we have in the league right now is Florida only won Game 5 the entire year. It's a little bit absurd, but obviously if they're not even getting to the Game 5s, either they're winning quick or they're losing quick, so might as well get off the jump with a hot start and try to get those wins early on.
Ooh, again, looking at those game fuel keys to victory, a tough one there, but now a chance to talk about Seattle Surge, their game fuel keys to victory.
Well, obviously Prestinni, X Factor, there's no two ways about it, right? He dropped a .78 against Florida in the loss that they had, and he played out of his mind when they beat him. And then I'm also looking at the pick and bans. Obviously Joey Nubsy, he's very reputable when it comes to the pick and bans. He loves to try to take advantage there. And I think they have a great opportunity, and I think they were successful with the map set that they got. One of the most important factors, well, they played Apocalypse against Florida just a few weeks ago and destroyed them on the map, and well, it ended up panning working out, right? Florida had to ban Apocalypse. That allows Seattle to get their next best or their best hardpoint map into play. And then even for that raid S&D, Florida has not played this map all year long. And of course, Seattle has a few repetitions on it. So I think it's a strong map set. Like even the Garrison control right for Seattle, their record isn't the best, but the last time we saw them play it with Gunless rocking the AK-74U, they looked exquisite. So I think as far as the pick and bans go, the maps and modes, maybe a slight edge to Seattle, but obviously, even if you're looking at like the Express S&D, Florida undefeated on that map still, we know how good they can be.
For Florida, it's get it done in 3 or pay the price. Let's see how we go though. Again, Seattle Surge. This could be a mega series, like a real long running, powerful game 5. We've had plenty of them today so far. I mean, I say that, we've had what, 1. But it was very exciting nonetheless, and I just think Chance, we're gonna go the distance, why not? Give us a real good show as we now load into Moscow Hardpoint, final match of the day. And this is, of course, an elimination matchup. Loser goes home, the winner will advance. Oh my God, mate, what a day it's been. Love the COD, absolutely love the COD.
Your head might be in the right place too to predict the game 5, because this is like the series least likely to go the distance in my mind. So maybe Major 2 is just where it's gonna happen, but either way, Russia is where we're gonna, actually the Soviet Union, I apologize, is where we're gonna start. Both teams respectable on this map, and I think honestly Seattle, I mean for these guys, it's a map that they could almost be undefeated on. I think their only losses they have are incredibly close, so they're obviously looking for a hot start here.
Oh, let's see how we go. Straight into Moscow. First hard points up and about. Octane dodges every nade possible. Lands one of his own. This could be great. Again, the contest early on is what we typically see in these opening hard points, but any time garnered here is a big, big win. Loony goes for that fast wrap. Doesn't manage to make too much happen. Slack's now trying to creep by. Prestinni will just about get the best of him. And there we go. Mutineers finally the first to crack the points. They will be spawning down low street if they can't make their way over towards that elusive second hard point spawns.
I'd say probably credit to Slack for just making that play to solidify the opening break, and now the pressure's on him to lock down street. He's able to at least take one player down with him, and you can see now the players on Florida starting to back up, make sure that they retain those spawns for new. But frankly, I mean, this has just been a great chunk of time. Seattle then sending 2 players to fight for the scrap, and while they're doing that, well, of course, for Florida, you got players posted up in police. They're going to be posted up and ready to go for the P2 hill.
Get ready to rock and roll. Loony from the front now. What have we got? 2 members now of They're trying to hold that line. You're going to Prestinni on the inside, trying to cut his way through, and ooh, checks every corner. We like that. And Awakening on the outside of the street. He's going to be trying to deal that damage. Here comes Prestinni, out and about. Slacked elusive, but not unkillable. Awakening, though. And he finds that last player, that last member of Seattle Surge. Octane, he finally goes down there. All 4 dead spawned out. This should be a great chunk of time for the Mutineers.
Well, there's one more attempt at this, right? You're going to be flooding through green, and it's pretty much the entire team coming this direction. Slack, though, the cutoff man, able to find at least one, and at the very least, this is quite a bit of time wasted. Neptune, the final player in the hill, he gets dealt with in Sky as well. He is the only player to spawn him back Belize. Where he falls, his teammates, at the very least, gonna have spawns for new. So this isn't the worst trade in the world for Florida. You might end up throwing away 20 seconds of scrap, but this makes it that much easier to win the gunfights on rotation. Loony, the only player alive for his team, doing what he can, and he's even playing safe inside elbow.
He's got 2 players to look out for, Neptune being one of them. Here he comes, forward he goes. Big shots, not enough to get the kill though. And again, buying the time he needs, but Octane coming in from behind now, looking to help out Loony there on the point. Neptune, slow and steady. Trophy's going to just annoy him more than anything right now. But here comes the pinch. I mean, this is a complicated setup right now for these players. But Surge should be in a position to maybe get onto that point. Skies wins one big one. Prestinni cuts him down immediately. And there you go. Chance, no one really able to get much time out of this. Neptune's had to back off the point. And with that, Surge finally cleaned the place out. Can they get to position fast enough now? You got the Mutineers on the approach.
Mutineers on the approach, and of course with the time on the clock, they're trying to flood through the front, but I mean, if you're looking at the ARs, they are going to have to deal with that. Is not a fun route you're going to need to take, and keep in mind Octane on a 5 spree already, going to be thinking about some score streaks, but that is back-to-back hills where Seattle don't really win their rotation, but play both hills well enough that they keep this game basically tied up and are even going to take the lead going into the street hill. If you're thinking about the way they're taking the time for the gunfights, Loony might be able to time out a nice flank through street if he wants to from the middle of the map. The question is if he gets caught, but I think he found the opening.
He did find the opening. I'd love to have the comms through this push. Let's go for a quick Astro Gaming listen in. The Seattle Surge.
I'm gonna forward down.
We can't go.
One is dark. One is dark.
One
go on. Spawn in front, guys. Spawn in front.
Here.
Wait. Last guy there. Dark dad. I'm walking spawn. I'm looking for an TP2. There's one TP2. I'm gonna play my shoots. I'm gonna 5. I'm playing dead. Wake is bank. Another one P2 on me probably. I'm getting out of time. P2, one P2 got me.
Wake's gonna be dark. Wake's gonna be dark behind you.
Only one
Wake is still alive. Wake is still alive.
He's literally, he's probably gonna be fucking dark pill here.
He can be bust, yeah.
I'm about
to help for them. I'm about to help.
One bullet dark. Kill him. Up two. Nice. Front. I'm playing my shoot. I'm mini weak. Fuck. Yeah, I'm trusting you guys to win that. I'm starting to go now. Going Nasties.
Watch your window, Danny.
I'm going Nasties.
Yeah, he got me. Fuck. He jumped out. They can be double street. I think they're double street. I think they're double street.
Yeah, they are. They're Gary Waker both.
Yo, I'm Eskies. Yo, we're all Eskies. I'm waiting
I'm going for gold pinch.
I'm going up Eskies. I'm going up Eskies.
I'm looking to can you get time?
He's in gold. One shot. Let's see my time. You want to get me Eskies? I hit away. Oh, fuck. One is Eskies. 100%.
One shot, wait.
Here, I'm gonna go outside. I'm gonna go outside for you guys. Towards Eskies.
One tap on.
One
trash corner.
Oh, there we go. The comms from Seattle Surge. Shots, it sounded like they're in a bit of trouble. Hot water, you might say.
I mean, intense, sure, but also, yeah, a little bit hectic, and I think it might have had an impact on the plays made, right? Prestinni and the team spent 15 seconds maybe outside of the street hill just to get him score streaks, and well, they don't get the hill time and they don't get the streaks, but hey, maybe now the gunfights they're winning here will end up paying off. That is, what, 6-7 kills in a row to set up for this P2 hill. It's a super close game right now. A full 60 here could blow it wide open. You got a man back police. You got a man inside of green. You have the setup that you want. Now you need the kills.
You need the kills. And here we go. Loony's the man to get him. Slacks does get one. The trades are there. Not a problem still. Gunless is going to clean up the players coming out the side of the apartments. And here we go. Prestinni pushing forward. Octane from the back end of the hard point. Shots against Big Wake, all good. Neptune, though, does manage to land it. Quick flip of the point. But we still have a relatively close set of spawns now for Seattle Surge. Neptune, any more to be had? Nice shots. Again, the movement right on point. Neptune is simply on another level right now. This is a 5 spree for him. There's number 6. Prestinni. Oh, the man's moving too fast. He's on skates right now. Number 7 if he wants it. Oh, my word. Skies is there to help out. 5. Oh, sorry. Didn't get the 6th or the 7th. I'm so lit. I'm so twisted. This is nuts, man. I'm as cracked as his gameplay is.
Incredibly cracked at that, and his teammates really honestly just kind of taking the score streaks from him. But either way, still a scrappy game. No full 60 coming through from either team, but Seattle, they get that rotation. And again, same situation. They get the setup they want. It is absolutely a money hill. They just need to execute. And right now you see the pressure mostly coming in from the bank side of things, but Loony potentially might be useless, or he might have the perfect flank. It depends on the timing as these players working elbow.
Here we go, trying to just go forward. 1 kill at a time. Stayed on Neptune that whole time. Still on that 5 spree. Got a 7, Ross. Nice work for Prestinni on the front line. That's going to be that 6th kill in a row there for Neptune. Still not on streaks just yet. Loony, though, man, he's playing these lives very, very close. Here comes the play. This guy's going to lead the charge. Bit of a break would be good. Again, Mutineers with a very, very slight lead for now. Great work out the Mutineers. Back and forth they go. Gunless, though. Oh, Gunless. Shots are on point. Gunless finds all 3. This should be a nice set of 20 seconds here for Surge.
And man, that is a lot of time invested from Florida. They took their time. They were trying to get Neptune those streaks, but it did not look like they converted. And more importantly, that is basically the full 60 that goes away. And now it's been a streak game, right? Every single player in the lobby just about has gotten so close. Now it's Gunless's turn on a 6 spree for him. And frankly, you're in the bus. You got the AR. This should be a guarantee that he at least gets the artillery. Unless Skies has something to say about it, but the street hill as scrappy as ever. Gunless not wanting to take the gunfights. There's so much pressure inside of goal.
Here we go. Slack might be the man to do it. Oh, my word. Gunless turns, but on Awakening is going to find those shots. And, well, it's, again, the lead is just about to change as both of these teams continue to clash against each other. Prestinni looking for the hop up through office here. Some call it rat room, some call it doggy door. Whatever it is, it's Prestinni's now, and he's going to clean that one right out. Here comes the push from Florida from behind. Awakening with a big kill. Neptune can't get anything done from bank. It is strictly business for Gunless right now, and a very, very good-looking hard point from Surge. Chance less than 20 remaining on it now, and it looks like they've got a decent amount of pressure towards the middle as well.
Scrappy, chaotic, pick a different adjective. It could describe this game right now, but still back and forth. Seattle not with the largest lead, but right now Florida is going to be in the hill first, and you see potentially a pinch coming in from every angle as Prestinni still gets that bank spawn. So one good push here, and Prestinni really should just have free kills shooting these players in the back. There's the first, and Slack, well, quick enough on the response time to get the trades. Florida inside the hill early on, and well, maybe if you think about the streaks, it's Slack's turn. He's on a 4 spree, but at this point, I think no one's going to get him.
I don't think anyone's going to get him. If somebody gets streaked by the end of this one, we'll be all very, very surprised indeed. Awakening's on a 2, Slack's still on the 4 spree. Okay, Awakening does manage to land the 3rd. Gunless puts an end to it. Slack's, is he going to be able to get him? Let's find out. Still a decent hard point here from the Florida Mutineers, able to just about take the lead after this one, bar any last-minute shenanigans coming in from Surge. But again, look towards spawns for next. It is all Florida. Mutineers, they are going to hold this one down. Slack trying to find something on the 5. Still not much to be had here. Can he kill Octane? Oh no! Octane kills him first. No streaks. Chance, who's next? Roll the dice.
Not possible, not needed. No one's getting him, but right now a little bit of pressure on Awakening, right? He's trying to lock down White side of things. Where a couple players coming out, and Loony, well, he's going to be trapped in between the entire team of Florida. He gets dealt with in police control, still well in the hands of Florida. That is 3 kills their way. They get the clearance on the point, get the spawns that they want. No one's been able to get full 60. No one's been able to hold a single hill. Maybe the first time for someone to get it, but Prestinni waltzes on through, takes the players out, and we go back to just the scrappiness that has been this Moscow hardpoint.
Oh, it's madness still. Gunless trying to make his way forward. He's looking for skies. Where's the guy in the point? You can't see him. There's bodies all over the place, and he can't tell which one's alive. Over the skies he goes, up the top, gets the trades, the shots are there, Octane cut to ribbons. Still, 20 seconds remain on this hard point. Seattle Surge with the left-hand side of the map locked down. There's scrap time to be fought over. We've seen the value of the scrap time, and it's going to be 30 points for the win for Mutineers. Here we go, Chance. Another fountain.
And last time around, Florida actually, once again, going very slow on the approach, right? Neptune's pushed up halfway across the map and just waiting for his teammates. Skies is still pre-aimed over towards Globe. And, well, I mean, it's a minute on this hard point. You get one break. Florida's only 17 seconds away, so you can take your time to get the job done. And Slack, well, he's playing the bait. He's waiting out front. When his teammates make the move, that's when he's going to strike in the place through elbow.
So here we go, slow and steady once again. They did a great job before. Gunless ruined it with a nice big 3-piece, but not today. Oh, Prestinni, what a kill that was. Over to Slack now. He and Awakening on point, trying to deal the damage to the close spawns of Surge. Loony's going to find one. Oh, Gunless helps him out as well. It's a clean hold. And now, look at that scoreline. It's going to get ever so close. Seattle Surge within spitting distance after this point is done. But they have to make that rotation. Mutineers already on point. Can they contest this one? No. You have to go to Boulevard one last time here on Moscow. Gunless is going to try to make the rotation. Neptune will fall. And oh my chance. It's going to be incredibly close in this final push.
Important gunfights to win. This is going to seal the deal for the game, right? Seattle gets one break. They're going to be in the point, free and clear for the first map win. And, well, Prestinni can't get the kills on the flank. Gunless can't get the kills in bank, and the early kills go the way of Florida. Get the clean 4 down, and now it's a foot race. You're going to have to flood in through the street side of things. You got, what, 7 seconds to go.
You got 5 seconds for the win now, though, and already Skies from behind could have cut these players out on the push forward. Is anyone there to contest? No. Big Wake wins it with a massive 1v1 towards the backside of bank. And the Florida Mutineers, they draw first blood in this series.
Draw first blood in a hell of a chaotic fashion. That had to have been an incredibly stressful game from both sides of the thing. But hey, comes down to the final hill, comes down to those key gunfights in and around the point. And Florida, well, they simply win them all. I don't even know what to say about the game. It was just strange. Like 8 players, everyone in the lobby at some point about to get score streaks. No one's able to capitalize. I think we didn't see a single full 60 or good hold on any hill really throughout the game. But when it comes down to the scrappiness, it's all about those tiny plays that put you over the edge. And, well, Florida had just enough in the tank to get the job done. And even here, this is a moment potentially where I thought it'd be over, right? Gunless gets that bank control. He's got the teammates coming in through the middle alley, but you just see it in the feed, every single player losing their ones as soon as Prestinni falls on the pinch. Well, that's simply just a wrap, right? The gold control stays their way. Awakening wins the AR gunfight. Oh, that was good enough to get the job done. So good time investment from Florida, making sure they set up for their rotation. They get the job done.
It was a perfect storm of moments there. I mean, everyone on Florida won their individual engagement, and that put Seattle Surge on spawn at the same time. It was, as you call it, about a 7-odd second journey to make it to the hard point. They only had 5 to work with. That's a wrap on map 1. Well, Moscow, that was a treat. We'll take a quick look at the stats in just a moment and show you who was dishing out the hurt. And honestly, it was relatively even across the board, Chance. I mean, it was a weird game. There's no doubt about it, considering how close the scoreline was.
Absolutely, and I'd say probably one of the more interesting factors is what Florida's breaks on the third hill. Like, they took their sweet time to make it happen, but both times around they were at least able to make it scrappy. And again, you're making those tiny little plays. You win a game by 6 points. Everything is a factor. Job well done. They got the early map win that they needed.
Time, the one thing we all wish we had more of. But we hope you're enjoying yourself here. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we're back, more Call of Duty. Don't go anywhere.
Never know what's gonna happen.
More ways to play, that's what I want. What is my opponent gonna do? How am I gonna counterplay that?
Play hard soon now!
Brian, you know what I'm doing right now? I know you know what I'm doing right now. You can hear it.
Download free now.
I will fight with honor. My weapon brings justice.
Florida Mutineers, brilliant players all round. It's all on a slack. This is it.
Just straight up winning the gunfights.
Now it's looking a bit spicy. Skies on a rampage right now. Run, Florida. This could be huge. Big weight.
Awareness level 99 for Awakening.
And Neptune starting to look a bit nasty. Welcome to the COD League, young man.
Florida just pulled out some magic to make it happen.
And what a show they're putting on.
Welcome back to the Call of Duty League. Major 2, presented by Zenny Gaming, continues. This is the final series of the day, and now we're already at map 2. This has been a very, very exciting start. Of course, Moscow was a blast, but it's now a thing of the past. Chance for a look at the quick scope brought to you by Scuff, and it's an interesting tale of two teams, man. I mean, it's still Seattle's control, ain't it? But who knows? This could be the turn of events going in a search now. How you feeling at the 7 and 8 either side?
Well, for the search and destroy, I'd have to lean towards Florida purely because of the map pick, right? We're going to Express. They're 3-0 on the map. They've looked fantastic, and really across the board, every single player has made plays. If they're playing the aggressive rounds, you got Neptune or Slack that are finding those first bloods, and anytime there's clutches, I mean, I'm thinking about Skies when he's ripping heads against LA Guerrillas when Assault's on that head glitch in the back. Like, they've had so many good moments, have looked so clean on the map, and well, I know we can get there a little bit later on, but keep in mind for that control, 2-9 record doesn't look great, but those 2 wins are on Garrison, which we have from map 3, so don't let the record fool you long term. But even still, obviously for Seattle, they do not want to go down 2-0 in the series, and for Florida, I mean, they're just trying to stay perfect on Express.
Gary, son.
Gary.
If we get there, or when we get there rather. And already, it's going to be a clash. Hello. So Neptune took enough heat there as the 3-man push. They go unperturbed. The Seattle Surge. That was one hell of a round. Thoughts, my friend?
I mean, hey, if you don't want to lose this gunfight for the opening pick, you might as well just send your entire team this direction. Never fun to be any AR in the game if you got to shoot back against Octane and Gunless at the same time. Not ideal. So, hey, you get the aggressive opening break, and already, I mean, Florida, they're going to have to be thinking about that for the rest of the game, because you can go for that type of strat on offense or defense. Frankly, for Seattle, I was going to say, hey, try it again, see what you can make happen in Gunless. He's going for it.
They're going for it again. Fly by, check the top of the bin, slack. Wow. Absolutely hits Prestinni with a Shoryuken to take care of him there, and that's going to be one down at the start here. Gunless, nice job, equalizing. Now the shuffle. As all these pieces start to move around, and it looks like Neptune, he is hungry for it. A lot of shots out, makes the play known, but it is going to keep those players away from the bomb site. But Seattle don't care. They're flying right back at it. I mean, look at that bomb carrier. Loony's just like, yeah, you may have shot in this direction, but I'm coming for you.
Well, they're also just concerned about the pressure on offense, right? Everybody's worried about the flank. Neptune plays aggressive enough that you have, Gunless posted up in the hallway. Octane's expecting the super long wrap around. And at this point, you don't have any map control. You have no information because you haven't spotted anybody in 15, 20 seconds. Maybe Octane and Neptune will meet up down low when they do, but Neptune gets the pick. Makes offense that much tougher, and Loony gets spotted as well. Ripping heads, but Slack looking for the trades. He gets it. Bomb down. 1v2 for Gunless.
1v2 over to Big P now on a 2 spree. Bomb had 20 seconds on the clock. There's a couple of shots. Here we go. Slack does indeed have the metal to take care of Gunless there, and it was a little shaky, I'm not going to lie. My palms were a wee bit sweaty after that one, but we're all tied up 1-1.
Just the instant gunfire win. That might have been one of the old-fashioned 3-bullet kills. Just if you land all the headshots. Basically feels like a shotgun, but credit to Slack, man. He wanted the evening games. He gets it, and he was able to pick up 3 that round, including the first blood, which, I mean, is just purely reaction time based, getting the beat down on Prestinni. No one stacked up mid this time on defense for Seattle. This time it's a 2-2 split, and well, obviously the pressure already on B. Slack with bomb in hand. I mean, might be able to just plant this for free.
Yep, it could happen. Octane's going to try to keep Skies at bay. Every system gives him a bit of a tickle, but that's not a problem. Slack with the kills up top. Nice work. He's Octane back on up, and Trophy gave him a little bit of trouble, but that's fine. Here comes the plant. 3 remaining members of Surge now going to play retake.
They can play retake, but everybody down low. These are not super difficult gunfights to win with the man advantage. Loony, though, moves on in, first to strike and backs out. Stays alive and waits for that health to regen. Now under 30 seconds on the clock.
He tags out straight away. Sally, though, not the same to be had for Gunless, who does drop. Awakening, though, trying to watch this push. Octane's upstairs. Flies down. Awakening finds his second. Big defensive plays. Less than 20 on the clock. Now it's Loony in a 1v3. Hello, boys. There's a lot of them at the bottom of the stairs. They're going to rip him up. Florida, find another round.
Find another round, and I think that's when it just purely comes down to the first blood, right? Like, if you're going for the 2-2 split on defense, the last thing you want to have happen is you get picked, right? Because, I mean, if players are playing the A site, maybe they leave one guy in the flanks who are only dealing a 3, but there's a lot of times if you're going towards B, the entire team is going to be there on offense, and, well, Prestinni just meets up against the entire team around the bomb site. I think best case scenario, he gets first blood and then gets traded out. Worst case, you die and leave your teammates in a 3v4. So they get punished that round. And, well, once again, if you're going to B, might as well send the entire team, and that's where Seattle's headed.
Yep, here we go. Seattle, can they run across Slack on a 4 sprees? Try to stop that now would be ideal. Not that streaks are that influential here on Express, but still something. Neptune's going to get a couple of shots out in exchange of nades, and Steeny backs on up, and here comes the fight. Sky's in a sweet spot to get it. Over to Neptune. Crossfire there in the middle of the terminal. Pfft, blink and you miss it. The round's done. They won their respective fights, and it was a good bit of a team effort there, but chance that's 3-1.
It's almost like time froze, and they were able to get all the kills.
Well, here we go. This is what we missed. Awakening, nice 2-piece. I also thought that. I was worried for a second there, mate. Well done. I was like, is it me?
Seany was like going to kill himself with a nade, and then he played in the corner, but no, they're chilling. By the way, 5 spree for Slack, 4 spree for Awakening, 2 spree for Skies. They got bullied out the first round where Seattle triple stacked that mid lane, and since then, there's been no life from the Surge camp. Now it looks like Octane's by his lonesome over towards B. His teammates double stacked over towards the actual A site. And, well, Loony's got the angle, but Awakening spots him for the information. Meanwhile, that bomb may be getting planted, but Prestinni strikes, gets the first blood.
He does. He's had enough of this. No more bullying. I'm taking your lunch money now. As he finds 1, there's going to be another kill from Octane. Prestinni finds kill number 2, and an important kill at that. Oh, my word. Surge couldn't even get the words out my mouth. They managed to pull the round back, and they just about stopped all those players on their sprees, and right place, right time. Good stuff out of Surge.
And nice adjustments coming through. Obviously, the late peak from this angle from Octane was nice as he's able to seal the deal. But I think more importantly, right, Prestinni, instead of playing on the steps on bomb by himself, well, he comes from the other angle, gets the first blood, gets ticket control. And it's not just Octane that was there from the help, right? He had Loony that had his backing. Gunless, even from the trains, can help him out with either angle. So better teamwork coming through. And obviously, the first blood's going to be nice. Every single streak that the Florida Mutineers were on for their players has gotten stuffed. Now this bomb, the first A attack, I believe, we've seen from Seattle.
And this could well be a successful one. See what Awakening's got. his sleeve. I think he may have heard enough there. That little jump around the corner. Makes a lot of noise. Gunless should be able to hear him, but... Oh, that would have been heard as well. See how these players go for it. Slide, just trying to bait some activity. There's 3 players now making their way forward. Awakening, Awakening, Awakening. Finds himself one before going down. The trades are on point, though. Once again, Gunless now versus Neptune. Not a problem whatsoever. 2v2. The 2 members now of Seattle Surge closing in on that A-bomb site. Still, the Florida Mutineers defenders, Skies and Slacked, cross map, waiting for the play.
And Slacked is still waiting for rotation, right? He's been posted up in the hallway this entire time, and Skies, it looks like he wants to meet up with them. They're trying to make a bit of a play. Clear out that B-bomb and potentially go for rotation. Meanwhile, Prestinni, well, doing his best army crawl up towards the train, but neither team has spotted either player in the past 30 seconds, so everyone's playing this blind. And time is ticking down. They don't want to plant this on A. They're trying to wrap it again, but Slack, he's just been chilling in the hallways, but eventually the pick comes through. Prestinni's going to find it, but Slack's going to meet him. Can't get the trades. Double Child is there from Seattle. Able to tie things up at 3-3, and what a hell of a call from those guys, right? Time is ticking. You're feeling the pressure just being poured on you, but the patience pays off. Prestinni with some nice gunfight wins, taking down Skies and getting the job done. Back and forth game, Miles.
Well, you called
Same
it.
as what we had in the hard point.
It was very similar. Again, what a blind round. Not knowing what to do there. Both teams concerned, looking over their shoulders. Paranoia set in. And in the end, it was like, you know what? Hold my hand. Let's do this together. You're not alone. And they charged that and won the round. Great stuff. We look to go back to A, just for Awakening on the defense, on the offense here. But again, that bomb is making its way a lot closer in towards that B site. Opening pick from Skies. Nice thing to get things going. But Awakening's just trying to make this that little bit more interesting, but Seattle defense, it ain't budging.
It's not budging, but still with that 4v3 that you've afforded yourself, you have options, and you got a lot of time to work with, and Loony right now, the sole man on the A site. Still waiting to see where the bomb carrier and Florida elect to go. As again, they're just playing for patience. They still don't have a ton of information. They know that Loony is nearby. I assume someone saw him as well, but either way, you got the man advantage. You can just work the A side.
Here we go. Let's see how well they work it. Awakening. He's going to be the player on your screen, making his way forward, checking every corner possible. And again, the whole team's pretty much here. You've got yourself, what, Skies on the flank, making sure no one comes around from behind. But again, the defenders. Surge have gone towards B. For the most part, it's all on Loony. 20 seconds on the clock. Loony. Oh my god. Loony. He gets the player down. Loony finds kill number 2. Loony. Oh my word. Almost found kill number 3 as well. Awakening has the bomb. Time to plant potentially, but Octane! Seattle Surge. What a massive round that was.
Oh my god. I mean, we just watched Florida. They checked every single angle possible just to let Loony walk up for free and get the 2-piece. And well, gotta give him credit. Nice reads on the child from Neptune, but that is just a dagger of a round. That does not feel good if you're Florida. Again, they took the time to clear out everything, every single possible angle. And then Neptune, right? He doesn't need to play inside the train. If someone jumps in the window, you're going to hear it from a mile away, but they left one thing open. It's exactly what Loony finds. And they're happy to have that advantage as once again, just aggression on this B-bomb site.
Crazy, it's crazy round. And here comes that aggression. What an angle from Slack that is. He's going to obscure vision for the time being, but look at that tiny slither he's working with. He can just about see the bottom of the stairs. Prestinni, move and die at this point, mate. Be careful. He knows that angle's open. Bomb goes down at B. Oh, it's a big win from Slack. Gunless is there for the immediate trade. 3v3. Neptune. Balls to the wall. He's going in. He's going straight for the defuse. Loony can cover the push from down low. Here comes Skies. This is a tight 1v1. A big win from Skies up close. Octane now can't bring the fight closer, and that's that. Florida, they win their respective gunfights, and Neptune, he was out in no man's land for most of that one, but what a defuse this is. Whew, chance fast round.
Very fast round indeed, and a couple players having a nice game. Slack has been on point with those first bloods, even though he does get traded out. His teammates there for the trades, and this was the moment, right? Awakening knows that Gunless is going to be coming, ready for the gunfight and able to pick up the 2-piece as well, just catching a player, I assume, on the rotation. Yeah, Octane just not prepared. Very nice job done by Florida, not just for the bounce back, but the retake was strong. And again, Slack having a very solid performance so far. Maybe more credit to Awakening as he's got 8 kills to his name.
I mean, a big one. 4-4 though. The Search and Destroy will certainly be going the distance. And here we go. It's an 8-man hit into Terminal. Here we go. Who's going to get the first blood? Who's going to get the opening shot? Skies! Holy moly, the trades! Perfect trades if you ask me, but Prestinni comes out on top. Seattle Surge, I mean, just go back and look at that kill feed. It was absolute perfection. Prestinni, just the tiniest bit late to the party, and that was a crucial kill to seal the round.
That is such clean movement, too. Clean movement, clean confidence, and what? The second round we've had that last all of 10, 15 seconds. Just blistering pace. Seattle's able to throw on board, and hey, happy for it. They got the 5-4 lead. It seems like in the aggressive moments, these guys have been on point. Once again, this bomb going towards A. I don't know how fast they're going to be able to play this, and it looks like we've seen this before. Going to take your time, play for picks, and see if they can catch anyone over committing. And well, Neptune may be on that list. You can see Slack just hanging out in the hallways. Another little battle between him and Prestinni.
He's got his leg up. Looks like he's peeing like a dog at that point in time, but we'll see. Prestinni, I mean, he's got eyes on this spot. He must be able to hear them. Prestinni and Gunless, here they come. Check those corners, work the stairwell. Slack can maybe get one out of this, but there's no way he takes both. Surely not. There's the peak. Prestinni's seen it. Absolutely beams him. Not a chance in hell. Brilliant first blood. It's a 4v3.
And it's just patient gameplay, just to throw the shoulder, even when you're not sure if there's anything you need to do. But now in the 3v4, everyone's stacked up in and around ticket booth. And funnily enough, Loony's been chilling over by A this entire round. He knows it's clear. He can call that out to his teammates. But once again, there's been one lane left open. And it looks like Skies is the player that found it. So he is on the flank. Meanwhile, Prestinni has flanking opportunities as well on the flip side, so a lot of action about to happen.
Yep, Awakening's going to be the first player to drop. Oh no, Neptune got a two-piece on the other side of the map. Here comes Skies, straight to the point. Octane goes down. Prestinni, last player left in a 1v2. Prestinni may be able to do something special here. If they check the bomb, it is over. Oh, here we go. Nice bit of timing, though. 3 seconds left on the clock. That's going to be that. The round is done. Can he take a kill with him? Not a chance. Florida Mutineers. Oh boy, round 11. Here we go, Chance. What the hell is going to happen here?
Oh, we didn't even get to see the two-piece from Neptune. He got robbed of the best play. I would have loved to have seen what sort of angle he found, but either way, you called it round 11. And you talk about a massive one as well. Florida, if they go 2-0, you have to imagine incredibly confident in the series. And both times these teams have faced, Florida is 2-0 in the controls. They would love to have the lead, and it looks like we might have another bloodbath of a round. Actually, it's only Loony. He's the sole man to be, at least from the normal side of things. Everyone else coming through ticket booth.
Here comes the push through ticket. Prestinni's going to be the first player up. Octane with the first blood. Slack's going to be up next. Takes a swing, and it ain't enough. Prestinni puts him down. Ooh, put the nade away, mate. That's your friend. Shots now from the backside. Skies just about trying to level it up. But again, it's a 2v3 right now. And Awakening, he is nowhere to be found. Skies doing this alone with the movement on point. Can he stay alive? No. Prestinni guns him. It falls to Big Wake. A 1v3. Should a player dare cross his red dot, they will meet an untimely end. But can he take all three of them? That's the question. 1v3 chance. Gunless is going to make him sweat for this.
A little bit of utility down, but he's going to have to start ripping heads. And honestly, this setup here, everyone's going to challenge. He's trapped in ticket booth. The team is there. Seattle get the bounce back that they needed, clutched up in the round 11. And I tell you, one of the best TDM teams we might have in the league. What an insanely, I mean, I know we're at round 11, but insanely fast round. Or game of search and destroy. I think we might have had 2 that were down to the wire. Maybe 2 bomb plants the entire time, but hey, they get the job done. Had a couple nice strat calls coming out. Seemed like anytime there was a ton of aggression on the B site, Seattle was the team that came out on top, and well, that was an important one for them to get. And funnily enough, in the matchup as well, Seattle has their number in search, 3-0 against Florida in the game mode.
Well, there you go. I mean, it was interesting. You called it, there was a bit of a TDM, you know, not many bomb plants at all. It was very, very interesting. In fact, yeah, we saw 2 bombs. You were absolutely right. One for either team. Not so characteristic expressed, but there you go. A fast, fun one. That ties the series up at 1-1, and boy, oh boy, mate, this is shaping up to be a real series. I had a feeling, but at 1-1 already. Whew, spicy. Feeling it. Garrison Control up next, mate. What are your thoughts?
I mean, that's the interesting question, right? Florida's had their number, 2-0 against Seattle in control. And you look at the overall for Seattle, 2-9. It just looks atrocious. But the last time we saw them play Garrison, they completely switched up their play style, right? It used to be Gunless and Octane posting up with ARs on defense, like in their back spawn, and letting their subs work top green and defend the A site the entire time. Now it's Octane that defends the A site with the AR, and Gunless pulls out the sub for the aggression. We've only seen him on the map once, but it went phenomenally well. So the question is for me, for Florida, how prepared are they going to be for the adjustments that Seattle has made? And if those adjustments are good enough to keep getting them those wins in Garrison. But as far as the tactical play goes, I mean, again, take your pick on what round it's going to be. This is where the funny moment happens, right? It is they clear out every single angle, every single corner. They do the job. They get the trophy down. They clear out the trains. And then the only thing they leave open, the only possible angle of attack, well, Loony finds it, gets the timing perfect, and the two-piece, well, seals the deal on the round. And keep in mind, if it's a round 11 game, rounds like this, incredibly important. Loony for MVP.
Yeah, Loony, there it was, the US Army tactical play. Loony, what a move. We've seen a few plays from Loony on Express S&D that have been truly clutch, truly round winners, but oh, that's another one to add to the photo book, add to the memories. Right, that's it, friends. We're 1-1 in the series. We're going to throw to a quick commercial break, and upon our return, it's going to be Garrison control. You do not want to miss this one. See you after the break.
Beyond the veil lies the Shadowlands, where every soul has its place.
Beyond the veil lies darkness, where every soul has its place.
World of Warcraft Shadowlands. Brave the Beyond. Available now.
Victory or death! Your soul shall be mine! Your soul shall suffer!
Call of Duty League is presented by T-Mobile, now America's largest and fastest 5G network. Set your sights on the competition with T-Mobile, the leader in 5G.
That is just some classic Call of Duty right there. Laying his heart out. Oh, Gunless wins it! This is a team very worth being excited for.
Remember everyone that doubted you. I'm so to you. Like it's the first day of school.
Looking dangerous. He manages to get 3 before being taken down there. Unbelievable stuff. Seattle Surge, they gun them all down. They stand triumphant.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League Major 2, presented by Zenny Gaming, still underway. We're going to look at Seattle Surge now, while the players decompress and Octane truly relaxes. We're going to talk about their control gameplay, because Chance, the start of stage 1, I mean, let's face it, their control, 2 words, not good enough. But now it's definitely coming together, mate.
I mean, I think they're looking for like the 3-word uptick, right? They're just looking for those improvements, and I can only parrot it so many times, right? But the play style they've had where they've switched it up, they basically said, hey, we don't want our subs playing top green constantly, at least not when we're like need to stack up super heavy on defense. Now it's Octane's job to just sit over there, do his thing, play his life, and as long as he never dies, they should be good to go on defense. And of course, well, Gunless, the main factor why, right? Pulls out the AK-74U, makes that switch, and obviously Heal is feeling great with that in his back pocket. Had a fantastic game last time we saw him on Garrison control, and maybe the aggression that he can bring, something that the team is going to need. Of course,
You know, Florida has certainly done their research. They know what to expect. The question is, how well can they handle it? Of course, you talk about the swing maps. Florida not excited to have this series go very far down the line. I mean, the game 5 we have on Raid, they've never played the map before. So maybe they're more confident than I am. Maybe they know something that I don't. But when I just see a 0-0 on a map set, if I'm Florida, again, you just want to end it early, which means they got to win the next 2.
Got to win the next 2. And again, the longer the series goes on, the harder this becomes in theory for the Florida Mutineers. And called it, mate. Our game fuel keys to victory. We'll look out for the changes that Seattle have made to their garrison control game. We'll find out if they truly can hang. But, hey, what a series. This is shaping up to be. The control could be the spicy one. We're at about 2 out of 3 chilies right now. Actually, no, 2 out of 5 chilies on the spice factor. But it is fast improving. Getting hot here in the CDL. The final day of day 2. Major 2, day 2. Final match. Oh my God, my brain. Chance, take over.
It has been a very long day. I will happily admit that. A lot of COD action, and well, here's the stack coming in through top green. Players doubling it up, but Neptune at least able to get that first blood. And Gunless, you talk about a big gunfight to win. You do not want to give up A pressure early, but hanging out on defense, nothing crazy has happened so far. And of course, even if the pick comes through, Loony right back where he needs to be, making sure green control stays in their hands.
Yeah, Florida's still making the run towards this point. And we get the first tick on B. Ooh, Gunless, there he is. Right place, right time. That's going to be the slight drain. So progress at B, wasted. Drained away, at least down to 50% on that first tick. Now Neptune, slowly but surely creeping his way through the center of the map, waiting for the reinforcements to arrive. And he's certainly drawing the aggression for now. Prestinni's going to find one. Skies gets involved in the kill feed as well, but this is Gunless in his element, moving around that bottom of the map. And he finding these kills. Slacked. What a snap that was. It's another B. Had teammates are there. Surge. Looking great on defense so far.
Looking great. Again, just all the map control in the world. Loony's been posted up for the longest time, and for good reason. Caution control is what you want, but maybe gets bad timing. He knows the player slid up above him, trying to stay alive, but he gets taken down, trying to clear out your base. But Prestinni, well, did the smart thing. He went on the full flank, and Prestinni's thinking about spawn kills. Meanwhile, Gunless trapped inside events is not trapped at all. He absolutely shreds Awakening in that gunfight. And, well, still, if you got Prestinni in the back base, eventually you got to imagine he's going to start finding some kills. There's the next one to go through, and Sky's the 4th man down. Doing the job on defense. Seattle not completely dominant, only a 4-life swing, but they get the job done. Get that first round they needed.
Very clinical, all in all. You're right. It's not necessarily the difference in the kills department there, but you really managed to keep the members of Mutineers off of that point. Great efficiency. Octane's going to get that best play, and man, it was pretty squeaky, to be honest, on defense there. Interesting to see how Surge played this offensive round, and if Mutineers, can they make those reads again? Can they find something special here? Because that was not a good sign going forward.
And it is worth pointing out, it looked like the idea from Florida was probably to try to go to A off the rip, right? They kept trying to double stack into green, but I think Gunless wins 1 or 2 big gunfights, Loony wins 1 or 2 big gunfights, and if the early aggression A doesn't work and you never get map control, you end up getting punished. This time Seattle, potentially with a similar ID, got 2 players that went towards B, but they might be thinking about green control, which, to their credit, it has been left open.
Well, take the opening. Gunless, seemingly unkillable, whether it's Semtex or bullets. He's going to hold this one. Neptune as the silver bullet for that monster. Finally, defending the B zone. Over A, though, we go, and it's going to be a 2-man stack for the time being here as Mutineers got a little bit of work to do on the defense. Awakening on the pinch, possibly able to do something. No, Loony still causing problems in the back line. Octane on the front line now as well with the pistols, trying to get closer up. First ticket A's gone. Loony's still alive in the back. God. He's still going, baby. Life count's still pretty even, but Chance, second ticket A's and was gone.
I mean, he's already made the play, right? He's on a 5 spree. He's looking for streaks, but you got your teammates triple stacked on the point. You don't get the streaks, but hey, you get A off the rip, and that's job well done. Again, Florida just elected not to try to vie for green control at all. They trusted themselves to win the gunfight from bricks. They do not, and they get punished for it. 3-life lead and all the time in the world to actually work yourself towards this B point, and frankly, they already have enough pressure on the map. They're here, ready to go. Gunless does get dropped, but as long as you basically never go 4 down on offense, you should eventually be able to get that pressure over towards B.
Here comes that mounting pressure. Octane, you heard the familiar ting of the headshot there and can't quite get any more. Here comes the top green push from Big Wake. And he finds something to help out his team because, again, you've got players on that B zone now. Slowly but surely, Seattle Surge going for the cap. Prestinni wins a big one. B zone now starting to fade away. Gunless is there in the two-man stack. And the one of them goes down. Sky's the slack. Nice job. Light up the kill feed. Make the B zone that bit safer. Loony's still trying to make his way forward. And chances, again, as long as you don't go down all four at the same time, you should be good.
Still, all about those sort of like an S&D around, right? This is where the gunfights matter most. And Prestinni, well, looking for the first blood, but he gets caught out. Still green control. Now the ARs from Florida have double stacked it, trying to retain that power position. And it seems like for Seattle, it's been a long time since they found a kill, right? Now they're down by 2 lives. At one point, they were up by 4. Gunless trying to keep things interesting, but again, they just cannot get past that 50-yard line. The AR stacked up on Tac Catwalk, just cutting them down. And still that map spread. Florida, I mean, maybe they're just happy to hold B the entire defensive round.
It's still, though, kill by kill, inch by inch. They move forward slightly for Florida on defense. We are closing in on the end here. 35 seconds remaining. Gunless moving forward. Slack's going to make the reads. They're on top Sky Tank. Octane's going to get it. Does manage to stay alive. Trades on point, though. Again, the communication right now from Florida. It's crisp. It's clean. They are not being too ambitious on the defense. Heavy tags from Skies. Massive amount of damage dealt. Able to pick up these kills with relative ease, and it's just looking easy. Final 15 chance. And there you go. Octane's going to finally find a few kills. Slack may be able to pounce here and slow the push. Oh, Gunless gets it. Able to contest the final moments. Oh, does just about. A kill on Neptune would be huge, but no. Awakening from behind. That should be that. A moment of seconds of reprieve there, but no. Florida hold the line all the way to the end.
Oh, and again, just, I mean, almost a similar theme, what we saw on the hard point and a little bit of what we saw in the surge. Just a ridiculous round. I mean, you end up giving up A on defense because they just played it very risky, never sent anyone to green. Didn't even play the head glitches. They just stacked their AR players around bricks, and, well, they get punished early on, but hey, they went massive in the middle portion of the round. Again, once they got their ARs in the power positions, once you got them to the catwalk, once you got them top green, they just simply never left. Maybe a small missed opportunity for Seattle, but hey, at the very least, keep winning your defenses. You should be good to go. I think on the life count front, Seattle maybe has a small edge, or it's certainly within 1 or 2 lives for the moment. Very tight game.
Whew. Whew. Look at this long-range fight. Somebody get these boys a higher magnification on that scope to make it that bit easier. He's going through. B point already being invaded there by the Mutineers. 2-man stack on B zone. First tick's absolutely been eviscerated. Loony loses a big one there to Skies. That's going to be top catwalk safe. We're still going to have those players on B, slowly but surely. There goes... Oh, no, wait, the second tick. Oh, no, they don't get it. Second tick just in the nick of time. Prestinni on the big defense.
Think less about the ticks as well, but more about that map pressure. Again, we just saw it for the entire last round. Once you get some ARs in this spot. When I say ARs, I don't mean players. I just mean someone that has the gun in hand. That's what you like to see, but Sky's able to at least his one-on-one. You get a little bit more map clearance, and well, Loony, we'll just see you later. Headshot gonna destroy him in Awakening with the big 2, but still Prestinni behind enemy lines. You see Awakening very concerned. As long as Prestinni's alive in the back, it's gonna take you that much longer to clear him out. Just needs to play his life in the gunfight on Neptune. Prestinni right now on point. 3 spree for him.
These angles are so annoying, difficult to deal with. Now for Slack, he's taken too many hits. He has to dip out of that fight, allow his teammates to come forward, but it's hard to make that presence known. Again, Octane's got his AR locking down the middle as well, and it is a solid defense now from Seattle Surge. Prestinni, heavy tags, still backing on up. Less than 20 seconds now remain, and Gunless are going to fill the pieces immediately. Charging forward, Gunless, Big P, finding the first. Neptune just about surviving, but again, the trades. Less than 10 now, and Seattle Surge looking to find themselves another defensive round, and Prestinni's 5 spree, it is going nowhere. Wonderful work from Seattle. That will be a 2-1 lead in the control. One more. The map is done.
And just a ridiculous round, too. Prestinni, Little P, whatever you want to call him, just the absolute finesse king in that round. I mean, he spent, what, the entire time basically around the vent side of the map, but he was in their spawn at one point, doubles back, wrapping back through the vents, jumping up, playing every single angle. Incredibly annoying to deal with, and, well, Awakening. Shot might be crisp, but they never found an opening, and Prestinni the main reason why. Of course, now the route for the win for Seattle. You get 2 options, right? Make sure you don't get outslayed too heavy. Right now, they're up by about 4 kills, I believe, in the kills column. So keep it within that margin. You're guaranteed the defense. Or, I mean, just win it on offense, right? You see Florida, though, making the adjustment, making sure they get green control, not falling for the same trick twice.
Here we go. Loony does get that first blood. You've still got a lot of members of Seattle Surge on sprees here. This could be huge. Seany's still looking for a few more. His teammates trying to help him out here. Loony, pressure on green. Seany pulls a Krig out, trying to get an early pick. Not able to get much, though, so far. And still, you do have that presence on B. Just for a brief moment, Loony does win his fights over towards a green side of the map. So it's a decent amount of map control so far for Seattle Surge. They've got themselves progress on B already. Prestinni gets kill number 6. And they keep the run going.
Yeah, he's playing heavy for these streaks right now. That's why he's posted up so far back. And actually, the progress over towards B might be enough to put him over the edge to get the artillery. And it gets the job done in that regard. Now, in this situation, I mean, you got options. If you want to try to win on offense, one streak is great. You might be able to get the job done. Or you could try to play super careful and guarantee the defense. But I think that just means you're looking for some kills. See what kind of round you open up. And frankly, if you get bricks control, I mean, that is a lot of players right now that are stuck outside. And maybe a lot of players that Prestinni going to be thinking about spawn killing.
Seattle Surge, they're doing some fishing right now, and the net has been cast, and they've got themselves some sweet bit of catch here, and that's going to be full streaks. That's going to be them on the point. The heavy stack immediately. They took the long way round. Oh boy, that's a GG. They took the long way round. Streaks are out and about. They are truly in no man's land. This could be terrible. And look how fast they captured the point. A final contest for a brief moment. But Seattle Surge, from a team that could seemingly not capture a zone to save their lives, a clinical round against the Mutineers there.
And Garrison Control is a threat for him, man. If you're looking at their records just on paper, it's gonna fool you at this point. Teams are gonna have to start paying attention at the very least, or just make sure you clutch up in the hard points in the searches. But Garrison Control, they look much better on, and whether or not it's Big P with the work with a 74U or Prestinni himself just going on a tear, and he's hyped for good reason. Threw the team on his back, had 2 clean rounds, full streaks. Again, just completely seals the deal, but even the teamwork in those final moments. I mean, just swarm on Florida, trap him on the A point, and well, once you get the kills, makes the job that much easier. Maybe breathe a nice sigh of relief as you can go into the checkmate hard point where admittedly, the checkmate was actually Florida's map pick, but Miles, they have a 1-in-5 record on the checkmate.
Oh, well, we'll see. Look at the stats, though, again, from that last series, and a lot of love going the way of Gunless there, the 3.4k damage to close that one out. But again, they didn't need that many kills because, again, Seattle Surge playing the game mode, playing the map so well. Getting those round captures, offensive round wins, and that last one was absolutely stunning. That was perfect control play. 2-mans, fishing the top 2 guys coming through bricks. They just jump on the point at the same time. This has been clinical, absolutely clinical so far. The Search and Destroy was pretty wild, but I mean, if we get to that map number 5, we'll see how we go. But here we have it. Coming up next, we've got ourselves another hard point as this series continues on. All bets are off. We have no idea where this one's going, and it's getting very hot indeed. Spice factor goes up by a single chili. We come back after the break. There's more Call of Duty to be played, friends. Don't go anywhere.
Your soul shall be mine! Your soul shall suffer!
I will fight with honor. My weapon brings justice.
Brian, you know what I'm doing right now? I know you know what I'm doing right now. You can hear it.
Download free now.
Coming in the 2021 season with a statement after 3-0 over the LA Thieves.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. Major number 2, brought to you by Seany Gaming. Now, I'm telling you, the social soundboard powered by Astro. Standy is having trouble. I'm telling you, I'm getting 2 points all weekend. It is officially chalked. I mean, I'd have put chalk in full caps, Jay, like it's bad, but for me, I can't really talk. I'm sitting on a donut. I'm actually on a donut. And if, like, the way things look now, I could walk away with a donut all major long. Who knows, though, but guys, chance someone is at least having a little bit more success at times than some of the talent here, but that was a tricky one there in the control. There's no doubt about it.
Absolutely. I mean, it doesn't help when one of your teammates is averaging 1 kill per round, but Sky's the X factor. Honestly, his stats kind of flip-flopped a little bit with Awakenings, like the AR's taking turns of who's popping off. Stage 1 Awakening had a field day. Stage 2, Sky's has been super bueno, and you can see in the loss as well, it hasn't been clean in Search when they lose, and well, of course, Search is the map 5 we're looking forward to. We're going to see if he can pick up the slang in the hard points, and again, on a map like Checkmate, it is the AR's playground, right? You're expecting a guy like Skies and a guy like Awakening to pop off. But at the same time, if you look at the ARs on the flip side, it is just a bloodbath of a matchup. It's what we saw in map number 1. It's what we saw in map number 2, and at the very least for map 3. Well, Florida's blood was certainly spilled, but Seattle, they have the momentum, and again, they even have the comfort pick for map 5, man. If it goes to a raid for the final map, Seattle going to be a bit more confident, but of course, they just want to get the job done, take care of business, and try to make sure you keep Florida's record down low. 1-5 on this map, and they picked it again. They're thinking your 7th time charm to get their 2nd win. 7th time's the charm. I mean, I've not heard it, but it could be proved true today. It's an American saying. It's just new. It's not made it across the pond yet. Here we go, though. Map number 4. Over to Checkmate. Ah, gosh, what a series this is. This one's going the distance, and again, if it goes all the way, the only thing you can hope for Florida, big win here, roll that momentum all forward and smoke them in game 5. But let's see if you got it. Into the plane we go, Chance, and it's going to be contest central here on Checkmate. Wow, Prestinni just straight up commits to the gunfight, and for good reason. Has Flak Jacket on to survive the nade, and they get the win, and Gunless push through. I mean, they're picking up kills inside the plane. That is as good of an opening break as you could ask for, especially with Seattle starting on the good side, but trying to keep those players at bay, trying to avoid the contest time. Gunless can't quite get it done, but Prestinni, he's just the safety man. He's not leaving this spot. He's making sure, hey, if we got the spawns, as long as the other team doesn't get a bunch of time, we're calling that a win. Nice shots. Prestinni there on the plane. Nice shots. You've got Loony out on the wing, hitting shots through the window. You've still got Florida spawning way, way, way out. Seattle Surge, full map control right now. Again, look at those players on the right-hand side, making sure the reinforcements steady stream keeps on coming from the same part of the map. Here we go, though. Octane's going to have to beeline over towards the hard point, while Awakening just cleans the top of the plane out. Skies, though, oh, that's a big fight. A massive win. He's now got to contend with the remaining members of Seattle Surge. You can call P2 his. Can he get it? Oh, Loony, nice job. Well, Loony shuts him down, but still you have a couple players spawning out. So right now Slack just trying to keep these players off the hill, but he gets caught. I don't think he's ever going to expect Octane to be coming from that side of A Street. So the spawns end up panning out, and now AR's in the hands of everybody on Seattle. They get the clearance for the moment. Loony knows he needs to back up, knows the pressure's coming from the back, but Awakening, awareness level 99, knows the gunfight's coming, gets the job done, and the break is in. Oh, Gunless trying to just find the angle there. Neptune holding the point down. This is a nice opportunity for the Florida Mutineers to pull this one back. Again, at the end of this hard point, we should give them the lead. Still have to make that rotation over towards the center of the map, under the plane, 3rd hard point. Coming up in 5 seconds. You see that on your screen. But there we go. Map coverage right now for Seattle, very broad. Slacked, looking to find an opening, looking to be the playmaker right now for his squad. Give them some openings just to get towards that hard point. Here we go. Nice opening shots there on a Prestinni. That's going to be a nice 2 kills to go the way of Florida Chance. With that, oh, there goes the 3rd. Here comes the push onto the point. Push on the point is there, and I mean, frankly, just for the fact of how hard they lost the P1 hill, the fact that they came away after P2 and have the lead, that is ridiculous stuff from Florida, and they're trying to let it ride. They got the clearance. They know all the spawns are coming out from P5 and back A Street, but Slack with a little bit of bad timing, and well, Prestinni pulling out the Krig, catches Awakening as well, so you got a couple extra ARs in the hands of the Seattle players specifically for this hill, and well, Prestinni, not always the sub player, pulls out the Krig, gets the job done. flex player number 3 on this squad.
Flexing indeed, but for now, we're going to see what the Florida Mutineers can do to hold on to this lead and maybe even get the quick contest. There we go. So, time for an Astro Gaming listen with the Florida Mutineers.
Nice. No time. One's ASD. I'm working top left side of hill.
What's there, Dan? What's there, Dan? Dead. No one be on me. One's P2. One's on me.
One is P2. One is P2. P2. He went on straight. Hard plus one P2. One is P2.
Yeah,
he's P2. So.
I'm on yellow crate for you.
I'm pushing the exit.
He's not peeking.
I'm in midpoint. Help me. One's other side. One stairs.
What's stairs head? And deep right.
There's side hill.
Deep right. I think last two. Pretty sure. Work together. I'm picking up. Watch out, damn. They can go under plane. They spawn back right, alley.
I did it. He's weak. They can go under plane. I hear you. I'm down on time.
I'm watching under.
Either side. Back right. Okay, go great crate to mid.
Yo, under what? They'll be behind you. There's two midpoint. They're gonna fight.
Watch out their side. 2 midpoint. Yeah, one more on midpoint. Two midpoint.
Two teams split.
One's our wood box. Sorry.
Waste your tags.
Our side.
I need one. Yeah, on the center box. Center box. Low left. Wing. Low wing.
Weak tonight.
Move your plane.
Our side.
One's under wing.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Watch out, our side dead. Watch it, he'll peek. Yo, our side, he'll peek.
Yo, low plane, watch out. He's still low plane.
Sam, we can fucking hill. We can fuck Sam and hill. You saw me. Sidewood. I need the back. Sidewood.
They're gonna be back right on me.
He jumped in wood.
You guys can work front if you. I can fuck with the back right.
I hear you. Yo, one push up on your left. He's on
left. Dead.
Watch your window.
What's up and shit.
One's back left. I'm working.
Honestly, had good comms there, all in all, from Florida Mutineers. Again, tack usage coming up a few times, but trying to make the break here. Anything that really stood out to you?
I mean, I think just the extra few syllables of a way to call out a player one shot is always fun to hear, but hey, you get the point across. Your teammates know that they need to challenge. But right now, you see how big of a problem A Street is, at least a point of concern. Gunfights being won from this direction, Slack trying to keep it down and just keep these players out of the hill. But Gunless, he's just hanging outside, not even challenging the gunfight. Says, hey, I don't need to take any gunfights at all. All this time is going to me, and I'm happy for it. And Slack, frankly, well, he knows he just wants the score streaks breaking into this hill, a near impossibility.
He's desperately trying to get it. Just about lands that shot. 10-10 overall, 6 in a row. Slack has managed to pull this one back, but the same cannot be said for the scoreline right now. As Seattle Surge walking away with this one. What an incredibly profitable hill. Very productive work over there by P5. Neptune now over towards the first in our second set of the rotations, and Florida, they've got a little bit of climbing to do, Chance. Loony, he's trying to get in there, but they seem to be holding this one. Florida, hold the line. Octane manages to get 1 kill, but you've still got a lot of presence there on point.
And again, from the direction right now Seattle is coming from, they just want to make sure they can at least contest, but Octane just hoping these players challenge. Now that he's got the teammates, well, the contest comes through, and now you're just trying to let the gunfights come your direction. See, Skies actually slides out for the challenge, and the bait ends up being set up perfectly. Octane wins the gunfight that he was waiting for. Prestinni gets the plane control up top, so nice break attempt there, and the clearance is good. Final 20 seconds going to Seattle as they bump up their lead by quite a bit, and obviously for this P2 hill, it is going to be a lot of pressure on Florida. You don't necessarily need the full 60, but you got to make sure that you do not get broken. At the very least, just maybe a few seconds of scrap time.
Very least. Eyes on the prize, though. Neptune in on the next point. He held the spawns for a very, very long time there, and now his job is done. Out he goes with that submachine gun to try to clean through these players. Slack's going to be the front line, and again, everyone is just trying to hold this out. You can look at number 8 there, Neptune. He's gone all the way to the far side, trying to make sure that no one slips through. It's a very unusual angle to be fighting from for Slack. Can't quite get both, but again, Trazah on point. Still, Skies fills the hole immediately. Back onto the point. 40 seconds remaining here on P2, but Gunless. Oh, Big P cleans out the back. Prestinni, he cleans out the front as well. It's the big PP combo. They're going to land both those kills, and that's going to be the hard point in the hands of Seattle Surge. And holy dooly, chance just like that. There's potential for 30 seconds here going their way.
I mean, either way, final 30 seconds will be fantastic, puts them over the edge, but just to be able to get a break that early on gets the job done. And I tell you, watching Prestinni play, his brain just works faster than mine. It feels like I just play in slow motion in comparison, but processing power OP. And now for the final hill, you were able to keep that massive lead that they've accrued up by more than 80 going into new. Easy route for the win now for Seattle, right? Play it scrappy over these next 2 hills. You can take your time to make it happen, and they'll be good to go for the series win.
This is going to be big again. The hold down for Florida essential. Nice shots again from Skies. Can't quite get it all done himself. Awakening though. Ooh, sport for choice there. And the kills come through. Loony now going to push Slack back, and that's going to be a clean 4 down. Neptune, he's going to be the first one in. You've got to start dealing the damage. Seattle Surge, they are starting to walk away with this one. And this is it. Tournament life, Florida. You have to get on that point. Start to turn this ship around a lot faster than expected. There's 30 seconds remaining on this point chance. Octane's going to find those kills. Florida may be able to make a break here, but you've got to go perfect from here on out, seemingly.
We got to go perfect. You're just going to have to find some gunfights to start winning, right? Any kill that they get, it gets traded out instantly. Just a few more seconds of time going to waste Seattle. And, well, Awakening may be able to pick up some 2 nice kills for him to get. There's the third, the Mr. Do-It-All on the team for the moment. And, well, is going to be there to shut down the 4th, or Skies might get it, but he was there for the help. You're pressured out the spawns in the correct direction, right? Seattle's still spawning out, and you win the big one-on-one inside the hill. This is the hottest Florida has been all game long. A lot of kills going their way. And a decent opportunity to start racking up the time, but obviously you can see Seattle. They can take their sweet time. Just looking for a couple kills here, a couple kills there. And they'll be good to go.
Oh, this is great covering fire from Octane, keeping those players as suppressed as he possibly can. Gunless is up next to the plate, takes a swing. Not too bad, not quite a home run, though. Over to Skies, a massive win versus Prestinni. Holding it down, the Florida Mutineers. There's trades, back and forth we go. 2-man on the point. They're going to hold this as long as they can. Rotation already down. Again, Seattle Surge, you're 26 points from the victory now. You can start to throw your bodies at these points, try to get some scrap time. This is great work out of Neptune, just clearing these players out. Sadly, a little too fast, a little too slick. Slips on by. Can Gunless stop the points for now? He does. That's really important. Huge. And we did see this previous hard point chance entirely go the way of Seattle Surge. It has to be different right now for Florida.
Oh, and those are ridiculous kills from Neptune, by the way. If any player from Seattle was able to cross, that could have been the dagger just to win the game. But now this is a great spot, right? You can get a full 60. You got the hill control as well. And if you get it, you are right back in this game. You got the setup you want, a player watching A Street. Skies at the back of the plane. The crisp shots from Gunless, though. 26 kills to his name, but obviously you can see, trying to take your time. Loony gets trapped trying to go for the contest. And this is Florida, man. This is a 90-point comeback that they are working on, Miles, and that is another clean 4 down.
And it's Neptune. We keep seeing him in the kill feed, and he's still on a run right now. This is going to be 3 in a row, pushing these players out. You see the smattering of gunfire there through the top wings. There's Neptune. There's Neptune once again. Octane finally puts him down. Prestinni on the flank. Big damage in his slacked. And Gunless now. Onto the point he goes. The final push. And it's been sweet. It's been enough to just get these players off the point. Neptune once again off spawn. Cracked out of his mind right now. Nailing these shots. You go to the rotation though, Chance. You look across the map and it's been an incredible effort from the Florida Mutineers. But you do have Surge on point. And here we go. Can Neptune keep going? Somehow, some way, he stays alive. And the contest is on point right now. Can Skies find the kills? Yes. This hard point is far, far from over.
This is the fastest hard point we have seen all year. This is ridiculous stuff coming through, but right now, this is the question, right? Seattle, they got a bunch of players back to the hill. The team kill comes through, and Gunless with the big 2 might be enough to get the job done. Skies got to take a hike, got to flood your way to try to get inside just for the contest. And, well, Prestinni trying to chop him down. Skies gets inside, but he gets dropped in Seattle. 250 on the board, 3-1 for the win. GG, they get the job done.
Oh, you saw in the final moments there, 2 players from Florida literally on the line. They couldn't quite get the contest. The shots in, and Gunless went absolute demon mode in the end there. The team kill is one thing. We get to see it all here. You see 3 players there for a moment. Awakening gets taken out, and in the ensuing chaos, Seattle Surge, they come out on top. A pound of flesh it cost them, but man, they get the dub, and that is that. The Florida Mutineers now, we set sail to them here in Major number 2, and Seattle will advance onwards, and that is a tough one. Chance, what a series that was.
And they just keep trading blows, you know. Seattle and Florida going back and forth for the win in Major 1. Seattle got knocked out by the Mutineers. Major 2, they strike back, and I'll say for Prestinni, man, one of the most improved player, if not the most improved player from Stage 1 to Stage 2, and it sort of looked like he hit flow state, man. He pulls out the Krig at different portions on the map, and he fried with it. But of course, where he dropped 4,200 damage and 23 kills, Gunless. What the hell was that? 6,400 damage on board, 32 kills to his name. I mean, just a ridiculous performance from start to finish from him in Seattle. Obviously, a fantastic job.
Fantastic job. And again, we goes to think back of Seattle Surge, a team that last season, were at times almost comical. They were the laughing stock of the league at times. They could not win a map to save their lives, and now they are taking down some decent teams here in the league. What a fantastic transformation for that entire squad. GG's in the chat. My word, Chance. A big surprise, but let's take a look at our scuff play of the game now. We're giving it to Gunless. We're giving it to Big P, straight demon mode. As those final few kills he picked up, and again, a lot of love to Neptune, man. He went insane, that P5 play, time and time again, crucial ones. And he stayed alive here for so long, Chance, but Gunless just shows up when he needs to, and man, crucial doesn't cover it.
And it really is just these final few moments, right? Like you're hoping for the contest, but Prestinni, again, just ridiculous pace, but it's Gunless that finds the kill. And well, at this point, they're just lining up for him. Any player that showed up on the back steps, it seemed like Gunless just completely had their number in those gunfights, but job well done, man. It wasn't even just those kills, right? Even towards P2 and Florida was getting there first, right? He's sitting back in their spawn, just killing them relentlessly. Just a fantastic game by him, and even the pressure that he brings to the table on Garrison Control. Control was the focus point for this team. It was their worst game mode by far, but may just be a Garrison thing, but if they have more at their disposal, they are starting to fry. And that just means for the rest of the league, they got to start paying attention. Even now, trying to do pick and bans against this team, it is just getting that much trickier. And honestly, one of the bigger factors for them to win this game.
Quick look at the bracket as, of course, after an incredibly exciting and at times nerve-wracking day of Call of Duty, everything's changed. We bid farewell to two teams here, the Mutineers and the Royal Ravens. We say goodnight, and we'll see them in stage 3, yeah, boys? We'll see you then. But there we go. Surge with a 3-1. Thieves with the exciting Game 5 finish. And again, our winners bracket matchups, they are locked in. FaZe Ultra versus Røkkr Empire. Again, if you're wondering how it all went down today, here's how it went down today. Today's results brought to you by the US Army. Empire 3-0 over Subliners. That might be the biggest surprise, I think, for me today. I really thought the Subliners would have been a lot stronger, but there we go. In Toronto, again, a major upset over Chicago. OpTic there as well, Chance. And then Tragedy, quite frankly, as far as I'm concerned. And then there was the Seattle matchup, which was hot as you like. Mate, here we go. Let's have a look at tomorrow's schedule because the major is still going. We're going all week. This is Friday's schedule. Again, brought to you by the US Army. And my, do we have some fun games for you. Tomorrow, Chance, anything you're excited about?
I mean, I think Major 2 might just be the tournament of upsets, right? And you're looking at Dallas, maybe they have the edge against Røkkr, but Røkkr has had their number 2 in that regard. Toronto at this point, I think they could do anything. Seattle could get the wins, and Thieves, who the hell knows at this point? Everybody that needs to turn up in this tournament has so far. And again, maybe just the tournament of upsets might be what we're looking at.
There we go. Well, when we come back after this break, that's it. The games are concluded, but Lottie will be talking to Octane. Pay attention, LaRue, you're on camera. Put your bloody phone down, man. She'll be talking to Sam, Octane, LaRue in our Game Fuel Victory Spotlight. More Call of Duty fun to come, friends. Be right back after this break.
I will fight with honor. My weapon brings justice. For the Alliance!
Beyond the veil lies the Shadowlands, where every soul has its place.
Beyond the veil lies darkness, where every soul has its place. World of Warcraft Shadowlands. Brave the Beyond. Available now.
Hello, you lovely Call of Duty League fans. Welcome to your Game Fuel Victory Spotlight. Joining me this time round, I did have Octane from the Seattle Surge. I've got to say, Octane, an incredible job from you and your team once again. And, you know, I've actually spoken to a few of you now, going through this incredible journey that is season number 2. And Prestinni has said often that really the key to your success is consistency amongst all of you and your team all at the same time and doing what you do best together. Are you feeling in a pretty good place right now as the team and in this major currently?
Well, our last couple of losses have been at our own hands, so I would say that we're feeling pretty comfortable. I think Preston is playing the best that he's played in a very, very, very long time. I think it's just we're all starting to get comfortable with each other. Our S&D is looking good. We got a nice round 11 win. We don't have too many of those if I remember correctly. But I think that we're just gelling in a really good way right now. And like I said, our last couple losses were our own hands. So if we can keep this up and avoid that, then we'll be all right.
Definitely, man. I think that's a good plan. But obviously, with the series against the Mutineers right now, some of the maps are pretty close. Actually, came down to the wire a little bit there. In terms of how you were practicing heading into the major, were you happy with how the series played out overall?
I mean, a control win is always nice. I think we have 3 of them now, all 3 of them being on Garrison. So I don't think we're gonna get that one anymore, unfortunately. But you know, the hard point, the first map could have went either way. We had a couple misplays. I played not poorly, but I had a pretty rough first map. And I mean, we clutched up our round 11, like I said, map 2, and then map 4. I was just pointing Pierce and Preston, and they were just killing everything for me. So I was just watching the madness unfold. To be honest with you, it was pretty sight.
I like it a lot, man. Obviously, you are continuing your journey through the major, which is absolutely fantastic. But you do come to a roadblock next, which is Chicago, waiting in the wings for you. How are you guys feeling about that?
Well, they did just lose to Toronto, but we played them last time when they were on a little bit of a losing streak, and they took advantage of it. So, I mean, I'm excited for the rematch. I think that we definitely didn't play up to our potential in our first go-around. So, I think if we play, you know, how I know we can and how we have in the past, then it'll be a hell of a series, and you know, I'm looking forward to it. Like I said, they definitely underperformed today, so they're going to come out with the fire as they always do. I know that they're not going to be too anxious to let anyone down, so I'm predicting a banger of a series, to be honest with you.
I love it, mate. We love a banger of a series here. I love a banger of a series. Octane, thank you so much for your time yet again. Congratulations and best of luck as you continue this awesome journey, man.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Well, there you have it. You've heard it from one of the best ARs we have in the game, Octane. It's always lovely to have a chat with him and to sit down and really figure out what's going on with the Seattle Surge. But good things, I hope, as they go forward in this major. But don't worry, things aren't ending yet. Tonight we do have a wonderful death segment. Nameless is waiting on the desk as we speak to break down everything that we saw from day 2 of Major 2. We'll see you guys in just a few.
Fun you'll have. Build something from my own imagination and pit that against someone else in a competitive way.
More ways to play, that's what I want. What is my opponent going to do? How am I going to counterplay that?
There's just always a different outcome. Play Hearthstone now!
Magic.
Oh, I'm so in.
All roads lead to the crossroads.
These old bones know a storm's coming.
Get off my back. I'm on it. This one's mine. My blade seeks vengeance. Blade song! Please, help me find Røkkr.
Reinforcements incoming! Keep them coming! Keep them coming!
And hello to the real Call of Duty League fans who stayed for this last part of the segment. You guys are the real ones here. This is, of course, our schedule and our results presented by the US Army. Today we have seen so much. I've just dropped my ring on the floor. You probably heard that, but it's okay. We got Dallas sweeping the table against New York Subliners 3-0. We saw Toronto Ultra beat Chicago, which is just kind of crazy, but we love to see this. We've also had LA Thieves beat London Royal Ravens in a reverse fashion. And then to top things off here, Surge beat Florida Mutineers 3-1. It was absolutely fantastic, but you know what? We are playing for something here in this major. We're playing for this incredible prize pool. First takes home a lion's share of the $500,000 prize pool, being $200,000. Nameless, my dude, look at this money on this board right now. It's kind of crazy, but it's also kind of crazy to think that some of the teams here have played for 3 weeks to get absolutely zero. Welcome everybody. Welcome to Major 2 presented by Zenny Gaming. Nameless, it is pretty tough, isn't it, to be at that point. You know, you do the losers bracket run, you either don't get anywhere right at the beginning or you get a little bit of somewhere and then suddenly boom, you're out again. You hate to see it, man. You hate to see it, don't you? You hate to be one of those teams. But tell you what though, we need to talk about the bracket, because this is exactly where our teams have gone, where they're coming from, how it's looking overall.
Oh my goodness.
Dude, I mean, it's been flipped upside down completely, but Nameless, from your point of view here, what does this do and what does this open up for some of our lower bracket teams here?
Yeah, I mean, I think Thieves have put themselves in a fantastic situation from a team that was basically down and out. Nobody thought that they were going to do anything. They come in, they beat Legion, they move on, they beat Royal Ravens, and now look where they're at. They're playing Subliners in their next match. Subliners are coming off of a crushing loss to Empire, where their superstar in Clayster underperformed throughout that series, so they're obviously going to be demoralized going into that. And if they win that series, they will play the loser of FaZe and Ultra. Now, we all probably know that Ultra most likely will lose that game, so Thieves would have to beat a broken down New York and Ultra to potentially be top 4. That's a great situation, man. For a road to top 4, you couldn't ask for anything better.
Yeah, I mean, just thinking about that, and I know you explained that to me before, Nameless, but the fact that LA has literally come into this second season totally unsure, flip-flopped around, 4 roster changes, so many different transitions that this team has had to deal with, changed their core, literally taken out Slasher for goodness sake. I mean, it has been such a journey for them, and the fact that they could potentially finish this second major top 4, if not even better if they keep going forward. That is just mind-blowing to me, man. I'm sorry to use the meme again, but I mean, I'm dead serious when I say that. That will literally blow my mind. And I love it. I actually love to see these kinds of journeys happen. And I think it's kind of awesome the fact that we do have a format like this where we can see things start to form. You know, 0 to hero, baby. We love to see it. And talking about that, 0 to 0. Opposite side here, OpTic. Really crushing loss there against Ultra. I don't think that they expected it. Facing elimination tomorrow. So, Nameless, how does OpTic bounce back from this?
You know, that's tough for them, letting a lot of people down. Like, they worked so hard to get into winner's bracket, and they lose to Toronto in a massive upset, and going up in their match tomorrow, they have an extremely tough matchup. Seattle just looked damn good in that series, and I think for OpTic, there's a lot of things that they have to fix. You know, you think back to the series that they just played, especially in the hard point at the very end, like, you have to hold down top circle there. This cannot happen. If you look at your minimap here, you'll see they allow one of the Toronto Ultra players to just get all the way through and around and get behind them to open up the map. Like, these are things like day one fundamentals that a team like OpTic Gaming with these veteran players should know. I mean, Scump played an entire season on this raid map. Like, that is just a basic setup that was broken down. He gets through, gets 2 kills, and the map's basically over. Like, OpTic had the advantage. This could have been their game. But then also you think back to the round 11 where they made that vital error as well. Like, one player should not be pushing up and getting trapped in a round 11. These are high pressure moments where you have to be on point. So OpTic need to come back tomorrow stronger, better. Their setups need to be on point, and they need to have discipline and composure in the final moments of these maps.
100%. Key word there being composure for me, man. Honestly, like, this team is no short of stars, superstars on their roster, man. And they have to be composed when they're in these settings. Look, it's okay to make mistakes, but it's how you bounce back from them, especially in a series, how you adjust to it. Their composure level right now for me is just not okay. It's definitely not okay in a major. I think that they need to start to calm down a little bit, stop crumbling so much when things go wrong, and just understand that things can go wrong at any point in a series. It's how you come back from it. I really want to see
some strong composure for them in this loser bracket run. Otherwise, it's not going to happen, man. It really isn't if they can't do this properly. But I tell you what, we do have on deck tomorrow's schedule, because another day dawns, and that means another day of Call of Duty League presented by the US Army here with this schedule. First off, we got Røkkr taking on Empire. That should be a real banger to start the day. FaZe takes on Ultra. Can Ultra do this and take down the Titans that is Atlanta? We got OpTic taking on Surge. Tournament lives on the line here yet again. And also the same for New York Subliners taking on Thieves. We've seen Thieves be able to keep things going when they're down, don't count them out. So New York do have a little bit of work set in for them there as well. But I tell you what an epic day it has been. Second day of the major, all of our brackets have been turned upside down. Pick'ems are probably completely out the window, but I tell you what, folks, from us on the desk, start fresh tomorrow. Don't worry about it. Forget about pick'ems. Do your own. Write them out on your own little piece of paper, and we'll go from there. But I tell you what, same time, same place tomorrow, and we'll see you guys for day 3 of this incredible Call of Duty League major.